Hey, SBG solution-based gang, like, share, subscribe. Say no to rim, brothers, mothers, fear and sell no good suckers. Hype him up, hype him up. Shouts out, showroom, Bracy in the wildest. Wake up morning, show salute, big dog, shout out to the Lord. PAs, Diva, salute, Brownsville, SBG solution-based.
Let's go. Good day, everyone. How are y'all doing today? We are going to build on the conversation from yesterday for sure. It was a great conversation yesterday. We got to some great points. We got down to some things. It was beautiful. This is how we need to learn how to communicate with each other a little more often. It is a video I want to play. Hey, babe. Hey, what's good? Tezzy K, good to see you, my brother. Good to see you. And like how we like to start the day. We say good day to each other. So good day, everyone. When I say good day to you, make sure you say it back. Because I could feel that great productive energy coming through the screen. And it's important and it's needed. And I see productive builds is needed more often. We are not communicating on a higher level enough. Yesterday was awesome. The past few days was absolutely awesome. So shout out to y'all. Give yourself a pat on the back because y'all did lovely. We kept cursing to a minimum. Shout out to everybody that came on the panel. Shout out to everybody that cammed up yesterday. It was awesome. Absolutely phenomenal. Shout out to Savage. I haven't seen him in a while. Shout out to you, my brother. I'm going to attempt to for as long as I can. Yes, sir. And what I realized yesterday is that it seems as if a lot of people was upset that we are having the same conversations from 50 years ago. So I had to do some research and to, go check it out and see, were we saying the exact same thing from 50 years ago? And if we were saying the same thing from 50 years ago, what haven't changed? Do us as the men, do we need to bend that knee? Are we not doing the right things? Should we be listening to our goddamn woman? What's good with your Black Proud? Good day to you, sir. We're going to talk about some of those things. We're going to talk about some of the things they used to say back in the day, sir. We're going to go way back. We're going to talk about 50 years ago. Were they having the same conversation? Is what we're going to talk about today. Because it seems like we might be stuck. It's different decade, but we are stuck. Because, man, it is wild. We've been having the same damn conversations for 50 years. Relationships, politics, finances in the Black community is like deja vu, but not the sexy kind. More like, didn't we argue about this in the cookout 1975? And here we are still stuck in a rerun. Because we're not going to only talk about hot topics. Like, we understand, like, I don't know what y'all want to talk about. Are we going to talk about moving the needle? Are we going to talk about what we can do to move the needle? Are we going to start paying attention to the words that we are using? Paying attention to our women? Paying attention to our youth? Our youth are saying something, right? the quarter zip situation and matchas, hey, we need to be paying attention to that. They don't want to be looked as thugs. So we're going back 50 years. So now we're going to be dressed appropriate, because every video that I did see from 50 years ago, all the young black men, and all of them was young, even though in those videos, these young men that we're going to watch the videos of, if I find them, they are about like 20-something years old. But in the video, they look like they are 50-something years old. Man, they look old as hell. Maybe this whole time, Big Mama wasn't old. Maybe she wasn't as old as we thought. Maybe she just looked old. You know what I'm saying? So like we stuck in this rerun, like relationships, right? Back then, folks said the family is falling apart. Guess what? They still saying it. Big Mama held it down, but now Big Mama gone, and we got Instagram therapists telling us how to love. Ever since Cammy Samuels came through and shook the building and got 1 million subs within a year or 2 years of the pandemic, everybody is following suit with that situation. Why? Because I want to embrace my natural. God damn, wrong class. Now we got a whole bunch of fake versions of him running around, just saying and regurgitating information that they cannot substantiate. What happened? Why we cannot have a league of thinking men? You know, you feel what I'm saying, Troop? I just love my hair. Damn. Why I can't just love my hair? Let it grow out my hair naturally. God damn. I gotta have a Caesar. Who is Caesar? God damn it. A white man. I like how my natural curls look in the wintertime. I enjoy it. You know what I'm saying? Try the bald look. Wow, I got hair. I can still grow my hair. Why would I go bald? Why would I go bald when I got hair? What I'm not in that situation where I can't grow no hair. I can grow a full head of hair. I understand y'all see the grays and everything, but that's just because I'm getting wisdom. We do have a lot of our black men on YouTube 50 years old and they still dressing like 1995. That is very true. 100%. Here, let me see what Bubba talking about. Here's $100 million business idea for you. Okay, let's go. Start a clothing company specializing in nice church clothes, marketed to black people, called Sunday Best. Just give me 10%. You're welcome. Thank you, Bubba Homeschool. I'll let you know how that works out. We're going to do that. Right, and we still got brothers still running from responsibility like it's a goddamn track meet. That's the real issue with these goddamn Instagram therapists. We still have our sisters carrying the load, raising the kids, working jobs, and trying to keep the family together. And the men, half of them still talking about dropping a mixtape. We don't need another mixtape. We need a mortgage, goddamn it. That's the goddamn issue. That's the issue, wrong class. Thank you, Shicey Bob. I appreciate you. That's my girl right there. I don't care what none of y'all say. So we do understand that. And then when it comes to the politics, oh, that's the funniest rerun of all. 50 years ago, we said we need representation. Now we got representation, but half the time it feels like they are, right, like they represent themselves. We still marching, still protesting, still begging for the same rights we so promised decades ago. It's like, you know, it's like America gave us a goddamn coupon for freedom. But when we show up at the register, they say, sorry, expired. So somebody that has a goddamn wrench, please time out John Jones. I don't know what the hell is that. So you got a goddamn wrench for a reason. You got a goddamn wrench for a reason. Use it properly. Yeah, go to. It's not a
Oh, it's not in the studio?
No.
Oh.
All right, so since y'all can't do it, I guess I got to do that too. I'm gonna take everybody fucking wrench.
Which video is it?
I'm gonna take everybody wrench if y'all not gonna fucking help the goddamn channel out. I already did it. I don't know what you mean by you people. So like I don't mind having a conversation with people that don't look like me or disagree with me. I don't like censorship. But when you just trying to just be immature about the conversation, just attempt to use the N-word to trigger somebody, hey, then fuck it. I could be triggered. I could be angry if I want to. I'm a man. So this whole idea that I can't be angry is nonsense. This whole idea that other races don't get angry is nonsense. The idea that black people are more angry than any other race of people is nonsense. It is the dumbest argument I ever heard. And this is a problem with people regurgitating information that they heard somewhere else. They cannot substantiate anything that they're saying. They always try to make it seem like the black woman is the angry black woman, is the angry black man. No, it's y'all. Other people get angry as well. When you go ahead and get bullied in school, what is that? And then you go to a place and you start pulling triggers on people that didn't do anything to you. What would you call that? And this is a problem that, you know, mainly the black conservative, they're going to have to address because I really don't give a damn. I really don't give a damn. But, you know, I will legitimately open up the panel. We can have a conversation. And if I prove your point that we are angry, fine, then that's what we are. I don't care. How about that? Because it doesn't matter if I'm laughing and being polite, you still going to try to make it seem like somebody is angry towards you because you said something stupid. So yes, if you say something dumb, I'm going to get angry because I'm a human being. And dumb people make me angry. I don't need to fit in. I don't need to do anything to make you feel better as a human being. If I make you feel a certain way, it is what it is. Yes, yes, light. What's up? What up, Angel? You know what I'm saying? Huh? No, I did not, because I okay. Okay. Let me change some things. So I see people want to just troll. I see people just troll today. And it is all good that people just want to troll too.
People in the horizontal chat cannot see the comments from vertical chat. No.
Let's see what we got going on. All right, so maybe this should help you. All right, maybe this will help. All right, subscribers only. All right, now we can get back to it. Now we can get back to it. It's kind of crazy when you really think about how people are attempted to keep us in this box that we supposed to be comedians and angry. But we got time and time again, we see we are not like that at all. It is a little bit annoying, but it is what it is. And over here, as long as you can substantiate your argument, we ain't trying to censor nobody for real. Just don't get mad when we cook your ass up and start crying. So, because this is what happens a lot. They want to come up on a panel and have a conversation, and then when they ass get cooked up, they try to scream out racism. Get the hell out of here. You scared to have a real conversation. This is why you voted the person that you voted in. Because of what? Oh, come on. Who's disappointed in me, Shicey? Ain't no what. Let's see. But let me finish with my my thought. Let me get back to my thought. 50 years ago, where was I? How about we just go into my thoughts on and let's start let's get back to it on the money part. 50 years ago, we said we need economic power. Now we got rappers with chains with more than their neighborhoods. We got brothers leasing cars they can't afford. We got our sisters with degrees working jobs that don't pay enough. Meanwhile, the wealth gap is getting bigger than Big Mama's Sunday dinner plate. And we still talking about generational wealth. But too many of us is just living check to check, waiting on tax season like it's goddamn Christmas. Who needs the link? Lighthouse 301, you need the link? So, Bubba, you are incorrect. All right, I'll drop the link. People got some things they want to communicate to me. All right, I'll drop the link. Let's get the conversation started. So the truth is that, so why haven't we changed the outcome? Because we keep having the same conversations, but we don't change the behavior. We love the debate. We love the panel discussions. We love the hashtags, but when it's time to do the work, silence. 50 years later, we still peeling the onion, still crying, still blaming each other and the system. The system sitting back like, damn, they still argue. We gotta do that. Like it's crazy. Let me see. Is that my guy? Let me see. How about Kep? Let me see. Let me get a piece out, my brother. Make sure, because you always change your goddamn name. I don't know. I don't be knowing who it is. I'm assuming. I know you get on camera when you can. If you can, please do. What's good? Good day, sir. How you doing?
Sharon. Can you hear me clear?
Yes, I can.
All right, now I just want to make sure I'm not all glitching and stuff on. Nah, I want to address that, man. When I was saying to you, I'm disappointed. And I'm hearing what you're saying this morning. Sharon, I'm going to say it. All right. I don't agree with over half of what you say, but I rock with you so tough because you go so hard in the paint. And brother, you've been slacking. I don't know if the wife has been putting CBD oil in your cucumbers. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But you're not going as hard as you normally do. And I'm just letting you know that that's what's always, no matter how much backlash, pushback you've ever gotten, Sharon, that's been your number one, like, like what keeps people so in tuned with you. At least I would say for myself. I'm gonna speak for me. How about that? I love the way Sharon goes hard, even when you up here just bullshit. And I'm like, Sharon is on some shit today. But you know what? You stick to what it is your guns are, and you keep reloading that chamber, bruh. And you do it consistently. And all I'm gonna say is, you've been slipping on your draw just a little bit. You've been softening up some. And I'm just saying, I do believe that you don't want to show no kinks in your armor. Man, stay airtight on what you do, Sharon. Your mode, your method, how you operate, bro. Stick to that to the 1010%, bro. Stick to that to the eighth power, bro. I digress. My mic is muted. I just wanted to tap that in with you.
But I don't understand what you mean by that, to be honest.
All right. So if I was to make an example, the Mumia situation, I was very disappointed in you. I was. You were Sharon. I know Sharon by now. You were not the Sharon that you normally are, bruh. You kind of I'm gonna say it, bro. You know what? I ain't even gonna do that with you, dog. I'm because you know what I'm saying, because I lay you too much, dog. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying that from a brotherly sense. You was pussyfooting. You didn't go in how you normally do. You did a lot of facial expressions, but you didn't back up the facial expressions with the type of responses we normally know that Sharon full fledged goes in on. You did give them you threw a couple shots in there, but it was like one of them boxing matches where it's like I thought you were going to throw more punches, and you really, in my view, you held back. I think you blew that opportunity right there. Like you could have really made that shit something. And I don't mean on some just trolling and being funny. I mean being Sharon.
So,
Being totally Sharon.
so the thing is, I don't like Shicey Bum is saying. I don't listen to him.
It don't matter. It's a
It,
whole lot of us who came up to your show, Sharon. You ain't never heard us, and all of y'all will be Sharon. I've heard you go in, and somebody just hit your panel for the first or second or third time, bro.
yeah,
Come
but
on,
they have to say something. So if they saying something that is weird to me, then I could go in on. So like me,
Sharon,
I
I
speak,
opened the
hold on.
door. I opened the
But
door when I said what I said. I opened the door when I asked him, and I'm gonna shut up because I don't want to be rude. I'm gonna shut up after this. I opened the door when I asked him, "What are the three things that you think the manosphere needs to correct?" And I know you peeped that. And when he said that we need to get out there so we can F more and F more, I was like, Sharon, I just gave you the alley oop. I gave you the alley oop on that.
no, so
You know it. No, that's why you
no,
sitting there like that, because you
no.
know it,
So,
Sharon.
the thing is that the thing is that I allow people to have their conversations. I don't interrupt. I don't have to try to steal a moment. I don't know the man. I don't know his talking points. And so if you and him have a conversation, I'm gonna let y'all have the conversation. For some reason, as we start to get more into it, and it's not my platform, so I don't want to be rude to so-called the a father of the manosphere on somebody else's platform. And I don't want to
Sharon,
take
you
anybody
are
away.
the founder. You're the founder of a term called RIM. RIM. You're the founder. Stop
And,
it. You
like
are
what?
the CEO and head founder.
So that I don't know. I just find it strange sometimes. Even when I'm going at the person with words, and he couldn't
Mhm.
refute not one thing I said, and he just go on to something else. They try to act like as I did something wrong when I literally was challenging him, and I don't even know the man. I don't know his tone parts. I don't know what he says and what he don't say.
Sharon, my point is you've never known most of us, but you know the talking points. I
No,
think
so
all
the
Sharon
difference
needed
is,
was the
hold on.
talking points,
So the,
not
di-
the man.
so the difference is you are talking to me. So now I can assess what you are saying to me in real time. So the thing is that what you're missing, me and him never had a conversation. And while we was talking, he never mentioned anything. He was just trying to ask questions. He wasn't saying, hey, this is my stance on something. Because Freezy didn't set up in a way where he was saying, all right, this is my point, and then I have a point to argue. He was just like, so let me ask you a question, Sharon. Let me ask you a question. He just kept trying to just deflect, and everybody act like it is okay and cool for him to deflect. Shout out to Chat So Random with the $4.99. Say it ain't so. Sharon defeated by a rim, bro.
Yes,
Absolutely not.
I was
That did not happen.
disappointed, bruh.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
I was
So,
disappointed, Sharon.
so for me, I let people. I don't know why people don't act like I don't let people talk. I do. He didn't say nothing that was that I could really when it was time to.
Hold
I
on,
argue the
wait. No,
point.
no, 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 no. He didn't
I
say
argue the point
nothing. He didn't say nothing you could refute.
to me. No,
Sharon,
the whole we just
Sharon.
reviewed. Hold on, we just reviewed the whole show. How I was opposing everything that he was saying. People even came up and said, "Yo, I'm proud that we have brothers that's going against him." I was going with him with talking points, and he was going back with me with jokes. He came back with jokes, and everybody that is a man that is they're watching, they act like his jokes actually mean something. And that should what it should have showed was that I had an intellect level over the man. But what they want was I don't. That's how men communicate. If he want to be a clown, I let him be a clown. He came with jokes. I came with substantiation. Those are two different things.
Sharon, did his numbers scare you? Did his accolades scare you?
Absolutely not. I don't know his accolades to be scared.
Sharon, you talking to Smitty. Come on, Sharon. Come on,
Yeah,
Sharon.
I don't understand.
You do. You do.
No,
You
I
just
really, no,
because
I
you
really don't
think
because
you
I
don't
didn't do
mean
everything.
you do.
That's
You do,
what
Sharon.
I think is this. What I think is this. I think
Okay, here
people
we
had
go.
a
That's better.
higher.
That's
I think people had a higher thought pattern of him, so
mm-hmm.
therefore they think that he is somewhat better than me or something like that. So people have their own idea of what it is, and so since he has a bigger name than me, they automatically put him in a winner's circle, even though he said nothing to put him in a winner's circle. He did not say anything to rebuttal anything I said towards him. When I was
Let me
holding
say,
accountable about all the things about marriage, the questions that I asked, it went over people's head because they just want to see some drag.
well, I didn't want to see you necessarily dragging. For the record, I want to make that clear. I'm talking about when I say go hard, I'm talking about like truly how you express your view and how you see all of this should be unfolded. Your authentic 100% Sharon Bracy, water drinking woosah. This is how men should conduct themselves. I'm gonna be real. I would have probably preferred to have had your cousin up there. I think your cousin wouldn't have went. I think he would have went harder.
I mean,
And
you
I'm talking about on uphold, like, bro, you got a home front. You had a whole home front that wanted to see that work. And I'm just saying, don't give them light work next time. Give them that work. It ain't nothing wrong with hearing that, Sharon.
it is
I'm,
something wrong. It is, you know what's wrong with it?
I
You know
know
what?
it.
I'll tell you what's wrong
Go
with it.
ahead, brother. Go
I'll
ahead.
tell you what's wrong with it. It's way too many people that's double-minded. When I go hard, y'all say I go too hard on men. When I'm doing talking points and I'm destroying his talking points in real time using intellect, y'all say I'm going soft on him. It doesn't matter what I do. Y'all gonna look at me like I'm doing something wrong because y'all look at other men as doing the correct thing.
Okay,
And,
so
and, y'all,
you
and y'all
say
just, y'all just like, and it's okay for y'all to say y'all like the other people. Y'all don't really rock with me. Y'all don't really like me like that. Y'all just like me as an opposition, but y'all don't really fuck with me like that. So anybody that I speak
who's
to,
that? Who's that? Hold on.
so I'm talking about men in general. So the men in general that
You
see,
can't say that. You can't say men in general. Because when you
I
say men
can.
in general, I'm included. I'm a man in general. I'm up here with you. I'm telling you, bro. Like, nah, I said, nah, listen. And even the dudes that try to act like that, Sharon, I promise you, even down to who you think is your op, bro. Yo, folks love you, bro. Trust
Nah,
me.
they don't.
You've grown on people, Sharon. You have. You've grown on folks, bro. Folks love you,
Now,
dog. At the end of it.
I hear you say that.
It don't matter if they don't agree with what your talking points are. Don't think because they don't agree with what you say that they don't rock with you, bro. They do.
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that they don't look at it objectively. Anytime I go into a conversation with somebody, I'm always looked at as the person that always got to fight with a negative position. I'm always working a couple of points behind automatically. If I go to another person's channel, they say, Sharon, you should have known better. You fighting against 10 different people. If I go to Freezy channel and try to have a real conversation with somebody I thought that was somebody that was attempting to have a conversation, and I have a conversation with them, they say you're not going hard enough. If I stay here in my own corner and have a conversation, they say, yo, you don't go outside and go to other people's channel. What I'm saying is that no matter what I do, is always a critique, and I'm fine with that, but it needs to be an honest critique. It needs to go up the words that I'm saying, what I'm representing.
No, Sharon, you just described the perfect formula for something, but you analyzed it wrong. Sharon, everything you just said was if I go here, you should have did this. If I go there, you should have did that. Sharon, I want you to find somebody who doesn't have that same story, sir. Only thing I would say is get in line. The fact is, damned if you do, damned if you don't. My whole thing is, I was personally disappointed because you should know, damned if you do, damned if you don't. Stick to your guns regardless.
But that's the problem. I did stick to my guns. Like, so if I invite him over here and
Look
I
at
have
his
a
face.
conversation, look at it like this. When I had Tommy over here, I'm having a conversation with him, disagreeing with him. They say, oh, Sharon, you being too nice. You let Tommy over talk. Angry man come over here. They say, oh, you letting the coons come over. Anything I do is magnified as a negative.
So at what point when you so you know the hold on, do you accept that? Let me ask that first. That's the first part. What you just said, do you yourself internally, do you accept it?
Every single time.
Then go ahead and say F them and do what Sharon does and do Sharon to the goddamn fullest.
And that's what
You
I
know
do.
it's damned if you do, damned if you
So that's
don't.
what I'm trying to
Don't
get you.
complain about that shit.
So that's what I'm not complaining. What I'm saying is that I'm trying to get you to
Sounds
understand
like it.
that. No, it doesn't. I'm having a conversation with you about what you thought you saw and why you disappointed in something that I'm right. So I didn't complain about it. You came up with a gripe and said why you disappointed. So we having a conversation about it. The conversation would never came up. I would never been talked about because I feel like
Sharon, just get on with your point, goddamn it. See, you're doing it again.
What I'm saying is that I was arguing his points of what he was saying, and I was proving him wrong in real time, and that's why he deflected with jokes because he had nothing to say on the topic because he know he's not a serious person about helping anything in the black community for real. He's trying to help his pockets, which is fine, right? But the problem is that men, they want to be lied to, and I can't do nothing about that. So when they see me, they not most of these men never had a father figure they never had a man that is a stand-up man around them. So when they see me, they automatically oppose me because I'm standing up for what I believe in and substantiate my thought. I don't regurgitate no information. I come up with new terms. And then when I come up with the new term, they say, Sharon, I ain't gonna never stick. What is this rim bro thing? You know what I'm saying? They never, where's your original
why would
thing?
you even, but why would you even,
when we say LOMs, you know what I'm saying? Like all the things, remedial rhetoric, all those things that we came up on this channel speaking of, they go against it because they're not adjusted to men standing up for their position, right, wrong, or indifferent.
why would you even regurgitate that if you just yourself admitted that, bruh, I've heard multiple people like you really have come up with a new term in this space, rim. So you're sitting up here complaining about something that you obviously already have identified that people do embrace. Even if they're embracing it in a hating way. Every time somebody says rim, that's you. That's you and your cuzzo stamp. That's y'all shit. You know what I'm saying? And you sitting up here trying to convince me
I'm not
that
trying
you
to
so
convince you.
hated in this space, but then you turn around and tell me how much people are embracing the actual term you came up with.
No, so they not.
You must stay focused now.
So what I'm trying to get you to understand is this. Swap, what I'm trying to get you to understand. So Angry Man, he knows about it, right? Instead of him addressing Sharon and say, Sharon, this, that, and the third, however, he would do 10 shows about me without ever mentioning my name. Right? We'll see other people. They'll use my face, my likeness, and everything, never mention my name. We see other content creators, they will use literally the things like Republican and Democrats. Literally, we say that all the time on this show. I've never heard no other content creator say this on their show. on a day-to-day basis. Anytime I talk about politics, only me and Chicago Real is the only ones that says anything about Republicans and Democrats. Am I wrong about that? And so what I'm saying is that for whatever reason,
About that,
they acknowledge what I'm saying is that they acknowledge my talent and all that, but nobody want to actually be real about it and say, hey, Sharon is doing the damn thing. They get more props by saying negative things about me and saying that I ain't doing shit. And that's the real problem. And then people act like I'm supposed to defend the way how these men feel about me speaking the truth and then substantiating my truth of the point.
Nah, Sharon, you know that's always been the case when it comes to if somebody's going to try to substantiate, if somebody's going to try to deflect from what you're saying, or even just downright dismiss what you're saying or disagree. Sharon, the main thing I've been saying, which is exactly what you're doing right now, is deflecting from the fact that Smitty has only said, hey, bruh, you've been killing it. You've been doing the damn thing. I think you need to go ahead and keep on going hard. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? If it's the diet that got you softening up, or I don't know if it's just maybe you're tired. Maybe you just need a break again. I don't know. But what I'm saying is that I'm seeing a more lighthearted Sharon that just like how you even had to switch your whole channel over this morning to subscriber mode because you had too many trolls. And it even got you to the point where you said, I don't even want to, no, I ain't even trying to deal with y'all. Why? Because people starting to see a kink in your armor. And I'm telling you, before that kink of the armor is exploited, man, go ahead and patch that up, cover that back up. Mom Cherry up here, so something for you. God damn it. I just want you to stay fully guarded, bruh, because you know it's vicious out here. Don't start softening it up and think you can switch it up. You better stay who exactly Sharon is if you want to go ahead and keep what you got going. That's some real shit. And it won't happen overnight. It'll be a slow downfall.
He don't have a following, but he gonna tell you how to have a following. He gonna tell you how to handle things.
Your microphone is low, Bon.
Yeah, it's low.
Handling yourself this way. So, can you hear me?
Yeah, keep talking. I'm gonna fix it. I got it, Smitty. Yeah, keep talking about. I'm gonna fix it.
Oh, am I low?
There you go. I got it.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So he want to tell you how to handle yourself as a man, right? And I don't like some of these men do not like you. Like, you know, we women and some other men, we realize this, we recognize this.
Some of the bullshit.
I know just because you disagree, you call it bullshit, but the facts are the facts, right? You're telling another man how he should have handled a conversation with another man. When, like, if you didn't like how he was handling it, you could have got up there and handled it the way you want to. Sharon is handling things the way he handles things. He hasn't even switched up. I watch him get on people's panels and on his own. Somebody comes up, if they're not attacking him, he's not attacking them. He wants to have the conversation. As long as I've been knowing him, that's what he's been saying.
Okay, watch this. You are absolutely correct. I was wrong. I digress. My mic is muted. Sharon, what you got, sir?
Is that I just find it interesting is that regardless of how good the show is or not, people are more willing to allow the true content creators to get pushed down to the wayside because of popularity. Right? The populist people, that's who they want to put their faith in. So like, yeah. But the people that's actually building up the content, we see that the bigger content creators are stealing from the smaller, the unpopular channels that have the good content ideas. And nobody checks them on it, but they would check the smaller content creator on something. We know these other channels, they don't even challenge nobody for the most part. And somebody like Obsidian goes to another channel that is men, he would say a whole bunch of BS and not get not one person to push back. Nobody would say anything. Then when I give him proper pushback, they saying I ain't go hard enough. It's a weird thing when you really break this down.
Right.
And I stay consistent.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Most of us who know Obsidian know he is the the jokester, but he have no solutions. He don't even have the right questions. He definitely don't have no answers, and so he's the hype man. He used to be Tommy's hype man. For those who didn't know, right? That's how he got started, and so yeah, unless you're going over there and joke and and try to be bullied, yeah, there's no conversation to be had with him. Isn't that right, Smitty? You've been here a while.
No, that actually is a very good point. Yeah, no, I can honestly say I have observed that myself. Rock out, bomb. No bullshit.
Yeah. Welcome to the show, the voice of Venus. Good day, beautiful.
Oh, sorry.
We good. We can hear you well too.
Good morning.
Good
I was
day.
just going to say, Freezy said that Obsidian is coming back on Friday. So anyone who feels like Sharon didn't do what needed to be done, he'll drop the link and you could do it yourself. I don't feel that way, but I'm just saying, like, if you feel like it wasn't handled a certain way, Freezy's gonna drop the link for everybody, and you can come talk to Obsidian yourself. Just saying.
And the crazy part, majority of the men, they are even afraid to come up on my channel because they know they can't substantiate their argument. They just regurgitate information. They don't even know how to think for themselves. Is the main reason why everybody is easy for me to be the whooping stick for lack of better words.
Yeah, and I think it's easy. You know what's crazy? I know, like, it's not easy being up there, being on camera. You got to think on your feet. You got certain things you don't remember in real time to say, people cutting in. It's not as easy as it looks. And I think it's a lot easier to come and tell somebody who did it, how they should have did it, instead of going to do it yourself. And then you'll see. And I think sometimes that's what be going on. It's like people look at content creators like maybe like you're a representative and you speak for them. And I get that. But like, unless you know like what that's like in real time, it's not always so easy to do. A lot be going on when it's 6-7 people talking at one time,
And especially when they're not giving you the regard of the person that is speaking, right? So I understand that there's a hierarchy, and I don't want to put Freezy in a position where
his guest doesn't. I was gonna say that too. There's a lot of things that people don't have to think about when they're not content creators. Sharon still wants to be respectful to the channel host and not run his guest off. That's something that content creators have to think about when they go on other people's shows that you guys don't think about.
May I ask this question, Venus?
Yeah.
Is that? Are you saying you're not a content creator?
Wait 1 second. When you see somebody who is bigger on someone else's channel who's smaller, other content creators do consider that like, okay, this is a good opportunity for this person. I don't want to do too much and mess it up. So there's a lot that be going on that y'all don't know about.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so again, real quick, I just briefly, in all due respect, so you said when people aren't content creators and you don't know how this goes on in real time and everything else, is that a general statement or is that honestly directed to what I've been speaking to Sharon about?
Well, yeah, it's in response to what you've been speaking to Sharon about. But
I did channel with over one. I have a whole channel. No, I'm not monetized, but I do the content creation. I have lives. I know you may not see it. I actually have some of your stuff that I've cut as well and giving you props on. I am a content creator. I have a whole channel. Yeah. I'm not just a panelist. I'm not big, and that's why I spoke on what I said. And you know what's funny? Because it's like the whole time I've been up here, I've literally done nothing but give Sharon the biggest praise. It's funny how like the only thing that's being heard right now is, oh, you're just trying to bash Sharon. You're trying to tell him how he should have. First of all, I was up there with him. I was right there with him in this very same spot that I'm sitting in right now.
Let me respond.
I'd like to finish and I'm gonna give you a response. I'm just saying though, but like this is crazy because it's like the whole time I was talking, I was saying, Sharon, the only thing I'm saying is we all love you for being all the way you. The only thing Smitty said was one thing and one thing only. I didn't feel like you went as hard as you normally do. And I don't mean disrespectful. I even said that. Apparently, all of that was missed. I said, I ain't talking about you being messy. I'm talking about you just like really like when he was saying certain things and how I opened up the door. I was really expecting you to kind of like really kind of go in on that and expand a little bit more. And he didn't expand as much as I personally thought anecdotally. Now, if anybody else feels different, that's fine. But we ain't got to come up here and try to like subliminally shit on Smitty because of what he said. I said what I said and I stand on that. Sharon, I'm going to say it again to you, sir. I think you should have went a little bit harder, not messy. I think you should have just said a little bit more. And I
Okay,
stand on that shit.
can
I
I
like
respond
it's
or you
needed.
just want to ramble? Like we got the point.
No,
Okay, so
I finished saying what I said.
you said it already though. We heard it. We're responding to what you
But I
said.
had to keep going because you kept cutting me off.
Let her respond. Let her respond.
Okay, so if I offended you, that was not my intention.
Can't offend me because y'all don't know you. You don't have that power.
But you
Now,
gotta let her finish whatever she say. Just let her finish the full thought.
So
Don't be
clearly
reactive.
you are offended because you're reacting in an emotional way.
now you're not about to tell me how I feel. I'm gonna cut that off. No, I don't feel
Hold on.
offended. You don't know me.
Smitty, you gotta let her finish so you can hear her full thought. Don't cut in, please.
But he's not emotional, right? So what I was gonna say was, if I offended you, I didn't mean to. I wasn't trying to subliminally shit on you. I think sometimes on panels we forget there's a whole bunch of people listening. So it's not always about you. Everything a person says isn't. I'm not trying to shit on you. I honestly did forget when I said the content creator thing. So I apologize. I wasn't trying to like say it like you're nobody, or I don't even remember saying you bash Sharon or anything. I was offering an explanation for why content creators don't go so hard sometimes. That's all I was saying. Was like they're thinking about the host of the channel. They're thinking about not messing up the opportunity. I thought I just said this. So I don't know where you got. So first of all, I think most of you are familiar enough with me to know I don't have to subliminally do anything. I'm a very direct person. Like I don't need to come subliminally insult you. I wanted to insult you, I would have did it. That wasn't my intention. And you can accept that or not. That's really it.
I accept it. Keep going.
Okay. Hello, can I jump in? Because I personally, Smitty, felt like you took a backhanded slap at Sharon, right? Because you said that he showed this weakness and this kink in his
I
armor.
never said the word weakness. See, that's what I'm saying. You
did.
shit. Never said that word. No, because when you say that word, it changes everything I said.
Smitty.
Don't throw that word in.
Hold on,
Don't throw
Smitty.
that word in.
Hold on, Smitty. A kink in the armor means what?
What?
A kink in your armor means what?
A kink in your armor means a weakness. It does.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead, Bomb.
Okay, so that, like we are listening to you, and that's what I took issue with. But it's just my issue, baby. It's just my issue. It's a little jealousy I sense in you, and it's okay. I'm a woman, and I can have those feelings, right? So, but yeah, you did take a backhand slap. You say you ain't say anything wrong, and with your feelings, you have a right to your feelings. But you was like, hey, you didn't go as hard as I normally see. You invented this, you invented that. You should have did this. What has Obsidian invented?
That's exactly what I said. Yes,
Right.
100%.
What has Obsidian invented?
Right.
Right.
Now,
So
again,
let me jump in real quick, Smitty. So
yeah, please do, Sharon. Please do.
I think the problem is sometimes I believe people don't think we could see them, and then when they feel like we are seeing them, they feel like they are getting attacked. We are not attacked. We just saying when you came up saying the weakness and the chink in the armor, you probably didn't mean to
damn gracious.
come off as it's my weakness or I was being weak in the moment, but that's exactly what you were saying.
No, what I'm talking about is a kink in your armor and your argument. Your argument, not you.
Hold on. So, but the problem is nobody substantiate my weakness in my arguments because he did not come back to rebuttal my arguments. He made jokes every time I gave him something to argue.
Okay, so again, my rebuttal to that. Let
me finish what I'm saying. So,
go ahead.
During the live, majority of the time when I asked him a question, all he did was make a joke. He never actually responded to any of my questions. I gave him 5 questions that he just ran away from.
Okay, now Sharon. Okay, so again, I don't know what was missed in what I said. I know exactly what I said directly. Now, even when I said kinks in the armor, I'm talking about as far as your talking points, not you as a person, not you coming off weak. Because Bomb, see, the thing is, I peep how she trying word shit, right? No, you didn't come off weak. I'm just saying that you weren't as boisterous as you normally are. I'm used to you being a little bit more like you got something to say about this. If you want to say quote unquote rim, you see what I'm saying? And he was like rim to the fullest. Even myself, I don't even use the term. I don't even agree with it. I don't agree with most of the dudes that you even try to put in the category. But at that moment, at that one particular moment, that's it. I'm just saying, like, bro, I'm like, damn, I thought Sharon was really about to like dig in for real. You know what I'm saying? And I noticed maybe you was more laid back. You know what I'm saying? Maybe you was a little more chill that day. And yes, maybe you just wanted to be a little more complimentary. None of us up there, myself, I didn't talk as much. I didn't talk up there as much as I'm talking now. I was more quiet. I only said a few things. And majority of the time I was on mute. So I get you on that, bruh. So the whole like to land it, like Smitty just coming at Sharon. I don't know why people are trying to ignore every single compliment I gave you from like the jump. Ain't nobody coming at Sharon Bomb Cherry. See that? We direct shit. Like we ain't, you know what I'm saying? It is what it is.
I'm not,
And last shout out to you, Venus. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no
let me respond to the bunny. Hold on. It says,
Yeah.
shout out to my guy, always holding me down. Obsidian isn't a bigger content creator than you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. But you know, a lot of these men will act like that's not a true statement, and I get it. And I really appreciate that, Black Proud.
I'm sorry, I thought
Why is that the issue?
And I'm gonna bring it right to you, Venus. And the problem is that majority of the time when somebody start off with a compliment, it's so you can be more receptive to the disrespect or to negativity.
Are you really pulling that shit? I will never compliment you again. No.
You gotta let me,
I will never compliment you again, dog. You got it. Don't worry. I learned my lesson.
The gaslighting, baby.
Yeah, and for some reason, we do have an issue that when we start to see the intentions of a person, they feel really offended for it. All I'm doing is recognizing what happened and assessing the situation properly.
No, the thing is how you're assessing it is incorrect, and you're telling people shit that is not correct.
No,
that is the thing I'm responding to. You're trying to tell people while you're outside of my body, outside of my mind. The one thing that is the hugest pet peeve of mine is when somebody tries to tell you what you're thinking.
I didn't tell you what you think. I'm telling you what you think.
A lot of people.
I want to address what you said. I'm not telling you what you're thinking. I'm telling you what you communicated.
Okay. And what I communicated, I had certain intentions. If you didn't recognize the intentions, then you can ask me for clarity before you come to a conclusion. I was trying to be disrespectful on a low. You could have asked me, hey, Smitty, could you clarify that? No, not really. What did you mean? Because for real, I took this a certain way. See, that's where communication is key. It's key. You never asked me, bro. You just jumped off to, I was trying to say some slick shit.
Okay.
Come on, Sharon.
So again, hold on. So if you're saying that my arguments was lighthearted and I was going soft on the arguments when I was asking him tough questions,
you didn't go as hard as you normally do. Stop trying to make it more than what I said. You normally go just a little bit harder than that, dog. And I feel like you held back. I felt like you held back.
If the person doesn't answer, he makes jokes and deflect, how can I hold him more accountable if he do not answer a question?
I actually take you to be so damn smart, Sharon, and I'm not saying this to be funny. I'm telling you directly, dog. You're too smart. You know when somebody's trying to play games. I've seen you do it to people on your panel.
Okay, so if they're not answering the question, what can I do from there? And it's not my channel. I do not want to run the person off. I'm having respect for somebody else's channel.
You
If the
can't
person
run
does not want to
Obsidian
answer,
off of that.
you're
Obsidian
not,
one
you're
about
not
to run.
listening.
He one about to run, bro. He one
You
about
gotta
to
be able to
come
allow
here,
them
Gay.
to finish a
Lay down.
comment.
Lay down. Sorry about
If
that.
the person is not answering the questions that I'm asking them, how
Like
can I
right
hold
now,
them accountable for their words?
like right now, where he's not answering you, same thing, kind of.
Okay. Hold on. No. Okay. Watch this, Venus. Sharon, ask me whatever. Watch me answer you directly. We ain't gonna play them games. I ain't one of them niggas. Ask me a
It's gonna
question.
be the fourth time he
How?
gotta
Okay,
ask you. Fourth time. Go ahead, Sean.
I'm gonna ask
Okay.
you.
Go ahead. What, Sharon?
If the person is not answering my questions, how
Right.
can I hold them accountable for that?
The fact is, you first of all, you can't hold nobody accountable. That is the direct answer. No one is to be held accountable by nobody. That person has to hold themselves accountable. The second part to that will be is this: that is not your job to do. Your job is to go ahead and respond accordingly. There's a difference between holding accountable and responding accordingly. Your response accordingly should have
Okay,
been
Paul,
speaking
can you
of
repeat it?
yeah,
Okay.
answering you
So
directly.
now if I replay it again, we do a third review of it. We'll see that I was
Hey,
attempting
nah, because that's derailing your show, bro. I'm gonna feel bad about. Nah. You had a topic, bro. We here right now. Let's stay here and go on to what you had your show about.
But you don't feel bad about not letting him talk and you keep talking over him? You don't feel bad about that?
Okay, no, I don't. Now, Sharon, go ahead and say what you got to say. No, I don't. Venus, next. The fuck? Go ahead,
Yeah.
Sharon.
Like
Okay.
this is what me and PhD was talking about the other day in terms of communicating with them. They're like children.
Yeah,
So
I know. Listen, now we go to the insult. Sharon, me and you talking, you know damn well, bruh. Me and you good. You know, Sharon, me and you just having the conversations. All this trying to throw that shit in there with Smitty, I'm gonna deflect all of that. I'm just gonna bat it away. Now, Sharon,
Okay,
go,
so both there. So
matter of
both
fact,
there.
Sharon,
Both
play
there.
play
So
it
both
back,
there.
play it back, because I actually want to see it. I want you to show me where you did. Go ahead. Show me one place in that video where you really did step up how I know Sharon steps up. You pull up that cue. Go ahead, pull up the cue. And I ain't got shit to say. My mic is muted.
you just said you don't even feel bad about disrespecting the man and over talking him constantly on his own channel.
Now you want to try to say it as if I said that seriously. See how low the volume is?
What?
Like I wasn't being facetious. Like it wasn't sarcastic. Like I wasn't just playing along.
Hold on, Smitty, hold on.
I was playing
Hold on,
along
hold
with
on.
your bullshit.
Okay, hold on, Smitty. I'm about to start muting you because you're not listening. If you think that you using the same tone and we're supposed to be able to cipher between when you being facetious or not, and you using the same exact tone, you're doing the same thing over and over, and now all of a sudden we're supposed to be able to know what you're thinking now. At one moment, not too long ago, you said you didn't like the fact that we are putting on your thoughts into.
Sharon. You reaching.
So
It
what I'm
don't.
saying is this.
It works with some people, not everybody, dog.
Let me finish, please. What I'm saying is this, Smitty. You came on, you saying certain things. We are using the words that you are saying and what are you are using. When it comes to this whole upsetting that I was going to softer him, you cannot say that when you are not using Obsidian's response to my questions as jokes. He was the one that was not attempting to engage. He was just attempting to promote the conclave and his book. Any question we asked, he would say, well, that's not the manosphere I'm talking about. That's a deep dark. And he would go into some bullshit about those and those people, while my men at the manclave is different from that. And so therefore, I cannot have an argument about his anecdotal manclave because I've never been there. I never even knew about it until that day.
Okay, so Sharon, going back to the very original thing I said, what part is any form of disrespect of me saying, hey, bruh, the one thing I love about you is how much you definitely go hard in the paint. I just feel as if that you could have actually tapped in on that more. You could have said more. You could have went. Look, I'm just giving more context to really what I said in a nutshell. You could have said a little bit more, dog. Like I do believe you could have really tapped in because if anybody was the one who should have been the face of that when it comes to Rim, is you. That's it. I didn't say you did a bad job. I didn't say you were weak. I didn't say that anything you said was wrong or anything. The only thing Smitty said was one thing only. I don't give a shit who tried to take it out of context and anything else. bruh, I really wanted to see you go in a little bit more. And even when I was saying it, bruh, I'm saying things out of a little bit of humor. See, that's the thing about us when we have to remember. You don't know somebody like that. You don't know how they mean certain things. You don't know when they being sarcastic, just joking. None of that. You don't know that. So you can't listen and take everything for face value what somebody say. When I'm being dead ass serious, right
Like,
now, you
why
gonna know.
and stand on their words? You said it, stand on it. You said it.
My goodness gracious. And I did say that to you. That was the main reason why you said I kept interrupting, because I interrupted you to say, yeah, I said that shit.
So then why are you claiming you was facetious and people are assuming your
You're
intentions?
okay, no,
You
no, no,
keep
no, no, no,
jumping
no.
the fence.
You ain't
Stand on
about to,
one side or stand on the
you can't
other.
play them, you can't play them mind games with me. Too
There's no
sharp.
fucking mind games. It's
Nah,
simple.
no,
All right, hold on. Let me read the money.
you're
Hold
trying
on.
to
Hold on one
conflate.
second.
You're
Smitty,
trying
hold
to
on one
conflate
second.
certain
Hold
things
on.
I said and wrap it all into one.
Hold on
Nah,
one second. Hold on one second. Don't tell me
when I
nothing.
said that, that was for a
Hold
specific
on.
piece.
Can you
Hold on
respect
one
him on his
second.
show? God damn.
Cash App it says,
The fuck? Go ahead, Sean.
I think he's something ain't right now. I don't know.
Nah, something ain't right. You right. Go ahead, Sharon. I'm listening to you, the host.
No, you're not, because he muted you when I saw you unmute yourself. You're
I
not
know.
respecting the host.
I know. Go ahead.
Mental health.
thank you. Thank you for letting me talk on my own show.
You're welcome.
It be the lack of respect while people pretending like they cool with you. You know what I'm saying? Like it just it don't make
these
sense.
people cool with him.
No, everything went left. So both of y'all asses pulled up. It went left. It went left.
Smitty, you said you're going to be quiet. Let me, please,
But you only saying something to me when I say something.
because you're interrupting.
I'm not.
Right.
Go ahead, Ron.
Okay. So see how I'm pitching what I'm saying, right? It's a reason why. It's because it's a reason. It's not just because it's you. Shout out to the cash. If it says, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you feel like that. Thank you. I appreciate that. You didn't make me feel no way with the emails. It's just that I wasn't able to read the email while I was on the show. So thank you so much for always what you do. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I really do appreciate it.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
And I think what happens is that it is okay to just stand on your words, and if I took it that way, it's understandable how I took it from the words that you are using. And it's not only me that took it that way, other people took it that way as well. So it's not acting like we are the crazy ones for hearing your words and responding to your words in kind.
Okay, Sharon.
Okay.
I absolutely respect that. What I'm saying is what Venus is doing is like she is like taking the time to try to conflate everything I said into the pieces and parts of what I said. Man, I was just fucking around. I mean, excuse me, like I was just messing around. Sorry about that. And the parts in which I'm dead ass. And the thing is, if you don't have a proper amount of discernment within you, you want to just conflate everything to, I just take everything you say face value. See, I'm not one of those people. I am multi-level, multi-dimensional. Bruh, I don't talk just one way. You got to know how to follow me in conversation. And if you don't, that's cool. I don't
Okay,
trust.
pause there real quick. I want to break this down so this way we can have a
Can I
real
respond?
understanding of
Because
what
he
happened.
rambles. Can I respond? Because he rambles way too
All right, let me
much.
just. All right, so
Yeah,
I want you to be able to respond. I want him to understand this is the problem, right? Right. So it
right.
says this, Sharon, you and Q had the same view of Obsidian, but the outcomes was different. Why do you think that was the case? Now, do you think me and Q Butter had the same conversation with Obsidian, Smitty?
I was on Obsidian's channel. I'm making it quick. I was on Obsidian's channel with Q Butter, and they were going back and forth so hard. And honestly, Q Butter went at him how I thought you would.
So
Yes,
okay, so pause there. What did Q Butter refute about Obsidian's talking points?
and that was like 2 years ago. All right, it was around
The night of
like
the show.
women.
The night of the show. The night of the show, Q Butter was there.
Why can't he answer a question? What's
Oh,
wrong?
you talking about that night? I wasn't there. I didn't see that part. I didn't know. I heard about him up there. I didn't see that part. No, I thought this person was talking about Q Butter disagreeing with him. Period. Because I've heard Q Butter, and I was up there with them about 2 years ago. I'm reflecting back. I didn't see that part. Once I got off, dog, that live was like what 5-7 hours. I didn't see the whole thing even to this moment, so I don't know. I can't answer that part. I can't. My bad. But I do know that him and Q Butter do disagree a lot, is what I'm saying. They do.
Right. So okay. So
My bad about that.
what I'm saying is that Q Butter didn't have a conversation with him, right? They just was throwing insults at each other.
Yeah.
Versus them saying that I'm losing, I didn't go hard, and they saying Q Butter did go hard. And that is the problem with the words that you use. They saying Q Butter went hard on them, even though they didn't have a conversation. They was just throwing insults at each other. And then you come up and saying, I didn't go hard, even though I was attempting to have conversations with somebody I never had a conversation with, somebody I'd never seen his show. He even asked me, have I ever seen the show? I told him no. I didn't even know who he really was until that night, hearing him talk. I hear, because since I have issues with Angry Man and stuff like that. So yes, I heard of his name before. Just like BGS, I never spoke to that man before until he came to my show as well. But I don't know these people because I never had these man problems before. So far, I never looked to no goddamn internet daddy like how these other men do. So I'm killing a king. So therefore, they come to me and say, because I'm defeating a king, they leader with words, they get upset at me. And what you're not recognizing is that you are saying the same thing that they are saying, even though my words prove all of the deflectors incorrect.
No.
That is the issue. And
no.
Before you go, shout out to Ignat TV with the $4.99 super sticker. Thank you so much, my brother. I appreciate you, Ignat.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Before you go, Smitty, go ahead, Venus, and let her finish her up, please.
Okay.
Okay, one thing I'm recognizing, Sharon, is like you said, and you said it on that show too. I think because people are familiar with his history and everything he did, they assume that you are too. And so they're looking at you like, why didn't you not knowing you don't even really know who that is.
Yeah.
They consider us like the newer people. We don't know the history of all this. Bomb Cherry probably knows because I heard her talk about it. We don't know these people and all of their rhetoric and all of that. This stuff new to us. So Sharon doesn't have all this vitriol that Q Butter clearly they have a history is what I saw there, him and Q Butter. So it makes sense that Q Butter would go that hard because he has an issue. They have a history. Sharon don't have a history with that man. Sharon don't know him. So it's not going to be a one-to-one comparison even in that way. You could tell Q Butter and him, that ain't their first rodeo. You could tell. So it's different. I don't understand. And the other thing is what I really cannot respect about these men. Like you 2 seconds ago said to Sharon, you don't like when people assume what you're thinking. You don't like when people assume your thoughts, Smitty. So when I said you're not respecting Sharon on his own show and you said, no, I'm not, then I did what you wanted. I respected your words for what they were. And now you're mad at people for respecting your words and not assuming. You see the problem with that?
No, because you don't get it.
So then I was supposed to assume you're facetious, but you just told us not to assume what you're doing. Y'all make no sense when y'all talk.
No. You're still conflating. You taking two instances and trying to put them into one and convince the audience. You can convince them. You don't convince me. You're talking to me. No. What you're saying right now, you got to convince me what I just said is wrong. You convince them. You can take that. No.
Smitty.
Don't work.
You gotta listen. Don't overtalk me. Don't overtalk me.
Okay, I'm gonna listen to you more.
If you felt like Sharon and Bomb Cherry were assuming your intentions, which you did, you said one thing I hate is when people tell me what I'm thinking. Then you can't 5 minutes later say when somebody asks you a direct question, give me opportunities to provide clarity, which I did. Are you respecting Sharon on his own show? No, I'm not. Okay, so I took your words for what they were. I'm sorry, what's the problem?
There's no problem because I have to. No, okay, so watch this. I'm going to say on that note, that should have been on my discernment to know that she don't know me like that to know when I am on different levels of what I'm talking about. So you taking me on my word on what I said, I got you on that. Much respect, dead ass. Now, to
Okay,
answer
we
what
agree
Sharon,
with. Okay.
now to what Sharon was saying, right? Now, what he's saying, to what the person in the chat said. Can you put that comment up again, real quick, Sharon?
He's here, so he'll respond to it soon.
No, I'm saying the comment you just pulled up because I want to respond to it. I need to see what it said real quick.
Which
You talking about the comment that I posted?
the person that sent the comment is here, so he better tell us.
Okay. My
Yeah,
bad.
because you respect, man. Because you,
So
Smitty,
hold
you
on,
kind of you.
wait. Before you start going off free zone, because we all know how you do, my nigga. Just wait, hold on. Somebody digress my mic. I need a date for your ass. What I'm saying is this. What he said in that comment as far as like, oh, because he don't know him like that, and Q Butter went off, I think. Yeah, there we go. Q Butter went off. That. Well, the thing is this. Nobody's expecting Sharon to step up more as far as cussing people out. And that's the problem. Y'all think I meant go harder by you need to be more aggressive and offensive. No, I meant go harder as far as go deeper into how Sharon rocks out. Like Sharon always has like this like crafty little question, even if it's gaslighting, even if it's baiting, whatever it is, Sharon knows how to pull you in. And I don't think he put his lure, I don't think he put the right bait on the hook for that night.
You
That's
were
what I'm
there
talking
too.
about.
Why you didn't do it? You was on the panel too. Why you didn't do it?
Because that's not what I do, period.
But you
Sharon
pretty
does.
quiet.
That's his MO, not me.
But you
Okay,
pretty
Not
that's
me.
quiet.
that's the
You
answer.
asking me why I don't do
Okay,
what
we're gonna
he do.
accept the
I'm not
answer.
Sharon. What
Okay, we're gonna accept the answer.
you talking about?
Okay, we're gonna accept the answer. All right. So I want to also bring in Free Zone Lou. So Free Zone Lou, so what's your thoughts so far? Because how you seeing this conversation?
This conversation, I just think with Smitty, like you can't double dutch between being serious and not serious. If you're gonna be serious about the convo, be serious about it. Then if you're gonna joke, then joke. It just comes off a different way, and you box yourself in when you double dutch between the two. All I was saying to you, Sharon, about the other day, and the difference between Q Butter and Sharon and Obsidian, and I don't hold this against you because you don't know Obsidian. Like the reason why the conversation went the way it went is because you don't know Obsidian. And the mistake that you made was you tried to take a non-serious person serious. Q Butter knows Obsidian long enough to know that this is not a serious person. And so when Smitty does have a point when he says going hard in the paint, like the way you would normally do, because when you normally go against these guys, you don't take them seriously, and you kind of did that night. And that's why it went the way it went. I don't think that you said anything wrong, but the mistake that you just made was taking, like, Obsidian is a joke. And so when you play into that, it's about the framing, and we discussed that on Izzy's. That's where I'm coming from.
Okay, perfect. So now when I do talk to these other men that are saying the things that they're saying,
Let me know if I can respond to him, Sharon.
So when I'm having a conversation on my show and other places, those men be dead serious and attempting to prove their point. They are not making jokes. That man was clearly on a joking manner, and he never wanted to get into a serious conversation. So I let it be. But if I'm having a conversation with somebody's being serious, I'm going to be serious, as you see. So I'm reading the room, realizing that he's not going to stand on nothing because he don't believe nothing that he says, and he enjoys grifting to men and getting them to spend money on them. It is what it is. He is an OnlyFans model. I get it. So I gotta leave it where it is. Men like to be taken advantage of by men like him. That is him himself is overweight. Him himself is crippled. Him himself been in a relationship for 16 years with supposedly, from what Q Butter said, an overweight woman and all these things. But he's telling men not to do X, Y, Z. Hey, y'all want to believe in a unserious man? There's nothing I could do about that. But when somebody's having a serious conversation, I'm willing to have that. You being a clown, you being a clown. It's nothing I could do about that. I'm not Batman fighting the Joker. Shout out to the Chicago Real with the 10 ball. We sending Sharon to the man cave coven.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Welcome to the show. Nidus, good day, Nidus. Good day, sir. What's your thoughts?
Wait,
Hold on. Can I respond?
wait,
Not
I
yet.
want.
I can't respond directly.
Not yet. I got you. Just hold your thought.
No,
I want to
I
make
can
sure
wait.
everybody get a chance to speak.
I can wait.
Well, I wanted to say something. Hey, 90s, hi, everybody on the panel, by the way. I just want to quickly say that what Sharon just said about Obsidian is a fact. I outed him years ago, and he admitted it to me that he's not serious about anything. It was a grift. He's just on here to make money. And he's admitted this years ago, and that's why he's entertaining. He'll crack the jokes, but he don't have nothing really to offer for real.
That's crazy.
And that's what happened. So, and the main reason why I went up there to talk to him because I feel like Freezy is one of my brothers that I can have a conversation with. And if I feel like I could add to a conversation, I'm going to go up on the show. So I went up there really to support Freezy more than to have a conversation with Obsidian. I don't know that man. So I'm supporting one of my brothers. I was up since 4 in the morning that day, and I stayed on his show until damn near 2, 3 in the morning. That's how much I showed support for my brother, and I did not try to try to take over his show. I want him to navigate his show how he see fit, and that's what I was attempting to do. And now people are trying to act as if me being respectful is a negative. And now all of a sudden, going hard doesn't mean to be more aggressive. Going hard in the paint never means it always meant to be more aggressive. It's what going hard means in our culture.
No, see, Sharon. Again, listen. All I'm gonna say is a bunch of conflation has been produced, bruh. And I just want to say this last part. Let Nightish and I know the shout out to Rilla and everybody else up here.
No, I got patience, Smitty. Take your time.
Man, look, bruh. I listen, bruh. I've sat here the whole time, and then Free Zone, he's talking about some well, you started talking about this or that. It's all just a damn distraction to take off of. Smitty really didn't say shit disrespectful to Sharon or wrong. I spoke specifically on one thing. The one thing I'm speaking about is, hey dog, normally you do go harder in the paint. Why nobody, like your own people, don't even want to say that, bruh, you usually go a little harder in the paint? Then you turn around to land it so Knight can get in, and you say some dumb shit like, well, I went on ahead and, going hard means you got to be aggressive. No, it doesn't, bro. I can go hard into an art portrait and be as delicate as possible. Going hard means that you're more focused. Going hard means you're more attentive. Going hard means that you're more responsive. That's what going hard means you put your all into it. Going hard don't mean like I'm about to beat you up. Like it's muted. Rock out, man. Y'all conflating stuff. And then you try to take when I was joking. You try to take when I was joking, and then you try to say, oh, well, if you're having a serious conversation, Sharon, the fact is certain portions of this discussion, we've been in a joking mode. Certain portions of this discussion, we've been in a serious mode. And now y'all trying to take everything I said and conflate it into, well, you need to just be serious. Man, get the fuck out of my face. That don't work with me, bro.
Okay.
That works with the chat, not Smitty.
You can't be the person who says, don't assume my intentions and then get mad 5 seconds later when people
You're
don't
conflating.
respond to your words. I don't understand these adults who can't understand a simple concept.
No. You're not on the level of comprehension to understand why I said.
Let the person finish their thought.
If she don't get why I said what I said,
it's okay, but let her finish the full thought, and then you can assess it properly.
And this is where you're wrong again, because 2 seconds ago, when I explained this, you just conceded. You conceded 4 minutes ago. Something is wrong with you, sir.
You're still conflating. I guarantee you, whatever you saying I conceded to, you're conflating some shit and you're trying to make it all.
Hold on, Smitty. If we are
I'm not dumb, bro.
Hold on. If we trying to have a productive conversation, do you really believe that jumping in while she's talking is going to give the audience an understanding how to communicate between two people that have a point of contention? If you keep jumping in and not allowing her to finish, it's not just about you and your thoughts. It's also about we are having an understanding with the audience as well. So please let her finish her thought and you be able to respond in kind, please.
My bad. I'm sorry, Sharon. My bad, bro.
Yeah, like me and Diva was saying the other day, communicating with some of these men is just like an impossible task. Yeah, I don't understand it. I really ain't got nothing else for him.
Yeah, and trying to get some of these women to comprehend basic logical statements is such a bitch. It's that too. It goes both ways, beloved. I promise you. We say such simple things, and it's like, how did you take that there? How did you go that far? We go through the same shit. Don't play with us.
Let me ask you a question. What could have happened at 10:20 a.m. to have you this out of your body and emotional? Well, what happened?
What could have happened at 9:45 p.m. that would have you not comprehend such basic understanding after you woke up?
Okay, so hold on. Let me jump in there. If you don't answer the question, how are we going to get to for
Exactly.
men and women?
He's just like Obsidian.
There's nothing to answer. That's the point. There's nothing. No. I don't answer stupid shit. I don't answer stupid shit.
Hold on.
Stupid. It's dumb, bruh. It's dumb, bruh. Dumb. It's dumb. I'm not. No. It's below my comprehension. It's below my intellect.
You cannot keep talking over me, my brother.
He's so emotional. It's really sad.
It's below my intellect.
Please allow me to. Okay. If you don't want to speak to it, then just say I don't want to speak to you about this.
This is the thing, Sharon.
Insults, please.
People be mad
because
Sharon, this happens on your show. We were just talking about this the other day.
Ain't nobody mad. I'm about to get on the phone.
Because they can't stand on the words that come out of their own mouths. What happened the other day? When you asked that guy a question on Freezy channel, he went off. What happened the other day when we was here? KT could not articulate himself. He went off. What's happening today? Somebody made a direct statement about do not assume my intentions. Right. So the only alternative is to accept exactly what I say. And then when we do that, that's a problem too.
No, and it's not when you conflate shit.
And now he's going off. They are like emotional children who cannot communicate, and they're mad at you when they get frustrated at themselves for saying stupid shit, and then they can't stand on it. So now they gotta do all this other dumb shit.
Nobody's mad at you.
Okay, all right. So somebody just give me a second. So this way we can get some calmness.
No, Bronzebird, I'm not trying to sound smart, bitch. I am smarter than most of you. That's a fact.
lead the chat alone, girl.
Nobody.
So, hold on, Smitty, please. Thank you. Night, we're gonna go Nightis, Chicago Rail, Big Aaron, so we can just get the temperature to cool down just a little bit. Go ahead, Night.
Yeah, I think that was your first introduction to him, and it was a lot of things going on that night. But he said he's going to come back, and I think he's comfortable with playing in everybody's face. Once he establishes who you are, I think he might pop up over here and do the same thing he does everywhere else. Here's my thing about what I was watching, because I was over there tonight. I was laughing most of the night because I thought it was all just like not really serious. I mean, and Sharon, and listen, I can always respect when people respect the host of a show. You was respecting Freezy. You took your time. You was patient. You was, standing your composure. But it was a lot of people doing a lot of stuff all at the same time. I think it needs to be slowed down a little bit. And when Q Butter and him was talking, I think they needed to let it be what it was, because Q Butter and him have a history. So, and I don't even really think Freezy know Obsidian like that. Now, Obsidian been there twice, but it's kind of new. Me, I know that Obsidian, Angry Man, O'Shea, and Donovan Sharp are supposed to be the pillars or the Mount Rushmore, but I don't know them people like that. So when I be hearing stuff about all the things, I mean, I knew who Kevin Samuels was, but I'm not people have said Kevin Samuels is y'all father. Who is the y'all, and how is that man was the same age as me? At best, he could be my brother, maybe, but there's nobody on these YouTube spaces I watch that closely. And when I see these discussions happen, so he been on Freezy's twice. He says he's going to come back. And I think now that you met him, you can go back and look through the history that's still left on YouTube and kind of establish what he said and all the other stuff. So then when you get back to him, then you can have a better conversation. That night was like somebody popped up out of nowhere and just, everybody just going. So they can't say nothing about what your interaction was and that was your first time meeting him. They can't even say anything about the interaction between Freeze and him when that was Freezy's second time. No, Freezy don't know. Nobody really knows him like that. Now, what I know about him I remember him having a argument with Fantastic and DJ Cuda and him about backgrounds. I remember him having an argument about microphones. So that was when it was going from Manosphere 1 to Manosphere 2. And even then, I wasn't understanding it all completely. I remember Jessica X going after him and Ramil going after him because they were talking about we don't need suits. We don't need library books behind us and all of these staging and framing. But no, I think that that was an introduction that night. Nobody should take it no more than that.
Thank you. Guys, Chicago Rilla.
Nah, Sharon. Sharon. I was expecting you to hit him with the woo wop the bam, fam. Nah. No. Dang it, I wish Smitty hadn't dropped down, fam. I kind of understand the conversation a little bit. I understand what you're saying about Sharon and that interaction, but then just stand on that and leave it. Okay, you wanted the brother to do a little bit more, but just leave it. I don't think people understand that y'all as content creators, when y'all go into somebody else's house and you dust off your shoes and you come in or whatever, you respect the house. And I think that's all that I saw. But even when Q Butter came in and said, "Man, I'm proud of y'all, you held it down," and he shouted you out specifically, I don't know. I don't know what else we can expect from you, especially if you're saying, "I don't know the man, I don't know the history of this man, this, that, and third. All I know is now I'm in the presence of what they say is the pillar of this situation." So yeah, I agree with you when you said in the opening monologue, God dog, if I go to this space, I'm perceived this way, but if I do it I don't come outside. What are you to do? I don't know, man. I'm on mute though. I'm just pulling up for the effery.
And then if I bite them here, they say, "Oh, this is turning into they say I'm
Nah, it's a money grab. You just doing that for clout. You clout chasing.
Right. I believe Smitty came back to had a conversation with Chicago. Then we go to Big Aaron. I believe that's what. Go ahead, Smitty.
Nah, man, I had a phone call coming, man. My fiance called. Nah, go ahead. I didn't hear anything. What was that?
Yeah, so Smitty, I was saying you stated your position, and I've said that to Sharon, something similar, not the same thing, but I've said something similar to Sharon before. Well, at least I've expressed a critique, right?
Right.
But I expressed that critique and keep it moving. Right?
No, I did. Okay. Real quick, Chicago.
Yes, sir.
I really was on that position, bro. And I'm gonna keep my voice. You know what I'm saying? Because I respect you too much, dog.
No, you good.
In that position, you know what I'm saying? It's just that, honestly, if anybody listen, just play the tape back. Where all of this came from, I'm saying it. Yes, I'm saying it. Is when the two sisters popped up. When Venus and Bond popped up and tried to blow it up and make it seem like I'm saying something to him. I just was saying to him in like a serious but humorous way. I don't know why people act like they don't get that. When you say something to
but as we can't do that as men. Now that part we can't do. Now, Smitty, you've been in this space long enough. Smitty, been in this space long enough. As men, when we say what we say, like I've been challenged on that. When we say what we say, we got to stand on that. We can't be sending mixed signals. That's what the females do.
Stand on it. I stood on the fact of, and I keep saying, if anybody asks me, did you say this or did you say that? Ask me anything I said.
Yeah, but Smitty, you also said if you don't have discernment. Now, who do we know in these spaces when they use the word discernment? Who uses that word a lot?
I don't know.
Right? Females, brother. And that's what I'm saying. Like, we got to be direct. And if you had a critique of Sharon, right? That's fair. Critique that joker.
Not Sharon.
And he's Sharon Navin. And then stand on it, man. Don't budge. And then if somebody else comes there to challenge your position, your conversation is with Sharon, brother. You ain't got to move off
Okay,
that or
okay, okay. No,
pivot
no.
or even entertain it, brother.
That part, I'm gonna own that part. So the entertaining anybody else, including themselves in it, okay, bet. Nah, solid, solid. But I mean, the whole like my whole thing was trying to conflate it and make it seem like I'm saying something to him that I'm not, and I'm coming for him like, no, I'm not. I know what I'm
Doesn't
saying.
matter. None of that matters though, Smitty. That's what I'm saying.
You're right,
None
and
of that matters.
you're
You
right.
had a critique for Sharon.
Yeah.
Sharon accepted your critique and had questions for you. And in all honesty, brother, when he asked you direct questions, you know, V had a point. Like he did ask you like 3 times before you landed. Say, okay, boom. Let me answer the question directly. My point is this, right? The conversation that you having with Sharon, fair. Okay, you expected more of him. Okay, there's probably people in his audience that came over to the channel that expected more of him too. I'm saying when Q Butter co-signed, anybody that's in Sharon's audience that had a question, it should be, you know, okay. Because to Night's point, Q Butter and Obsidian has history. Sharon and Obsidian don't have history.
Right.
So now my question becomes, if we expect Sharon to do something or stand on something or be a particular way with it, and he taught him what Rim Brothers mean. What do we expect? Is that out of ego that we expect him to do something? Did we want a clippable moment? Like,
No.
what did we expect him to do? Especially when at the end of the day, and I'll go on mute after this, Smitty.
Yes, sir.
Especially at the end of the day, when old boy said, "Oh, I'll be over there on your situation." That's progress to me. But I'm on mute. Go ahead, bro.
After he go, I would like to go. Go ahead.
All right. So
peace to Bomb. Bomb, what you knitting right now, Bomb?
Let me read it. Let me read the cash out real quick. Shout out to my guy Next Level. He says, to engage with a clown, you become a part of the circus.
Hi, Next Level.
All right. So my whole thing is, all right. So one, when Venus did bring up the perspective of when you guys came in, I did have to recognize that and realize, yeah, nah, you know what? Because again, I used to go to Obsidian show before he cammed up, and anybody knew what he looked like when he was on his Jason Black mode, right? I'm one of them. I was over there, and so I remember him and Q Butter used to go back and forth, just like me. Real a few of us know. I'm at least fond to that far back, and so once y'all said that, I'm like, okay. Nah, you got a point there. My whole thing is, I don't know why people keep thinking when I say go harder in the paint, because the fact is this: y'all can say he don't know Obsidian all you want. There are endless people I have heard Sharon talk to who he don't know from a can of paint, and he will stop in a heartbeat, like, hold on, sir. Hold on, sir. And there'll be all kind of hand movements and gestures and everything going on. And Sharon will go ahead and get in it and go hard in the paint, as I say. So that's my main thing. Everybody,
His own show, he does
on his channel though, Smitty.
No,
on his channel. You see him do that on somebody else's channel?
Ask me that question again.
Have you seen Sharon do that on somebody else's channel?
I think honestly, that's why I asked him the question. Yes, I have, for the record. Yes, and that's why I asked him. Was it that Obsidian is just a bigger name that you don't know when you were trying to keep composure? We all know Freezy. I've seen Sharon go up on endless, like, I don't want to be throwing out names, but yes, I've seen Sharon on panels and he's going in, him and his cousin. Are we really acting like that doesn't happen for real? Yes, I've seen him go hard.
Those be people he's either A, familiar with, or B, are actually at least responding to what he's saying. And the part you're not accepting is he's saying, I was addressing things, the man kept deflecting and joking. That's what why are you not accepting? Like, that's what it was. And he's on somebody else's channel who has a quote unquote big guest. He's trying to be respectful. Like, why are you not accepting those answers?
I'm going to be real with you. I don't know why I'm not accepting those answers. I'm going to think about why I'm not accepting those answers. But right now, I just don't. And if I was to tell you that I do just to concede and to be friendly with the panel, I would be a damn liar. I don't agree. And I'm going to sit with it and think about why I don't. I don't agree with that shit. I still stand
Okay,
on what
good idea. Good idea.
But
Okay.
the
Is it my
last
turn?
thing, sorry, last thing. But you say you don't do certain things, right? But you were present as well. And the same energy and aggression that you have toward us, you could have done too, and you didn't.
you are not. No, first of all, I don't have no. Because first of all, Sharon is the one who has such an issue with what most of us as men have to say. Like, come on, let's just stop it. Sharon has a much different. Hold on. Sharon's position is different than mine. That's like if a woman came up on a panel and she was talking so much about how, well, shoot, I agree with having a whole phase. I agree with, and say, I'm going to say it, AM. Let's just say he was on the panel, and let's just say he really was just kind of laxed on it, because, and then he say, well, I didn't really know the chick like that. Nobody's going to give that man no grace on he didn't know her like that. It's going to be, nah, AM. We've heard you cuss out people in the chat, let alone somebody you're on a panel with, and if you know them or not. My point is, I know how Sharon go. I'm very observant, extremely, and I'm a very analytical individual.
Okay,
He
so
ain't do what he normally do.
all right, so the problem is that you're assessing it from when I was on probably like Fatty Channel or Israel Channel or Aaron.
Yeah, maybe so. Okay, yes,
Right,
yes.
so those
I
are people
would say
that
yes.
I frequently have conversations with. I'm frequently there, and they would allow me a little bit more grace to have a conversation with them. But even if I was at one of these shows and somebody is supposedly of a big name that they care about as gracing a panel, I would still have the same kind of respect. I always have respect for people. But if the man is not taking my question seriously, it is no way for me to hold him accountable and have a serious conversation with somebody that's being a clown. I can't
I'm
do
going to
that.
go back and look at it again. I think a lot of that might have been right when I dropped off, and when he might have been like, if you say trolling you, because I ain't gonna lie, if you just like playing games and you not being serious at all,
Okay,
I
Smitty, let me give you an example. I said, you know,
can't
the
say
man's
nothing to that.
I said that I asked him about being respectful and how the manosphere is not respectful towards women. And he says, how? What you mean? The manosphere is, how's the manosphere disrespectful towards women? Is what he asked me. Is that a serious person?
Why? No, it sounds like somebody asking you to substantiate what you just said. He's saying how. You said he answered how.
Once a
What's
man
wrong
says
with
that,
that?
so what I'm saying is this. So once a man understands what the manosphere means and how they made their money, somebody that says he loves to talk down on black women specifically because that's how he makes his money, and he try to act like he don't understand that's disrespectful, and then 2 minutes later say something disrespectful as if like cow tipping is a respectful thing to say about black women. And then he act like he don't understand what respectful means. That's how I know he's playing in my face. So therefore, it's jokes. And for some reason, a lot of men accept men that do jokes about black women because y'all are not real protectors. Y'all not really trying to stand on nothing. And this is why when they see me, a man that stands on something, they ain't never seen a man before. They think black men are supposed to be jokes, just like the white man.
Right.
So when they see me be and be passionate about a conversation, they all of a sudden they say I'm angry. All of a sudden it's like, what is Sharon talking about? Well, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Don't nobody say you angry. People think more. People will say you're disingenuous. I don't ever hear nobody say Sharon angry. I don't hear that.
And
I
then,
don't hear that.
okay, so even when they say that, they cannot substantiate it. So when we try to substantiate, even when they say with this whole thing that I ain't go hard enough, when they try to substantiate how I didn't go hard, when I asked the man questions, I realized he ain't serious, and then I left it alone. I cannot be serious with somebody that is not attempting to be serious. If he's a clown, he's a clown. What can I do about that? Nothing. But the problem is, majority of black men never seen a fucking black man before. That's the real problem. So when they see a real black man, they want to try to make him something that he is not.
Right.
Okay.
So I just want to say a few things. I'm gonna start off with Obsidian, right? So because when you ask him that question, and he act like he don't know how black men are being disrespectful to black women, well, he's the one who taught these men things like bend her over the couch. Yeah, he used to scream that, bend over, bend over. And he's the one who started F these kids. He is the beginning of the F these kids. He also and F the community. He's the beginning of that. And he also is the one who convinced men not to take women on dates anymore. He said that these women were didn't deserve to be taken on dates because men shouldn't be paying for women go on dates. Now this is what I had a question for Chicago Rilla and a few. You know how this man Smitty tried to blame the two women on the panel. But before I even got up here, and I was up here before Venus, Sharon and Smitty was already disagreeing with each other. Right? Sharon was already trying to understand what he was saying. He was already, kind of giving him backhanded compliments, as he put it. And so Rilla, like when you come up and you say, hey, he should ignore the women, right? Because he should be better than the women, which that'll never happen, right? Some of these men ain't gonna never be better than women. They're not gonna be better than children because they act worse than children. But I'm just wondering, like, where did disrespect come even from some of you who, like, am I supposed to just sit here on the panel and listen to you disrespect me by trying to pamper this motherfucker? That's my question. So, like, a lot of you men are disrespectful, and you do it in the backhanded ways. Now I'm a little more I'm gonna confront it and just let you know that shit not cool. That's not cool. I'm up here supporting Sharon because he knows that I love him, right? And I support the people that I love. And Venus is up there also supporting him. He got a lot of people in the chat who are supporting him, and some of the men up here too. They telling him the truth. But I don't understand why the women had to be the disrespectful ones. Why we got to be where these women came up here.
Well, Bomb Cherry, I'll say this. I agree with Chicago Rilla and with what he said. Smitty couldn't be quiet enough to let me make a point because he's emotional. But Chicago was right. Whatever your stance was, whatever your stance was on Sharon, stand on it. Period. That's all I've been saying. I don't care, but stand on it. You can't 1 minute you saying some shit, then a lot of these men are very passive aggressive and flip-floppy, and it's like not respectable. I'm sorry. That's why
you agree with me too then. So when you say you agree with Chicago Rilla, because I could have sworn that's what I was saying before Chicago even came up here. And right. You said it as well.
Yeah, that's just the only part I agree with him on. Like when he said he shouldn't be, if he felt that way, regardless of what you and I said, I agree. He should, because I'm going to stand on what I believe.
No, I agree with that too. The only thing I disagree with Rilla was on the fact that he blamed the women, you and I. So you agree with Rilla on that? Okay. That's all I was saying.
Bronzeberg. Wait, let me say something. This Bronzeberg person been in chats for years. I don't know who this weirdo is, but you are obsessed. Like, you really need a life. Just want to say that. But anyway.
And I also with thank you, Big Aaron, aka the Iceman. Bronzeberg is one of the people that he wanted to deflect from the conversation and talk about something that had nothing to do with the topic about me. And this is where I think people fail to miss that people do try to attack me for no reason. When we are talking about a certain topic, stick to the topic. But their mind is so double that they cannot stick to a topic.
But my thing is,
the link is pinned. You could come up. You could try to hold your stance. You're more than welcome.
But I would have stood on it. If I ain't like what Sharon did, I would. And I've come up here and done that before. I'm not going to waver. I'm not going to go, no, I was facetious. No, I didn't mean this part. No, nah, stand on it.
Hold on. Who again? Okay, so watch this. I want you to right now, because we're not just gonna keep saying stuff, and you're going to keep trying to get a chat on your side. Okay, name what I said that I said and I didn't stand on. I want you to tell me what that is. Tell the crowd what that is. Since you so hard,
I could tell you the weakness.
Please tell me, Sharon, what is it?
No, I can tell them what I'm talking about.
Okay, you're right.
No. I want to hear from Venus first. Then go ahead, Venus.
I said, are you showing respect to Sharon on his own show when you won't let him talk? And you said, no, I'm not. And then 5 minutes later, I was being facetious. Then before that, don't assume my intentions. You're all over the place.
Okay, so watch this. Venus, when you asked me that question, I did not take you serious at all. You were not to be taken serious.
Well, that's a you problem. Who
No,
cares?
no. It's not because I don't have a problem. You had a problem with what I said. I said nothing. I did not come at Venus about nothing she said. Venus had a problem with something Smitty said. That's a you problem, beloved, not me.
So you're the one that everybody else can see can't stand on shit.
Listen. I could give two shits about what everybody, because everybody's going off the damn cliff.
We can't.
I don't care about the masses. You talking to the wrong one about the masses.
You're very emotional.
We gotta be able to stick to the topic. If you don't want to answer,
And you damn right I'm emotional because it's the end.
If you don't want to speak to the topic, then
I am emotional.
Okay, but you got to be able to stick to the topic. If you don't want to have a conversation,
I just want to make sure y'all know I'm emotional. Yes, Venus.
Okay, so if you don't want to speak to Venus, or you don't want to take us serious, fine. Then just say that. It's okay. It's fine.
All right. Emotional. Let's move on.
Go ahead,
That don't move me.
There's a lot of undiagnosed mental illness in the Black community. It's very sad, but go ahead.
You're losing something, and you don't have no real. When you don't have a real comment, you go to insults. I have said nothing like no. At the end of the day, I don't care how hype I've been or nothing. I'm gonna say it again. I have thrown no insults like that. Shorty, you going straight to insults. You losing. Stop it. You can't answer what I'm saying.
We did.
You going straight to insults. You got to say all kind of mental health shit. You got to say all kind of no. Let's not go there, because at the end of the day, you somebody loved one. I'm a dad. I got a family that love me. You got somebody, people that love you. I'm not going to insult you because I don't know who really rock with you and love you like that. You see what I'm saying? And you still my sister. I don't have to agree with you. I don't have to be totally on board with everything you say, but you still one of my own, and I'm not going to disrespect you.
Okay, don't regurgitate. So the problem is that what you don't understand is that me, Venus, Bomb, P. Ziva, even yesterday had disagreements, and it never goes to this angry point of contention. And this is the problem.
You mean like calling names angry? You mean like calling names?
I would never tell somebody that I don't take you serious and then act like that's not an insult.
Right. Like they think
and that's the part
I think we got mixed up in the
and that's the part of the gaslighting part that men try to ignore. When you tell somebody that is literally an insult.
You don't matter. I don't take you serious. But then you're mad at somebody responding to you. This is how
nobody's mad at you.
That they think that they're smarter than they are, and they do this a lot with women. And it's unfortunate. It's like the women are more direct than the men, right? So they'll do this. They'll do these little passive aggressive, antagonistic, disrespectful statements. And then when you respond very directly, oh, I would never, you my sister. I would never. No, the fuck I'm not. You were disrespectful. Period.
Look. All that you can say that all you want. That shit still, again, that don't move me. That moves them weak niggas who not hip to how this go. I'm too deep far into this. That meant nothing.
All right. You're not answering that. Yeah, okay. I don't know what that is. Brownsburg, you are more than welcome.
It meant nothing. That's what it meant.
Okay, you're not addressing anything. It's okay. And
because
Brownsburg,
there's nothing to address. She didn't say shit.
Okay, so I don't know why you had to reiterate
then you
that.
keep talking.
I'm just agreeing.
Like
I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you. You didn't have to. Brownsburg, you're more than welcome to hit the link. It's just very weird at times where we attempted to have a conversation about the way how we communicate, and then when we conversing about our communication styles between men and women, majority of the time men do not want to hear the woman out, and this is why we keep getting stuck in this conversation from 50 years ago. The men do not want to hear the woman out. And I'm gonna find some video from the 1960s, 1970s when the women are saying the same thing today as they did 50 years ago, 60 years ago. And mainly it's because the men are not willing to listen to women. They don't want to take them serious, even though women has been shown and proven to be leaders in their own right. And if they was to start saying, hey, that's good information, whether you're a man or a woman, especially if it's your woman, you need to take that good advice from your woman and move forward. Because guess what? Your woman don't want you to have bad finances. Your woman wants you to be a productive leader in society, or at least in the household. So if she's telling you to get a better job, what makes you think that is a diss towards you? You need to make more money. Why is that a diss towards you when you come home grumpy every day because your boss is telling you what to do and you upset because it ain't worth the money?
But Sharon, there's two things going on. There's an accountability issue also, right? Because he was doing the same thing to you. They like to say these things. What it seems like is they speak before they think. That's what it seems, right? So they say a lot of bullshit. They're not used to somebody repeating it back to them and asking them to explain. That's where you see the breakdown starts happening. Whenever you let them hear themselves, they get mad at you because they can't make sense out of what they just said. Like him with the, no, I don't respect Sharon. Then it was, I was being facetious. How? Like you said, your tone of voice didn't change. You didn't smile. You just told us don't assume your intent. Like they're used to saying dumb shit and talking to people who are just as dumb. So when they're around people who are actually thinkers and say, hey, what do you mean? Explain yourself. No, I was being facetious. You notice that's always the answer. Oh, I was joking. You can't explain yourself. That's a you problem. You are mentally a fucking child. And then you mad at me for seeing it. Think before you speak then.
It's crazy. You got some night before I pass it on?
I thought it was Aaron's turn.
Okay. Welcome to the show. Big Aaron, the Iceman. Thank you so much for your patience, my brother. Microphone check. All right. Iceman is having maybe a phone call. At the same time, we'll be asking to finally talk. Nidus, you've been around for a while, and so I'm pretty sure you heard.
Are you calling me old? That's ageism, sir.
And that's a good thing. I want to make it to your age. I think that's a beautiful thing. You still have your thoughts intact. So I don't think it's a diss. It shouldn't be a diss for you to make it where you at today and go through the things that you go through and able to still communicate and attempt to have conversations. So I really appreciate you, even though we had our disagreements and
that's so long ago. We shouldn't even talk about that no more.
All right, you're right. And so you
heard made it up here. But no, finish what you were saying.
And so, you heard the conversations from back in the days and how it hadn't really moved forward. In my opinion, before I get to Brownsburg, I want to say that I believe it's because the men are not paying attention to the women's real plight, understand that, and transforming the outcomes of yesteryear's conversation. And that's why we're having it today.
So you mean like when I did that thing about the Monahan report and I got that clip from 68 where the sister was saying, if you don't, lead us, we'll lead you.
Right. Stuff like that. Correct. And why is it that men do not want to listen to what women are saying? Where do we get this idea that black men should not listen to black women?
I have no idea.
Damn. Because for what I see, that majority of the time when the women are talking about black men, what they should do, I don't see nothing wrong about us getting better jobs, making more money, getting better education, whether that's self-education or higher education. I don't see, with reading books, I don't see the wrong in black women saying this about their black men and how they want them to improve.
That's cool, but at the end of the day, it's up to that individual man. If he feels he's comfortable with where he's at, it is what it is. If that's not good enough for her, then we move on. See, the thing I always heard is that if you don't like somebody, you don't need to talk about them. Go after what it is that you like and leave them other people behind.
I could understand that, and if that's what you're chasing, but when we're having a conversation, I think that's where it's okay to have
But in the conversation, I've always heard, why are you talking about this girl because she big? Why are you talking about this girl because she don't fit whatever standard? Why don't you focus on what it is that you actually like? So why do people talk about the people they're never going to mess with, that's beneath them? So this is a serious conversation. So when I hear people talking about all the flaws of the people they would never talk to, they would never screw, they would never date, they're punching down.
So I think what happens is that, so with the manosphere, they communicate with the minority and they talk down on the minority of the black women.
Are we talking about the women that don't want the men that's trying to make the men do more? Or are we talking about the manosphere that's talking about because I look at them as two equals.
So what I think is this. So when women are saying that black men need to be more educated, they need to make more money, they need to read more books, they are talking about the men that they want to be with. They want to be with men that are more educated, financially stable, mentally stable. They want black men.
No, I understood that the first time you said I actually listened. But if the men don't want to do that, then they should ignore the men that don't want to do that.
And that's what is happening. That's why we have this.
So then it should be no conflict. Those men should be invisible to them. So if they supposedly date the only 20% that are actually doing whatever it is they talking about, they got it going on.
And the issue is that the manosphere don't want to accept that. That is a bunch of men that's not willing to elevate from where they was at 50 years
ago. It doesn't matter what they want to accept. That's the reality. They just going to have to accept it. So whether they want to or not.
So the issue is though, so they should not be talking down on women that is doing what they need to do to elevate, because all those things that women are asking for men to do, they have done.
No, listen what I'm saying.
What I'm saying is this. So no, I want to. So they got their money up, they got their education up, they got their literacy up.
Right.
Men have not been doing that. So when a woman is saying, "Hey, why are women not dating men?" The reason why they are not dating men is because of those.
I understood it the first time.
So
I don't think that I should be going after Ebony K. Williams. She don't want to date a bus driver. She want to date the person who has bus drivers. I get that. But why she punching down, I don't understand. Because to me, she's the equivalent of these men that's in the manosphere or the red pill or whatever else, talking about just because I'm a man, I'm a leader. No, if she don't look at you as a leader because you have the education or all the other psychobabble, they say emotional intelligence and all that other stuff, then why do you care about him? He should be invisible to you. Just like I should be invisible to Ebony K. Williams.
Right, but she wasn't punching down, right? Because she just said what she liked.
Yes, she was.
No,
yes,
she was just talking about what she liked, and then the men punched at her for not liking them, for liking what she want. That's how that.
But if you talking about what you want, you wouldn't say I wouldn't date this person. You just talk about what you want.
No, somebody asked her a question. The question went a certain way, and she said, "No, I wouldn't date. I'm not looking for that guy. I'm looking for
but then she doubled down. But then she doubled down. So when they asked her the question, I understand she's answering a question, cool. But then she doubled down.
Right, because that's not the type of
so what she could have said is, I don't have no disrespect towards those blue collar people. They're not on my level.
She did say that.
She did say that.
That's exactly what she said.
Can I jump in? Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can.
I think I listened to what she said. I don't think she did say that.
Yeah, she said that's not the man for me. I wouldn't date a bus driver. I would date the man that has a.
That's what she initially said when she said that she would want somebody that owns the company.
Right.
But when she doubled down, she said some other stuff.
So what I'm trying to get you to understand, my point of view of it is that when the manosphere is
I'm okay with her being above people. What the issue is when you talk about the people beneath you.
Okay.
He didn't do that though.
But if I'm talking
like even right now while I'm listening to this.
So what I'm saying is this,
even now when I'm listening to what's being said right now, I understand these people are up here, so I should be invisible to them.
And they are, but that's the thing, they are. But when we are in these boxes, we get a chance to communicate and express why we feel that the other person needs to work their way up to where we at and get on the same level, because you are not at that level. Here's the reason why you are not at that level. And once you communicate that I made it to those levels, then we can
I hear what you're saying, Sharon. It's not an issue. It's not an issue. Let me tell you what. Let me tell you.
Not the issue with you.
No, I'm not talking about me. I'm not talking about me. What I'm saying is I hear what you're saying. These people are saying they're up here and other people need to get up here. But those other people don't seem to be even trying to get up here.
Right. And so now, with that being said, those other people that's underneath, they are trying to pull those people down and say, no, you need to be down here with me. And that is the point of contention that we have in this data market right now.
That makes sense to me.
I disagree.
Why wouldn't I want to have better?
Okay.
Even though I'm down here and I'm not even aspiring to get up here, why wouldn't I say it's like, the kid that know he's not really that good looking, know he's not really that athletic, but I want to have that girl up there. So he's going to say whatever so he can, even though he doesn't qualify. That makes sense to me. But the person that's excelling and is winning, that's talking about that guy, I don't get that.
No, that's not fair.
I kind of disagree though.
He's saying that people get to punch up and the person up shouldn't punch back, and it don't go like that.
Yeah, I gotta.
I disagree.
I 100% agree. I love punching down. I think that everybody
right,
should
hold
punch
on,
down
hold on.
more
So hold on.
because hold on. Let me get this out real quick.
Hold on, hey, y'all. Hold on. I got a line. There's a line, hey, y'all. Hold on. There's a
All right,
line.
I'm gonna get some food.
Hold on, hey, y'all.
Aaron came back. Aaron didn't get to go yet.
Hold on. I want to try to hold the line because we got a full panel. It's not easy to navigate. Brownsburg, hit the link. He's going to explain to me what's his disagreements with Sharon. Go ahead, Brownsburg.
I mean, basically, I came on here and it just seems like to me, like when I look at these panels, I don't knock that y'all have y'all opinion. I don't knock that y'all want to say what y'all want to say. As terms as the manosphere, how I always stated since the jump, when y'all started coming around, I call y'all Anton Daniels descendants because we didn't know nothing about y'all before Anton Daniels. That's just my opinion. And I'm not even manosphere anymore. But this is what I want to talk about. I think it's just really weird to me that you have certain gentlemen and black men that allow for the rambunctious behavior of certain black women and keep talking shit on black men if they don't even want to date black men. And my thing about it is I can't stand manosphere niggas either because it makes no sense to me for y'all to be arguing about black women is not this and black women is like that. Both of y'all shut the fuck up, respectfully. If y'all don't like each other, why y'all keep talking about each other? Why do y'all keep popping up in chats? Why do y'all keep popping up on panels to talk down on each other? It's retarded. So I just sit back and I hear y'all opinion, Sharon. I think you an intellectual dude. I'm gonna give you your flowers on that. But when I see when y'all talk about things, maybe I didn't see the panel, whatever it is that y'all was talking about. I just think at the end of the day, it's like one person one up in the other person. Like, oh, well, I don't behave like that, but you behave like that. And then he behaved like that. But all y'all diss each other. So if it's a man disrespecting a black woman, you disrespecting that black man by calling him a Renbro and calling him all these names. So it's like you're fighting fire with fire. So I'm not understanding like where y'all trying to move. It's about solutions-based content or solution-based panels or space, whatever the hell y'all call this. I'm just trying to understand where your head is at because y'all don't, both of y'all seem to be doing the same thing, but you attacking that man for disrespecting black women, then you attacking a black man for having his opinion about the black woman. So I'm just trying to understand where y'all at. And I mean, I'm gonna be honest, since I said something about Venus, I'm gonna put out the woodworks. I just think that she has this hatred and vitriol for black men, which is weird because she don't need to sit up there and be on panels with black men if she has vitriol with black men. Just stay in your lane. Like, it makes no sense to me. It's stupid as fuck.
So
okay,
can I respond?
I'm gonna address it first, and I'm gonna let Venus get a chance to respond, and hopefully we could just have a conversation about it, and hopefully you could just bring the tone down just a little bit, just so we could literally have a conversation about it, or discussion, I should say, not a conversation. So when I'm having a disagreement with the so-called black men, I am disagreeing with their words, and I'm substantiating why I disagree with their words, and I don't just disagree with it with feelings. I also disagree with my anecdotal experience, and I also disagree with statistics and real life situations that I have and that I see as well. So it's not just me disagreeing just to do it and just be disrespectful. I want men to have some logic with what they're saying, not just regurgitate information, become a thinker about what's actually happening in the real world. And so this way we can move forward, because once we get an understanding of each other, then maybe we can have better relationships. And that goes for between men and men, your job relationship, and your romantic relationship. So that's my point of having a solution in communication. Go ahead, Venus. You get a chance to respond, and then we could go back and forth with Bronze.
So this commentary right here is exactly what I was referring to when I talk about like the childish mentality, because somehow every conversation we have about the opposite sex gets reduced to dating. I don't recall talking to Smitty about dating at all. That's not even what this conversation was about. So the problem is not with us, is with the person and the lens they're looking through. Like, I don't even understand how you're talking about if you don't want to date them. The conversation was not about dating anybody. The conversation was about his communication and how bad he is at it. That's what the conversation was about. So I'm confused on how dating, who I want to date or who I'm dating even got entered into the conversation as a qualifier for me to talk to somebody that I'm on a panel with, that I'm in a disagreement with, and I'm speaking on his communication. I didn't speak on his dating. I didn't speak on his relationship. So it's like you guys be having your own shit going on in your head that has nothing to do with what's actually happening on the panel. That's a you problem, sir. I don't know.
Okay, go ahead, Brownsburg.
I hear what y'all saying. Respectfully, I'm not gonna be disrespectful. I just find it weird that it's this whole entire persona y'all be putting on, and y'all be like, "Oh well, childish this and childish that." If we gonna talk about people acting childish, all of us act childish in some type of way. I don't give a fuck if y'all think that if I'm saying it's wrong. And then it's like I can respect you, but then you go on and start insulting the men that you're talking to. So if you're even speaking with logic, I don't believe you because you're coming along being disrespectful and just like you just disrespected Smitty. In just my opinion, I just think that I have a real problem. And like I said, I still enjoy y'all content. I ain't trying to be disrespectful to your platform. But on my opinion, I just think that a lot of y'all that come on these platforms, some of y'all like to hear y'all talk sometimes. I'm gonna be honest.
Wait, please, freeze. I'm sorry, Sharon. Were you not calling me disrespectful names in the chat before you came up here? Yes or no?
Yeah, I did. I definitely did.
Okay, so then
So,
you warranted
hold on.
wait, no.
Hold on a second.
Let her finish it, and then you get a chance to
All
respond.
right, go ahead.
This is exactly what I'm talking about. Then it's important for me to say that for them to know. You come up here and want to paint Venus as disrespectful, include the part that you disrespected me first.
No, I disrespect everybody. I don't like my whole entire thing is I be saying, hold on,
Bronze. Let her finish.
My fault, bro.
So you can get a full chance to respond as well.
You got
it. When I speak to the illogical mind of these men, this is exactly the lack of self-awareness, right? Like you just openly admit you disrespected me. Somebody who ain't say nothing to you, don't fucking know you. You out of just whatever reason you wanted to, you chose to do it. Then don't get mad when I disrespect you. What the fuck is the problem?
Okay, land it there.
All right, can I respond?
Yes.
All right, so my thing about it is, I like I said, I hate it when people try to think they holier than thou. Like we've been in chats before. Even when I came up on, I remember being on a panel with Venus before, and she was disrespectful to me then. Not that I'm trying to carry that on this platform right now, but I'm just saying everybody want to act like they holier than thou, but they be wild disrespectful every chance they get to everybody else, just not me. So if I start talking shit in the chat, just like I always do, I talk shit to everybody. So this is nothing new to me because I'm just saying what's on my mind. So it's like at the end of the day, can I finish?
I want to jump in right there, Bronze.
Can I finish?
Hold on, Venus. I want to jump in right there. So Bronze, when we talk about being disrespectful, right? And if today's a new slate and you started it off with disrespect, regardless, because you said you don't want to carry what happened before onto this platform, is what you said. You still hold that sentiment?
I'm sorry, repeat that again. My bad, bro.
You didn't want to carry on other last disagreements y'all had that turned into disrespect onto this platform.
No, I don't want to, like, because that's not cool to take something that happened a while ago. It's not like I have some vendetta against Venus. I don't.
Okay.
But I just think that there's some holier than thou type of conversation where it's like, oh, I'm speaking to the illogical mind and the logic and this, that, and the third. It's all bullshit to me. Okay. Because it's like y'all find something to say that y'all disagree with, which is fine. But then certain times I hear the conversations that y'all have on this platform and y'all directly being disrespectful to each other. So it makes a difference that I'm saying something. I'm just saying.
All right, so now the difference is that let me just I got you, Venus. I want to build on that real quick. So when she was talking to Smitty and she's being disrespectful to Smitty, is because them two personally got disrespectful with each other. It doesn't mean that she's disrespectful to black men in general, because she's not disrespectful to me even when we have a disagreement. And she also is not disrespectful to Freezy. So there's plenty of black men that she had conversation with, and we see evidence of it, that she is not disrespectful to those men. She is disrespectful to individuals that is disrespectful to her, or they have a tough conversation and it turns into something else. And it's not good for us as black men to see ourselves in every black man that she has a disagreement with. So, for you to take what happened with her and Smitty as she's being disrespectful to all black men is the wrong decision, in my opinion. Go ahead.
No, it's not based off of that. It's a cycle I've seen with women like her. So I'm not just basing off of Smitty. You understand? So, but my thing about it is, at the end of the day, my end point is this. I don't know if y'all solution based or whatever y'all about. Again, I respect your platform, brother. I'm not here to just thrash you, but my opinion is y'all came from Anton Daniels. And then when y'all have conversations, when people humbly disagree with y'all first defense is to call them rim bros and start sitting up there talking disrespectful about them. Y'all say it's logic, y'all say it's stats, it's this, that, and third, but y'all don't have to sit up there and call people names at all. Just like I don't have to. Just like I don't have to be disrespectful to people. So I just feel like y'all have this mechanism with y'all where it's like, again, it's holier than thou. Well, I act that way, and you as a black man, you shouldn't be acting like that. And I was like, that's total bullshit. All of y'all sit up there and have diss on each other. I diss on people. So I'm holding myself accountable and saying I can be disrespectful too. But at least I own it and say I don't give a fuck. I'm fucking psychotic, so I don't give a fuck. That's my thing.
Try not to curse as much.
I'm just saying.
So the thing is that like bringing up the Anton Daniels thing, right? I don't know what relevance that has with it.
Right.
Yes, I started off going to Fight Club, not being a content creator or thinking about being a content creator. However, as I was navigating through it and I seen that it is an avenue to express myself in a different way, I started to venture into it and I became pretty decent at it. So adding that into the situation, I don't know. Nobody's denying that we had. I don't know why I bring Anton into it has anything, because I disagree with Anton back then. I disagree with Ingrid. I disagree with a lot of men, and I don't shy away from it. Now, as addressing the whole rim bro things, if we having a conversation about something and that person is a red pill regurgitator, an incel regurgitator, or a manosphere regurgitator, I'm just calling that person what they are. I'm not calling him a name. Them themselves will call themselves, I'm a red pillar, I'm a manosphere dude. For some reason, calling somebody what they already agree with is some kind of insult to them. And that is the problem I don't understand.
It's very weird. And I just want to say, what is logical about disrespecting somebody unwarranted, and then when they disrespect you back, coming on the panel pretending to be a victim? What is logical about that? So when I called you illogical, is because I meant it. You are. You had no reason to disrespect me. I didn't say or do anything to you like a lot of you men do. You never account for the fact that you initiate disrespect, but then you complain about women disrespecting you. How come Sharon can't say it? How come Freezy can't say it? There's a whole bunch of men who say, oh, I talk to Venus all the time, and it ain't no smoke. It's not all black men. It's that you guys want to be disrespectful. This is the fucking sick part. Y'all want the right to disrespect people with no consequence. That's what y'all want. And it don't go like that.
Shout out to the Republic Tea Room with the 5 eyes. The "you just hate the black man" response is well overplayed. People can have an opinion without liking or hating you. Great point. And that's the issue that we're having. A lot of times with somebody like Venus that has a great voice, she has a great logic, she has a great she could bring out the truth in a conversation. For some reason, when she does that against a black man as being illogical, they feel like it's an attack on majority of black men when she's just literally talking to that man at the moment, and the other men that have that same ideology as the man she is talking to. If it don't apply,
and they take it personal. And the sick part is they'll go as far as to lie on me, Sharon. Because it's like, now we talking about dating, and if you don't want to date them, they be having to imagine shit and add details to make their issue with me make sense. That's not even what this conversation was about. And most of the time, it never is. When you talk to people who got an issue with me, that's how they always sound. The shit don't be making sense. It don't be related to what the conversation actually is. You see yourself in other men. So when I break apart their logic or their ideologies or debunk them, you take it personal and then you want to fight Venus. That's 80% of you. You are children. Be your own man. Stand for your own shit. And if something happens between me and another man, it shouldn't be hurting your little fucking feelings.
I just want to throw in, I agree with Venus to a degree, but I also a little bit agree with Redbird. Is it Red? Brown. Well, whatever. You know what I'm talking about. Anyway, a little bit, right? But I think the issue is we all have different personalities. Right? He has his personality, Venus has hers, and I have mine, and we all have ours, right? But I disagree with when people say that she only attacked men, because even in this conversation, when I was disagreeing with Rilla, she made it seem like she was disagreeing with me to agree with Rilla, but she was actually agreeing with me. So I'm just saying, like, yeah, some people just have these personalities, right? Either you deal with it, you don't deal with it, and it's just the motherfucking internet. But
let me try to get the other people that's being patient. We're gonna go Big Aaron.
Wait. What is the make it seem? What is the make it? Why am I always? I don't know how else to say. I'm direct as fuck. What is the make it seem? Subliminal. What is that? What am I making seem?
Are you referring to me?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I could be point blank. When you said, well, bomb Cherry, and then you said, I agree with Rilla. But then the thing you agreed with Rilla is the thing I didn't disagree with Rilla with. So I agreed with him too. But you pointed me out as you were saying you disagree with me. That's why you said, but bomb Cherry.
Yeah,
so
there was something.
That's what it made it seem like. But I mean, do you have another question for me?
No, but listen, there was something you said. I don't remember exactly. That made that it did. It sounded like there was something you disagreed with that I didn't agree with, and so I said it to you. I don't. It's always like some conspiracy about my intentions.
No, but you was incorrect.
All right, so let me jump in the middle. Let me jump in the middle real quick. So that's what Bomb was saying. She's saying that it seemed like you disagree with her, but in reality, I actually agreed. So it was just a misunderstanding there. Is what Bomb was pointing out, that you are willing to disagree with a woman and disagree with a man, is what Bomb was expressing just now.
Right, that's all I was saying.
Oh, I apologize then, because it sounded like I heard it another way. I just leave it alone.
Okay, yeah, that's what she was communicating. So we all clear.
Yeah, that's why I said Redbird was wrong, because you were disagreeing with me. It seemed like you were disagreeing with me too. That's all I was saying.
Yeah, that's what
you wrong. You could disagree, and we all can disagree with each other. It's okay.
All right, and I'm glad that we're getting down to some real good discussions. Big Aaron, let's see if your microphone working. Does it seem so again? Damn. Microphone check 1 2. What is this?
It ain't working.
All right, so I believe let me mess up his name one more time. Imago Day.
Yeah, Imago Day. That's it.
Imago Day. Peter 2-10. That's what I can see right now.
Let's see if his mic is working. It wasn't working last night.
Here go another one. Miss J Boricua in the chat talking shit, and she gonna be up here crying, crashing out in 5 minutes, right? You see how they never are aware of what they do. This the same stupid ass bitch that made up a conspiracy about me on another channel, claiming I did some shit to her, screaming, losing her fucking mind. The same stupid ass bitch.
But hopefully she could come up and y'all can make peace though, and I'll even drop down. Matter of fact, let me drop down just to create room for that.
No, he know what he's doing. He know what he's doing. He ain't slick.
Y'all stay jumping in. Y'all like catty ass fucking women. Here, what is this? Y'all can't never just not jump in some shit.
He did that shit on purpose, man.
Oh, you
I'll rocks with it, man.
Fucking weird, drunk ass, medicated bitch. Bitch, fuck you. How about that? Let me get off.
Who's the one that rocks with it? Who said that?
All right, so we're not going. All right, so what we're gonna do? We're gonna see if KT the GOAT has something to say, so we can move it.
Was he the one that rocked with it?
No, she's saying that Mulatto, he jumped in it by trying to set space for them to.
No, but somebody chimed in and said they rocked with it. Was that KT to go?
Oh, no, it was AR. AR's.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's just hilarious.
Yeah, he's an instigator.
Hey, AR.
Hey, Juice. Hey, KT. I hope y'all both doing well. And talk to y'all in a minute.
He jumped right to the juice. KT, is your mic working?
Yeah, let's see if KT the GOAT might work.
Yo, can you hear me?
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, I mean, I ain't gonna lie. I was just kind of sitting back. I wanted to say I agree with Nidus, and I understand. I'm kind of with Bomb Cherry. I don't agree with Bro in totality, but I think I get the point he was trying to make, which is last time I came up here, right? I don't never insult you. I'm not really getting into niggas is dumbass, whatever. You know what I'm saying? But when we had our disagreement, people are quick to just be like, you fucking dumb and da da da. And it's like, if it is solution based, we should actually get solutions. You
This
know what
show
I'm
is
saying?
called the Wildest Wake Up Show, sir.
That I'm saying, is it an excuse or not? Because he did just agree that this is the solution based channel. So I mean, call it what you want to. I guess that's for marketing
I
purposes.
didn't name
right?
it. He named it the Wildest Wake Up Show.
Okay,
Yeah, the name is changed. Y'all didn't notice the name changed. Yes.
He realized he didn't have no damn solution. It's wild and waking up.
The reason why hold on. Let me address that, because for some reason people believe that
Sharon, don't take everything. So, listen, I love you, brother.
I love you too. So
I want you to win.
I just want to address it though. So the thing is that since when solutions doesn't come out of chaos, fighting, and disagreements. Majority of the time when we are building relationships with whatever it is, whether it's romantically, friendship, or work-wise, or building communities, is usually friction. That's how you become solutions, right? Because you got to deal with the things that y'all are going through that is tearing up whatever that relationship is. So this whole idea that solution is supposed to be this kumbaya moment is just a fallacy that they're trying to use only against me. Because everywhere we go, when we having discussions of different people, it's going to be that way. In politics, in real life, they got wars going on in Ukraine because they're trying to get to some kind of solution. Whether they get to it or not, hey, it is what it is. Or at least, damn near, at least a resolution.
So it would be lovely if it was a solution that came out of it. But that's a beautiful thing you brought up. They're never going to come to solution because they've been fighting since time immemorial. And the Hatfields and McCoys are never going to. Sometime it's a stalemate. But it would be lovely if they could come out of it with a solution.
And so,
like, just because,
but that's the point. I've never said that.
Can I get to? Because we do come up with a solution that we need to learn how to communicate better. That is a solution.
It's a suggestion at best.
No, I was about to say it's a suggestion, and that's what we keep. That's what that's all it is. That's what I'm saying. If the suggestion or solution, whatever you would like to call it, is the same thing, and we keep talking about it because we're not progressing well, right?
Okay,
then
so
that
Paul,
means obviously.
so you're saying that if I tell you, KT, for you to have a better relationship, you need to be a better communicator. You saying that's just a suggestion, not a solution?
Yeah.
So give me something that is a solution that you could define.
Well, actually, if we're being honest, I say it's like programming, like building.
No, but I want you to answer my question
those ways
first.
to be.
I need you to answer my
That's
question.
what I'm answering.
No, you're not.
What you said, how would you? You said how would?
Can you give me something that is a solution? Show me an example of a solution.
Yeah, programming, like schooling and all that shit. Like something you got to start with kids, because kids are who gonna make the future, right? Like that's who you're teaching to be these ways. So it has to start, fairly early. I mean, it's not gonna be something a lot of us.
Is education failing children today?
For sure.
All right, so therefore,
well, I don't think it's education. I think it's indoctrination. But listen, what you just said, like if you say, brother, you need to lose weight and get a six pack, that is a solution. But how many people are going to have the discipline to actually do that?
That has to do with
what you said is a solution. But to the majority of people, it's a suggestion.
No, to the majority of people, it's up to them to execute the solution.
No. What you said is a solution.
We're in agreement. We agree. So it's almost like when you take the horse to the water, right? That is the solution for a thirsty horse.
Right.
Now,
that doesn't mean the horse is going to drink. So the thing is, those are all solutions, and I think there's been solutions around the whole time. And when we heard a minute ago, Venus say that 80% of these men, or whatever she said, so y'all just stick with the 20%, leave them 80% alone. Let them. Everybody not gonna go. Matter of fact, the majority is not going to go. But the fact that you had a solution doesn't mean that people are going to jump. You took the horse of water, but it doesn't mean it's going to drink.
Thank you. And that's why I need people to stop saying, I thought it was a solution based. No, we give the solution. I cannot force you to execute the solution.
No. We understand this, but you changed the name. It's not solution based no more. It's the Wildest Wake Up Show.
The reason why is because people don't understand that I cannot force people to do the solution, and they keep.
I think they do understand that.
They don't, because they keep trying to use that as an excuse to say this ain't solution based when I give you a solution to a issue that I implemented in my own life. So it's not just something that I'm talking. I'm also
agreeing with you about the part that's solutions.
Let me just finish it out, Mike. And so if I have something that I'm living on a day-to-day basis, as well as communicating it properly, that means it is a solution.
Yeah, they don't give a damn.
No, it's a suggestion.
They up here arguing with you. They up here arguing with you because they don't give a damn.
Let me address the they don't give a damn. But the problem is people like KT the GOAT would use it and say this ain't no solution place situation when it's the other people that don't give a damn about the solution. It's not me. So the other people that is fighting it and say, even though you have experience in it, even though you have some results in what you are talking about, I don't give a damn about your solution. Don't say that over here we are not about solutions when we are giving them.
Okay, what you're doing, better analogy would probably be that you're telling the horse, hey, it's water
That
over
acknowledge
there.
you was right, but you just want to fight with it. That's what I'm trying to get across to Sharon. He's right in what he's saying. It's just that, no, they want to fight with you.
Okay, so it's again, you're telling the horse, hey, it's water over there. If you go to there, you can drink it. You're not really leading the horse to water because even like Nadish was saying, if you're telling somebody, hey, brother, you need to get a six-pack, that's giving you something, right? The solution would be taking that man to the what's his name, to the gym. You know what I'm saying? Like that would now, like you said, at that point you can't say, yeah, I've led the horse to water. I can't make
Pause there. If I'm leading by showing example, I go run. I show that I did marathons. I'm showing that I challenge people. Challenge me to push-up contests. I beat them in that. Me literally showing them and saying, hey, if you do this and do that, you can get these results. That is literally me. That's literally me. Hold on. That's literally me leading with me putting myself as the example. And then they will say that, Sharon, they will put it on me that I'm not doing something. This ain't no solution based because somebody else did not want to take the information and implement it in their life.
But Sharon, let's keep it 1,000. You beat a malnourished African in a push-up contest.
Okay.
That was crazy. I don't need no damn going on. Hey,
but it was still, I did over 80 push-ups.
No, yeah, but you got to send him 25 cents a day to get them flies from around his face. Come on, let's keep it 1,000.
That's fine, but still, regardless, it's still men that cannot do 20 push-ups. I did 80. So regardless of the fact that it was, is that I'm putting in the actual work. I'm not just talking about it. So for somebody like KT to come up and say, if this is a solution-based place and I'm leading with me being the example, you cannot go ahead and try to use my name as I'm not delivering on something when it's the people that do not want to take the information because, like Nida said, they just want to come and argue with me, even though they agree with me most of the time.
No, I think because a lot of things are agreeable. It's kind of like why, like I said, I've never been with the manosphere shit. You see, I argue with Angry Man every time I see this motherfucker, right?
Nobody put you. Just talk the point, please.
Nah, because y'all constantly put me in the manosphere area because y'all say like, well, that sounds like some shit they'll say.
KT, focus. You said you the one that brought up that this is supposed to be a solution-based place and it ain't no solutions here. You said that.
Yeah, so sir, what I'm saying is if we're overall giving salute, like we're supposed to be improving the black community. That's why I say every time the black community, and I'm not saying that you haven't brought something that may work for some people. We're seeing that it's not working for a lot of the people. If we're being good leaders, don't we have to figure out different solutions? Not just the singular and say, because that's not how people move. You'll never get a majority to move under this is it or nothing, unless
that's the problem. It's them, not him.
Right.
So what's right is right. It is what it is.
So everybody else the problem.
If they're not doing what they know they need to do, pretty much.
No, it's not what they know they need to do. It may be even what they can't.
Let me ask you this, brother. If somebody's in the front of the house and they done jumped in this old lady's yard and tore up her grass and they won't stay off her lawn and they won't keep their dogs on leashes and all that other stuff, we don't know that the right thing is to do all these things that I just named?
Do all what things you
Like, for example, I just got through hearing somebody the other day say I'm a snitch. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I'm a concerned person. If you're doing something I don't agree with, I'm telling everybody. So is that right or wrong? Or am I a snitch?
Bro, I'm confused as fuck.
Okay, so
I'm asking the question. Am I a snitch?
Let me try to be the bridge for that. So he's saying that if he recognized that his neighbor has a reckless dog that is tearing up the yard, digging up holes, and he goes over and say, hey, you need to get your dog trained, take it to this person, get it trained so it won't do these things. Is that not a solution?
Yeah, that's a solution for sure.
And then now, if she doesnst do it, whose fault is that?
That ain't what he was getting at all. But
that's exactly what I just said.
So hold on. So KT, I'm trying to get you to
but I said, yeah,
it doesn't matter if you don't hold on, KT. Well, I'm trying to get you to understand. See, this is again, right? I'm giving you a solution to what he was trying to say, right? And instead of you accepting it, you
I literally said
it.
I agree with you, Sharon. Damn, what are you? That's what I'm saying. Y'all, it's crazy. And that's why I said I can understand what Brian's was saying, because even to bring up something like Anton Dan, y'all are like the opposite of them.
Hold on, KT, before you move
kind of with the same talking point.
No,
you saying let's singularly follow this line of thought like Anton Daniels would. You just not saying it for this way. You're saying
you're not listening. You're not listening.
Other way.
You're not listening. If we are dealing with, we only can deal with one problem at a time. So we
they had multiple solutions, right?
No,
it's one.
Oh my
Jesus, damn dog off my lawn.
And the fact you can't acknowledge that's bad
Keep
leadership.
your dog off my lawn. It's simple.
So
no, for sure, that's simple. That's very simple. But the way that you can handle that is multiple ways. You can call the police. You can tell them.
KT to go. If the house, this is what I don't know. If we have a problem, do you think that we got to fix other problems before we actually fix the problem that we have?
Results may vary depending on the problem you're talking about.
Okay, so if I'm talking about a very specific thing, I say my phone, I have a problem with my phone. Should I be talking about my TV?
No.
Okay, therefore that's TV? One solution that we got to focus on, the phone. So now when I give a solution for the phone, it makes no sense to say, hey, what about the TV?
No, nobody's saying that. I'm saying you're not going to.
That's exactly what you just said.
Not. When you look at the phone, you're going to say, "Hey," you're not just going to look at the phone and say, "Yep, I know what's wrong with it." You got to break it down.
What y'all talking about, man?
Correct? Like, do y'all?
Damn. KT, man, what the hell are you talking about? Like, what are y'all talking about, man?
When something.
AR, what we're saying is that. Wait, AR, what we're saying is this. What we're saying is this. Sharon says he eats healthy, he runs, he gets up he has a routine. Yeah. Are those things the right thing?
Yeah, in my eyes.
So all the dudes that eat cinnamon rolls, eat in the middle of the night, won't get up until 1 o'clock.
How do I do better in life?
Applying themselves. Are they looking for solutions?
If they ask how do I do better in life, yeah.
But KT's not coming up here to ask how to do better in life. He's coming up here to say that the man that's doing the things you're supposed to be doing is not the only answer.
Yeah, I mean, KT, you kind of just not. You kind of KT. I don't even think Bronzebird, if he was still, I don't know where the hell he went. I don't even think he'd be agreeing with what you're saying. Respectfully, I don't think anybody besides you gets what they're saying, and at that point, maybe it's time to be introspective and say, "Oh, maybe I'm just not correct or conveying myself correctly," instead of trying to push a point that you're not making.
What am I not conveying correctly? Then
I'm not going to go back and forth with you because I want to talk about some other shit.
That's what I'm saying. If it's not going back and forth, it's only going back and forth if you're going to yell.
I'm trying to get away where we can understand each other, but hold on. Okay, we got Ronnie with the 199. Want to virtually smack a black man? Join the SBG. LOL. KT, do you agree with this?
Do I agree with what?
All right. Yeah.
So
the statement that's in the super chat.
No, what the hell?
Did you read it? Did you hear it?
Want to virtually smack a black man? Join SB? No.
All right. So this is the issue that we have when people just say false narratives out there instead of actually dealing with what I'm attempting to push out into the world. That is the issue that we have. It's too many men that's going off some imaginary thing that is happening here. We do not talk down about anybody. We don't talk bad about black men. But for some reason, good night.
So when somebody says the men and then says 80% of the men, what does that mean?
That means we have some kind of statistics, data, and stats to back up whatever we are saying. And then
right. So 80% of the men ain't shit. They ain't living up to whatever.
Right. And
let's focus on them instead of focusing on the 20% that's got it going on, evidently.
Right, because we have to fix the majority to fix the community.
Right. The 80% are like KT.
You ain't shit.
We got KT on one side and Jalen on the other.
Unlikely with the
Again,
2-ball.
It's just further proof because I ain't got to insult y'all, but y'all try to make a joke. I'm not
insulting you. Unlikely $2. Salute to the Bracy show.
Thank you so much, Unlikely. Also, we got Justice 5897 with the 199. Virtually slap everyone equally. We do actually. We do. Everybody get a little love. Goddamn.
What's going on, Bruce?
Good day. Oh, there he go. He gets microphone working again. All right. So yeah, KT. I just think that
please don't, man. Please don't.
To argue. But we trying to get you to just stand on a point, you move the point again. And that is the issue that we have. And so when
KT, please mute. Please mute. Do not talk. Please.
Yeah, okay, please stop.
All right,
hold on.
Listen,
we're gonna finally get.
I've agreed with y'all somewhat, and I disagreed. I haven't made jokes out of it. And again, if we're trying to just make solution, I understand that everything that you might bring up won't work up for everybody else. I understand what works for me may not work for you. So again, what y'all saying is 80% of men isn't shit, right?
No, that was just hold on, pause there. So no, Mike was just giving an example of if we had a conversation and 80% don't do this, and we bring up that stat, it is up to the other people to say, hey, I don't agree that 80% is like this. This is my stat against that 80%. That is not just because we are showing some stats or data to prove our point of view. It doesn't mean that we are against anybody if it's truthful.
Nope, nobody's arguing that.
And
all right. No, KT. No. God damn.
Please shut up.
No,
you.
I'm so tired of hearing you talk.
You so emotional.
I'm tired of hearing you.
Okay, I got you.
And just go back and forth.
You just can't.
Yeah, I'm getting emotional. I'm getting annoyed. That's what I'm getting because I'm hearing you talk and you're not making any sense. Let's move forward.
Please,
y'all just disagree. Nobody understands.
I'm not speaking. Listen, I didn't. Okay, I didn't talk to myself, sir.
Hold on.
Calm yourself down.
Okay.
And I told them to stop too. What are you talking about?
You should be more than adult enough to. Yes, you should be more than adult enough to just shut up and sit back, though.
Hold on.
Even if you disagree.
Can you please just hold on for a second? Go ahead. We're gonna try to calm it back down one more time. Imago Day. Go ahead. Bring some, and then we're gonna go to AR, and we're gonna see where it goes from there.
Good morning, everyone. Hope everyone's doing good.
Good morning.
Yeah. It just seems like people are intentionally being contrarians up here. That no matter what you provide something directly, they're going to go in that inverse. So that ain't going to lead nowhere. What I will say is this. A huge problem is when someone says, I have a solution, and then you say that what they are saying is not the solution, but then they ask you, do you have one? And you say you don't have it. And then you neither try the solution that they provided because you don't have one in general. And if you don't want to provide a solution or try the solution, that means you don't want to solve the problem at all, which means you're part of the problem. It's really that simple.
And why do you think they try to use that against me as if I don't at least present one?
I didn't say you didn't present one. I just want to say,
Yeah, I
I
mean,
said I believe it
it's
should be
not,
multiple because one thing won't work for everybody. That's all I'm saying. If you're trying to help the community, if y'all feel I'm stupid for saying it, whatever, it is what it is. But it's factual. You know,
well,
one
bro,
thing doesn't work for most
that's
people.
an easy
So
scapegoat. When we
it's
say,
not.
because
I mean, listen, everything y'all
that's an
talk about. I'm
easy
married with 3
that's an
kids in my
easy
house. I have a
scapegoat.
5-bedroom
That's
house,
an easy
1,700 square feet.
scapegoat.
I got a good job.
That
I
is
own
a
shit.
very
Everything
easy
people be talking
scapegoat.
about is successful. I have that in a certain
Okay,
sense, and I
we're
don't even
glad
look at
that
that
you
success.
have that.
But
We're glad that
my
you
thing
have
is, so when y'all say, I
that.
say these are
We're
solutions,
glad
people will
that
say
you
we don't
have
like
it.
that because that ain't thorough enough. But again, I'm not saying I have the thorough, complete solution. I won't even lie to y'all saying let's come together and really make
You're not saying
solutions.
anything right now. You keep going on these tangents like earlier. You just keep doing it. You're not saying anything.
If you just ignore him, it'll get better. Sharon, this is now the 3rd time in a row that I've been trying to get some money, and I am blocked. And I ain't say nothing. Actually, this is probably the 4th time. I ain't say nothing, but I'm trying to kick this motherfucker off, and I can't because I'm blocked.
I'm gonna have to go into my YouTube studio and see who is
Your
blocked.
Cash App blocked?
I don't do Cash App.
Oh. Yeah,
I'm
but
gonna look
Brace,
for it, yeah.
people just don't want to acknowledge certain things. I mean, if you're not going to help, then it's just like somebody if they watching somebody get beat up in the street, and you're sitting there recording and saying, "Oh my goodness, this is such a bad thing." You're literally right there to either help, try to alleviate the people or try to break up the problem. But you're sitting there recording it. And then go around and then gossip and tell somebody about, look what I saw. I saw this man getting beat up half to death. Okay. So why wouldn't you help that person? Or why wouldn't you at least, redirect and say, hey, like to get them up off of something? Or let me sit here and record it. Do you find it funny? No, I don't find it funny. I'm finding it a very tragic thing out here. We're doing this to each other. But you was just in the vicinity watching it, recording it, enjoying it. I heard you laughing. But see, we don't want to be honest about that. We're part of the problem too. We won't never be honest about that. So
you're not part of the block. You're not in the block situation.
I'm not timed. I'm just. You have been placed in timeout by owner. Let's see if it. Yeah, I still can't. You have been placed in timeout by the owner of the channel or of the channel or a moderator.
I don't know how to. Okay, so you're definitely not on the block list, and I don't want to be knowing.
It's all good. We know who it was. KT ain't talking, so everything is good right now. Whenever I can donate again, just remind me that I was trying to throw some money, and I'll do it at another time.
Yeah. Yeah, we got to stop just timing people out. It's one thing we delete a message, but we don't have to.
And for the discrepancy between suggestion and solution, a solution is a more definitive, I would say, a direct answer on how to solve the problem. Versus a suggestion is probably like people coming together and having discussion about selecting ideas and considering them. So one is direct and one is pretty much indirect.
All right, so yeah, so I believe I untimed you out, so I guess you could check in 10 seconds.
Let's find out if KT won't be here in 10 seconds.
So yeah, and I think sometimes it's just I really starting to believe that majority of my black brothers are not used to seeing men stand up for righteous things, and they just don't believe a man that is standing up and attempting to be as positive and productive as he can be. Because we all flaws. So I'm not going to be perfect at all. I'm going to do something or say something wild to somebody, right? But for the most part, I'm doing my best and having attempts to do and communicate the right thing as much as I possibly can. So KT to go, do you not see where if you are disagreeing with solutions and saying that, well, that ain't the only one, it's kind of acting as if somebody is out of shape and you say, hey, you should go ahead and I tell him you should go ahead and run so he can start getting his cardio up. You say, well, that ain't the only way you can lose weight. You don't see that as a problem? KT? There you go.
No.
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
No.
Damn.
Man. God is good. God is good.
Hold up,
At random in the bed with the 20 ball. KT gotta go. It's too early. Also, we got Kulu Live 2.0 with the 5 ball. Sharon's show actually gives solutions that men and women can use in their life. Anton's show just for entertainment and shock value. Sharon shows it way different. Thank you. I appreciate that, Kulu. Because people try to act like, I'm not attempting to communicate properly.
Are they comparing you to AD?
Right now, yeah. For some reason, this is the second time he came up. That goes to show like how powerful I might be if I just have some people to rock with me and say, yeah, we going in that direction. You feel me?
We'll see. People know the right thing to do. They don't want to do it. And if let's go along with the stats that we heard earlier, 80% don't want to do it. So that's the men. I don't think it's that far away on the women's side either. I don't think all these women is these 80 or percent of all college educated, got their life together and all this other stuff. So what people need to understand is that water seeks its own level. And if we looked at each other in that manner and we actually saw each other as a community, we'd be okay. But what tends to happen is that people go and point fingers instead of understanding, no, we're more alike than we are different. So all this stuff about, the problem is in the communities, the men is so low and so low frequency and so out of, I hear you sound good.
Hold on.
I think we have to really look at everything.
Yeah, let's look at everything.
So, all right, I'll speak from my POV. If I go outside and I walk for about like 5 hours,
yeah,
more than likely,
I'll see you when you get back. I'll be eating a sandwich.
More than likely, I'm probably going to see a nigga doing something screwed up before I see a woman.
Damn.
You know what that could be? Because I like to make this analogy. Before I had a probe, I never saw probes before. But once I bought one, I saw them everywhere.
I mean, we could use that, but I mean, if I go across the the board, we have 6 people up here, and if we're really honest,
yeah,
we say, hey, the last time we see something degenerate, who was doing it? We're going to say a man did it. We're going to.
You're going to say that.
So you're saying the last thing that you seen that was degenerate was by a woman?
Well, I look at YouTube a lot, and I'll be trying to look for all these degenerate men. I don't know if I'm in the wrong algorithm or whatever else, but it seems kind of balanced out to me. Right now, I've been looking at Blueface and Krishan Rock. I've been looking at what's her name, Summer Walker and Rich the Kid. I've been looking at, so the things I've been seeing, it's been kind of balanced to me.
Okay, right, that's fair. And let's see if Aaron, let's see if his mic will work.
Big Aaron.
Big Aaron. No.
Nope, no sound.
No sound. All right, so while Aaron attempt to get his I want to play this video.
Can I get my shit off, please?
Yes, you can.
Pause.
Before. What's that supposed to mean?
Go ahead, AR.
We moved past most of it, so I won't dwell on it too long. I think what you said about, I think it was Bronze. He came on and he had said something along the lines of like, some people will hop on panel and then you or we or whoever else is on panel immediately jump at him or whatever and call him different names. I would say he has a slight point because even when I first came on, I was being called certain things. I just don't really care. Like certain people, people will get emotional about it. I'm just like, all right, and whatever. But I think he has a slight point, a point on that because there are times that people will come on and they might be newer, they might be this, that, or the other. Although most of the time, I think that it is people that have been in the space and they've been on other channels, and so you guys already know what they're about. But people that aren't like that haven't been on in other spaces or whatever, may come on and they say something and it sounds very similar or almost the exact same as what this other space does, and so they immediately get labeled that. And I don't necessarily, I understand where he's coming from, but at the same time, that's just the name of the game. Like if you're out and about and someone says something crazy, you're going to immediately assume something about them. And it's on them to clear up the misconception or to, in my opinion, it's on them to clear up the misconception or to continue coming on and show who they actually are. And you said like, at the end of the day, you're not insulting them by calling them a rim bro or whatever, because they'll call themselves red pill or whatever. I think that people, I always like to say, I'm not insulting you. I'm making an observation. Because I am making an observation. If I think you're retarded, I'm not insulting you by calling you retarded. I'm making an observation. Like if you're stupid, you're stupid. It's not like I'm not using it as an insult. I even maybe add respectfully at the end. If you're a bum, I'm gonna call you a bum. It's not like you cannot tell me that someone that has a 640 credit score, 2 baby mamas, don't take care of their kids, and works minimum wage is not a bum. Me calling them a bum is not an insult. I mean, being a bum is an insult, but I'm just making an observation of what you are, and you should do better. And so I think it's the same thing. Like you calling these dudes rem bros or whatever, it's not an insult. They are what they are, and you just calling them what they are.
Right.
So I think he made a good point on that, and I just wanted to highlight that. Nightish, I wish he was. I don't know. He left us, but he has said something about punching down. Like people, I can understand. What's up?
No, I wanted to tap into what you was just saying about the names that he has given certain individuals. Based per the word insult, it is one. The problem is though, it's applicable. That's the thing. And because I was one of the ones saying, hey Sharon, you know, calling them that that might not be the the best thing and everything like that. But then over the last couple, the weeks, we're hearing them say all types of things that's relatable to the things that Sharon was saying. People talking about, hey, it's a good idea to create, toys and all types of crazy that should come out of a man's mouth. So if it's applicable, man, you can't really go against it. Like if somebody say, hey, Truth, you be cursing. It's not an insult. That's a direct description of what I did.
Yeah. Which is why I think, like, to me, the separation is if I'm calling someone something and they're not that's an insult. Because I'm obviously trying to get under their skin. I'm trying to insult them. I'm trying to like get them emotional or whatever. But if someone is something, to me, it can't be an insult because that's what you are. You can't, someone calling you by your name is not an insult. It don't matter if your name can be used in a different way to be an insult or if it's typically used in a way that's an insult. That's just how I look at it. Now, strictly by definition or whatever, sure.
Right, because if somebody say, you man.
Yeah, it's like, okay, yeah, I am a man. Like, what? That's not an insult, but there's plenty of, super whatever women that like really hate men, that think men are like scum of the earth or whatever. And so to them, calling someone a man or whatever is an insult. But it's like, I am a man. It's not an insult because I am one.
Yeah, I'll call you straight,
Yeah, it is. So like, to me, it's like, if you are something, it's not an insult if someone calls you that. And it just seems like a lot of people don't realize that they're fucking stupid. And so when you call them stupid, it seems like an insult. But it's not my fault that you barely got your GED.
Damn.
Like it's not on. Like I see people come on here and try to say like a PhD ain't nothing. Now I don't know PH Diva, and I've never seen her PhD. But let's go with the fact that, let's go with the assumption that she does have one. And people try to say like, oh, it's nothing. It don't mean anything. Like, dude was up here talking about, oh, that don't make you logical because you got a PhD or whatever. And you ask him what makes him logical, and he says, oh, well, I have a degree, an associate's at that. Like, come on now. Like, I just think like there's a lot of people below certain other people that, to Nidish's point, they punch up, and it makes sense why they punch up, or try to bring those people down because they can't reach that level. And so the only way to be on the same level as that person above them is to bring them down. And I think they get too much grace. And so when he talks about people above not punching down, he doesn't understand why they do, or they shouldn't, or whatever. And someone earlier had called it bullying. It's not bullying. It's bullying if someone comes into space, they're not really starting shit or nothing, and you just immediately go, oh, you ain't got to agree. Oh, you can't talk here or whatever. However, if you guys are talking about something and they try to act like your accolades aren't shit and that they're the same level as you and nobody got to listen to you, or I'm a man, therefore I'm better than you just because I'm a male. Like, to me, that's not bullying to put them in their place, because obviously they forgot where they actually are. They think because they come into these spaces and they get to interact with people above them that they are on the same level, and they're not. And I think that more people need to iterate that and let them know, because, you know, and it goes into what I'm kind of trying to tie it all together. It goes into like KT and Sharon and Nidish having the back and forth just a little bit ago, talking about solutions versus suggestions. Leaders, if a leader says something, if you look at someone as a leader, or if they're in a leadership position and they say something, that is the solution. If they're just another worker or whatever, you can name it a suggestion, because because they're not looked at with that level of respect. If Sharon is looked at a certain level of respect by people that come in here, and he says, hey, work out, it'll make your life better, they're going to go, okay, Sharon, he lives a great life, he's successful, X, Y, and Z, he's a leader in this community, I'm going to do it because a leader's not going to steer me wrong. But I think these people can't tell the difference, because they are in these spaces interacting with leaders, and they get the mic time as well, and so they think that they are something that they're not. And I think that's a big problem in the community. And I'm not just talking about the Black community, I'm talking about the community on YouTube, generally speaking, is that you go into any spaces and you got people, again, barely got their GED, interacting with people with PhDs, and they think they're on the same level intellectually. Yeah, there are outliers that maybe graduated high school and didn't really do anything else, or didn't even graduate high school, dropped out of college, whatever. There are these outliers. Obviously, famously, Mark Zuckerberg dropped out of wherever he went, Yale, Harvard, wherever he was. That's an outlier. You can't go off the street and pick up a Mark Zuckerberg. Those are extreme outliers, but they see these stories, they see Malcolm X's, they see all these other people, and they think that they can be them without putting in the same work that these people put in. But just because they got a mic on YouTube and they watch some YouTube videos, they go into certain spaces, that they're at the same level. And that shit irritates the fuck out of me, because anybody that's successful knows how hard it is to get to where you're at. It don't just fall in your lap, whether you're white, black, male, female, it don't matter. It don't fall in your lap. You have competition amongst your peers. You have competition outside of your peers. And you have to constantly every day is making the right choice. You know, eventually you get to a certain level where you make.
Look at the Lord working. Can I respond to what he just said, since I wasn't even around when he was mentioning me? Shout out to the people that are intellectuals on the top of the game, doing all the right things. But, you know, I hear a lot of business people say, I'm a C student who got a lot of A students working for me.
Yeah, but
have you ever heard that before? Yeah, I'm a C student. I got a lot of A students working for me. Because a lot of those A students fit into programs, and they're not willing to take those chances that them C students are willing to make. It's more complicated than what a lot of people say. It's not as black and white as you might think.
I think the people
so what I'm saying is that I'm an old, fat, bald black man with messed up teeth, but because I'm sitting somewhere and I catch a bunch of strays and I decide to throw something back, I'm supposed to not be able to throw something back because you're sexy and young.
No, I think everybody. Yeah. No, I agree. I caught the last part, and I don't know if this is in response to what I said, because I kind of I don't know what the hell happened.
It was kind of because you were saying, because these people are doing the right thing and they're successful and they made sacrifices, they should be able to throw shit at people that's not in the same situation because.
No, I didn't say that. I said that the people that come on here.
Success is subjective, right?
Hold on. Let AR clear it up, because I think Knight is misunderstood.
I think that's That's not what I was saying. What I was saying was, and I made the example, if someone comes on here and they don't have what you have, don't talk down to them. Don't say they can't be in the space just because they don't have what you have, just because they're not successful as you. What I was saying was, people come on here that have these things. They're 40-something years old. They've never accomplished anything, and they talk shit about people that have accomplished more. And so don't come on here and saying, "Oh, don't punch down." Like, I'm not a believer in turn the other cheek. I'm not a believer in getting hit and don't hit back. Like, I'm a firm believer in retaliation. I don't think like you need to, crash out about it, but put these people in their place. They deserve to be put in their place, because obviously the people around them, if they still have people around them, have not done a good job. And it shows, because they're 45 years old and they have nothing to they still have a negative net worth at 45 years old. And I think that if they're coming on here to learn from people that are more successful, why are you down? Why are you talking shit to them? But if they come on here to try to pull you down to their level, that's when you put them in their place, because that's where they forgot, they've overstepped their boundaries. They're no different than a kid doing the same thing to an adult. Like, you got to learn your place. And if you don't have anything to your name, and these people that are talking do have something to their name, maybe you should stay quiet and just try to soak up some of the knowledge. And like, this is a perfect, like, I'm not saying, Nightish, you're defending them or making excuses for them, but these people have that type of mentality where, just because you're successful don't mean you're better than me, or just because you're whatever. Sure, on a philosophical level, maybe technically speaking, they're not philosophically better than you. However, from a standpoint of who should we listen to when they speak, you're at the bottom of the totem pole. Why would someone listen to someone that's 50 years old with credit card debt versus someone that's successful in a happy marriage? Why? What sense does that make when we're talking about something that specifically pertains to being successful, finances, or family, or something along those lines? We can't pretend that everybody is equal. I'm tired of that shit. They're not.
Okay, so let me respond. I agree with you 1,000%. But if I'm over there sitting on my slump, eating my big sandwich, and I ain't going on that whatever that thing is, at marathon with Sharon, and I'm not finna eat cucumbers, and I catch a stray, and I caught a stray because you successful, I'm just fighting back. It's not necessarily I'm saying that you're wrong. You could be completely right, but I caught a stray.
What's a stray? If he just says eat healthy,
I'll give an example.
Talking to you.
So like,
the man said my name specifically, and talked about a conversation with me. I think that dude name is KT. That's a stray. I wasn't up here. That's a stray.
No, that's fair. Okay.
Huh? But it was a stray. I mentioned you, but I didn't say that you said anything wrong or anything. I don't think. I was saying that what I was saying was when Sharon was speaking to you and KT. That's all I said. And I didn't say like you were wrong or that whatever.
Well, I felt some kind of way, nigga.
All right. Well, I'll just give an example, because I get what you're saying about the strays. Like, someone can be up here and they're saying something, and the situation applies to me. Or
maybe I misheard you. Let me be the bigger man and apologize. All I know is I heard my name in KT, and I'm like, what the fuck?
I don't think I did. I don't think I said anything crazy.
Hey,
I thought.
Hey, look, Nightish is being accountable. He said, "Hey, I heard my name. I came up with the smoke. I thought it was smoke." And he's like, "All right, cool. They really smoke."
No, I rock with Nightish. He's funny as hell, especially when he be trolling. But I don't think I said anything like. I think I was just specifically talking about.
No, it's cool, brother. It's cool. It's cool.
But to your point about strays, real quick, like, there was that interview with or the podcast with I can't remember who it was, but it was Jeff Teague. I think it was DeMar DeRozan. Jeff Teague, DeMar DeRozan, and someone else. And DeMar DeRozan or Paul George, one of the two, they made a comment like, "I ain't want to be a one all-star nigga," or something like that. And Jeff Teague only got one all-star, and Jeff Teague is sitting right there. And so, like, he caught a stray, but he didn't, like, he obviously knew it wasn't like a personal shot or something. It was just something that he was saying off the cuff. And so Jeff T didn't respond and be like, "What you mean by that, bitch?" or something like that. So, like, I think a lot of these times when people are speaking, if someone catches a stray, that don't mean that they have to immediately retaliate. Obviously, if you're trolling, then, do what you want to do. You troll and you kind of just there for the shits and giggles. But if you're having a serious conversation and someone says something, like, people talk about the women up here saying certain things against men, and Sharon addressed this earlier. Like, they're not talking to you just because they're talking to this one specific man. When they talking to a specific degenerate and they say men this, they're typically talking, or I take it this way, they're talking about men like you when they're talking to that person. They're not talking about all men, especially because a lot of them will have partners, male partners, be married or whatever. They're not talking, they have, they're well, I think anyway, maybe I'm giving
He's talking about the women.
a little grace.
Talking about the women. He's the
the Ren Bros might too. I don't know. Yeah. So anyway, More of the story is, yeah, the straight shit. You know, yeah.
Can I just
Well,
piggyback just real quick off what he said?
yeah, that's good.
That's why I came back, because I agree with him. I think a lot of these disagreements happen because of what he said. Nobody wants to acknowledge that everybody ain't on the same level. They're just not intellectually, which is cool. The panels are free and open to everyone, but you can't get mad when you are intellectually outmatched. And that's what we see happens a lot of times. People get frustrated in conversation when they realize they can't articulate themselves the way they thought, or they didn't put as much thought into what they're saying as they think they did. And now they're faced with having to explain it. And instead of reflecting, like, hey, maybe I should learn how to better articulate myself, they want to fight you.
That's a great
How do you spell halfing? I'm going to use that word again.
Welcome to the show. Good day, Supreme Goddess, PhD. How you doing?
Good. What's up, y'all? Hey.
Good morning. Good afternoon.
Hey, Bon.
Hey, PhD, I'm not sure if I'm bargaining because y'all order me, but hey, sis.
Yeah,
hey, you're not bored again. You sound good.
Yeah, you sound good, Bon Cherry.
Oh man, and it was just an interesting conversation. I did not know we was gonna go there. I didn't even get the chance to play the video that I wanted Diva to see.
That's what I was coming up here for, so I could start dragging.
I got a couple of them. I wanted to start with this one first, because when I seen this video, it went down a progression of other videos as well. I was like, ooh, hopefully it could. I didn't really watch them, so I don't even know if it's going to even point out my point, Diva, but I think it is. I got confidence in it. Let's see. This is why we should be listening to our women's. Let's see.
I think that we have to get rid of the illusions, we have to get rid of the poisons, we have to get rid of the lies, and one way to do that is expose it and dissect it.
Another way, we create a new life, a new value system and live it. As an example.
That's what I'm talking about. That's it.
That would probably be the best way, because then people could see it as a living thing and not as a theory. Because what we need to do is to reestablish a new value system. That's what Black people need.
Right,
a value
and how
system
exactly? And how do we go about that?
We go about it the way you go about daily work. First of all, you decide what you want. You establish your values and you start to live it.
Mm-hmm.
And the people in your community, you start talking to your neighbors. You get yourself together first.
Exactly.
Then you get your community together.
So we're in agreement.
Then you get your neighborhood together.
We're in agreement.
Right. And then you can move on out. But in the beginning, you got to make sure you got yourself together.
Right.
You know, you have to start right here.
That's crazy to me. And I'd see this is the problem that a lot of men have. They don't want to just listen to this advice. Black women have been saying this for years. This is in the 60s. Black men need to stop holding the line and bend that goddamn knee.
Hey, they're gonna bend it for somebody, right? Might as well be us.
Right. Because when I see that, I was like, God damn. The reason why we still in the same 50-year-old conversation is because men are trying to buck back and fight back on reality. For what reason? I have no idea.
And this is the crazy
right.
part.
We was just having a conversation with KT to go, right? Like I'm pretty much saying, like, I'm not just saying things, I'm doing it as well. And that's how you got to start. Build up your family first, and then you could extend that out into the community, and then you can extend that out into the state, and then you can extend that out into the whole nation, right? That's how I got to start. If it gets that far, hopefully, but you at least need to get it to where it extends gradually.
And can I add, they think it's just talk, right? But whatever year that was, can we look at the state of Black women in terms of education and finances and everything else from that year to now? And they will see that whether they listen or not, the women are going to do what they have to do. So, like, you're not hurting anyone by being rebellious, which is what we were talking about the other day, like this wanting to rebel for the sake of rebellion. Like, it's been proven that women naturally at a certain point are going to just stop talking and do what they need to do, like with or without you, for real. And then they get mad at that. But it's like, damn, if we could go back like decades and see women literally saying the same things, you can't be mad at women for like focusing more on independence when they're in situations with people who don't really value their opinions or their inputs or anything.
I think James Baldwin, I don't remember who the lady was, but he had to sit down with a lady, and I
Nikki
didn't see the whole.
Giovanni.
Yeah.
You better
That was a
remember
good. I didn't
Nicki
see the whole
name,
thing, but I saw
goddammit.
clips of it. I liked that sit down that they had. I
Yeah,
rock
that
with
was
James
awesome.
Baldwin heavy.
Sharon, can you review that whole video one day? I've never seen the whole thing.
With Nikki on James, it's really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one is really good. Let's finish
I
it.
think we ought to be sure we understand what she's saying. Now, this relates to what you said earlier about the black nation, right?
Exactly.
I'm not sure I understand what you mean by the black nation.
I mean, black people's lives, being self-determining, defining yourself, naming yourself, and having political power. We're a nation already without political power and military power.
Mm.
We're a cultural nation without political and military power.
Mm.
We're a nation, in captivity by another people.
Damn.
A people who have a totally different culture than we have, who cannot even relate to the things that we relate to. That is the problem. And as black women, we have to be the inspiration for the nation, for our men. We have to start out into the community educating the children, educating ourselves. Because once we educate ourselves, the children will become educated, because we are the ones that teach the children. We are the ones that decorate the homes. We are the ones that are with both female and male children.
Mm.
We are the ones that the children look to as the image in terms of their daily education.
Oh, man. I think that is so important. That for some reason in these spaces, they try to act like and ignore the fact that the most productive image of black people we have is a black woman. And that a lot of black men are falling into the propaganda of pushing out negative stereotypes about our black women and just focusing on the minority of our black women. It's wild. Even though they know for a fact, like Obsidian, knows that is a small, it's such a tiny portion of our black women, but y'all exploit that to get money. And it's just not a true thing that our black woman is that image. And it's just a sad thing to see on a day-to-day basis that men want to fight for a negative image of their own woman. This is crazy to me, and I don't understand it.
I sound like I'm on repeat, but this is why I say certain things for a reason. So, right, lack of self-awareness is the reason behind that. It's like it's easier for me to point the finger than look at myself. And so as a collective, that's really all this is. The more I can point the attention to women in the community and how they failed, the more I cannot acknowledge where I failed. That's all this is. They have a self-awareness issue, and it's real bad. Like, everything cannot be women's fault. It doesn't make sense. And as a man, I don't understand why that would be a position you would want to take. It looks weak.
But that's what I keep telling y'all. Like, and it probably sounds like I'm being facetious or trying to be funny, but it's the gospel truth. We are not oriented the same way these other people are. And these men will tell you that, right? And so they'll get up here and say, we supposed to be the leaders. But then when you ask them as a woman, well, why aren't you leading? Then they'll come back and say, well, why aren't you leading? Right? Because they really expect for us to do it. That's why they always put all of the onus on the women. And so what they telling you is, black women, you need to choose better black men. So I could have been better, right? Had my mom made a better choice, then I could have been better. But they saying it all start with you, black woman. And they absolutely right. Like, y'all gonna have to, I know we all want them to be those men, but as soon as another group of men step in the room, you could see instantly they just not, that's not who they are. And
So
so
let
at
me ask
some point we gonna have to accept that and then figure out what we gonna do rather than keep begging them to be something they can't be.
Understood. I think the only part where I agree with you is like disagree is where it's like they're not cut out to, they're not meant for. So I want to ask, like, there are some black men in your life that who are stand up, exhibit like leadership qualities. Oh, she left. Damn, she'll be back.
What was you about to ask me?
Yeah.
Well, I want to ask her because I disagree with something she always says. So I'm gonna wait for her.
Oh, well, we can hand her over the mic when she get back if you wanted to finish the question, just to kind of, keep it going.
Yeah, go ahead. Sharon on the
Oh,
phone.
no, if you wanted to finish the question, and then we just hand over
No,
the
I
mic.
want her to hear it.
Oh,
I'm
okay,
wait.
gotcha. Well, at least, okay, never mind.
So, Diva, you can hear me real quick?
I can't. I can't, but I'm moving around, so it's going in and out. But go ahead. I can hear you now.
What do you think about the black men that you do know in real life who have shown leadership qualities, who are intelligent, educated, masculine? Because I think all women, we could at least name a man in our life that we know in real life who's like that. When you see a man like that who's black, that doesn't make you, because you say, I don't think they're cut out for, and I don't think they're capable of. But when we see that there are black men who are capable of it, then how do you reconcile that? Is it that they don't want to, or they're too lazy to put in the work? I guess I just don't believe that all of them are not capable, is what I don't agree with.
Okay, so give me an example of the capable ones. Give me some examples so I can know what we're talking about.
I don't know. I'll just point to my real life example would be like my brother, right? This is a Christian man. This is a man who got married to his college sweetheart. He bought a house, put his wife in that house. Really held out to the marriage. They had kids after being married. They're still married, still together. My brother runs 2 businesses, and just a God-fearing man. And anybody who needs somewhere to stay, you can always come to his house. You can stay there. He's just about his business. He doesn't blame women for anything. He went to school. He did so well. He's a musician. He got a scholarship to go, I think, to China, to some music school. He learned how to play all these instruments. So he makes music. He gets paid to play for the church. He's a music teacher. He sells beats. He just, in my opinion, he's a stand-up man, all the way around. Got a wife, did the right thing, had his kids by one woman in marriage. He's the sole provider. So I'm saying there are men who are black who do not represent what we see on these shows, kind of thing.
Okay, so you talked about how many black people does your brother employ?
Wait, hold on. You're borging.
Yes, Diva, your microphone sounds insane right now. Okay, she dropped in. She's gonna come back.
She's asking how many people do he employ?
I want to say 5, from what I know. And you guys are missing my point when you say that's just your brother, that's one man. No, what I'm saying is I think if she says things like black men are not cut out to or incapable of, I'm making the point that we all can probably point to one example in our real life that we know. So where I don't disagree with her sentiments, is that part about them being incapable or not cut out for. I just don't know if I agree with that. I think some of them would be capable if they applied themselves. That's my only disagreement. I think it's not that they're not, because not capable means you just can't. I just don't believe that a lot of them can't. I believe a lot of them, for whatever reason, they're lazy and they don't want to put the work in.
Damn.
That's part of, I think maybe an argument could be made that that's part of capability. It's all a package, right? It's not necessarily just can you, if you were to somehow reach the top spot, can you maintain it or something like that? How can you get there in the first place? And if you don't have that dedication, the mentality, the discipline, all that good stuff to even get close to it, then you're not capable.
Is there anyone here who?
Do you believe that a lot of the way people operate is due to the way they see themselves, the image of themselves, and they're like
Certainly.
confident.
Yeah, a lot
Can
of
y'all hear
yeah,
me now?
yeah. You sound better.
All right.
Yeah.
So,
Yes.
how many black people does your brother's companies employ?
I think 5.
Okay. So you're a small
Small
business owner.
company. Yeah.
Okay. And so a stand-up man is not what I'm talking about, right? So we
Mhm.
are in a very specific situation,
Mm-hmm.
right? And so I'm sure there are, many stand-up men who take care of their family, work every day, blah, blah, blah. Those aren't the men who gonna get us out of this situation that we're in, though, right?
Got
So
you.
I'm talking about something very specific. I'm talking about being able to deal with, uh, actually to understand the situation we in, being able to think up workable solutions for it. And now one man ain't gonna come up with the solution, um, and being able to execute it, right? And so the way that even the stand-up ones think doesn't lend itself to us getting out of this. Let me
Okay.
give you an example. So there are some brilliant black men, or have been over time, right? And so there's a gentleman, well, I don't even have to give his name. And so they have been able to understand the situation we've in and write extensively about it and come up with some workable solutions, in some instances. Um, and so there are other men who are very charismatic and are able to galvanize large groups of black people. But when it comes to those men working together, they can't do it because everybody want to be the leader and everybody want to be the one out front, right? So this is like a situation that is currently happening with two groups of people. And so my point is, own ego takes precedence over understanding the situation we in, and coming up with workable solutions and being able to work together to implement them so we can see our way out of it, right? And so that's what I'm talking about. I'm just saying the way that they're not capable because they are, when you have men who are
To leverage emotion.
conquered, right? Like it does a lot to you, your self-image, your self-esteem, self-worth, or whatever. And so a lot of times the methods they employ to try to get some of that back are going to be counterproductive.
Okay.
Also, I just don't think that they have enough foresight and enough of a long-term view to be able to develop and implement solutions that are going to work over the long term, which is what we really need. And so, yeah, I just don't think that they are. So there's a term called formidable that they talk about a lot in evolutionary psychology, right? And so
Mhm.
black men are physically very formidable. As a matter of fact, they are the most formidable. But when it comes to mentally, they the least, right? And so that's what I'm talking about. By they not
Okay. So
capable of it.
So to provide clarity, so you know how like in these conversations, we have a hard time getting through to some of them on basic relational, like basic self-awareness, basic communication, basic what a man's role is. So when I mentioned my brother, every time you said that, I thought you were speaking from just that lens because we're typically in conversation with them about like lower level things, and it's like such a hard thing. So that's why I was more like, oh, well, I know there's not a lot of them, but I do think they're capable of that based on me seeing examples of that in my real life. But
Right. No,
I
that's
don't
not what I'm
disagree with
talking about.
you. I got you. Okay.
Yeah. And the problem is that and so we need to get men caught up to the men that Diva's talking about, that have the actual solution that we could challenge the general society. And we need to get men to catch up and saying that, hey, it starts here and we need to build you up. So this way now you can follow the plan of the greater plan to help out the majority of us as a community. And for some reason, we have a disconnect with them understanding that we have to start somewhere. And as long as we don't get that ball movement, it's always going to be a hindrance of punching and punching down.
But they can do it for the military though. That's the part I don't understand. Like when it comes to the government and the military, then they know how to get on board and follow suit and all be on one accord for the same mission. So is it a lack of respect for each other as Black men that you can't just, you know what I'm saying? Because you know how to do it when you're in the military, you know how to do it.
I think it's a lack of respect for each other as Black people. Like it's, I don't
Overall,
think we.
Black men don't respect each other.
I mean, we don't. Black people don't. Listen. We've been in agreement that Black women, have been leading the household for some time now. Like, and the things that have been brought up in those videos are true. Well, women have led it for the most part now. Listen, where we start is with each other. That's all I be trying to point out here. We can't start by saying, should the men follow the women or the women follow? We got to work together and build together. Because like we've both seen on both ends, it just hasn't led to a solution.
That is working together.
And so the problem is, and that's the issue. The men need to just follow a plan and stop trying to make this goddamn thing sound, oh, but you know, you got to work with me too. Shut up.
Hey, Sharon.
The leader is moving. Hold on.
The
leader is moving in a certain direction, showing and proving that they are not just talking, they are living it. Follow that and put yourself in a position so I can get PS Diva to argue me, get in your rightful spot as a damn leader.
No, you know, the thing is, we've had several very telling examples of what I mean when I say Black men can't be leaders in this society, right? And Black men get offended. But until you can come up with some workable solutions to some very real problems. Now, over the last week or two, we've seen several instances where there have been Black women actively in labor, being mistreated in hospitals, right? One of them was sent home. Go home. She ended up birthing that child in the car, right? Both of them had husbands sitting right
10
next
minutes
to
later,
them.
Diva?
Something like that. But both of them had husbands sitting right next to them.
I would have lost my mind. I'm telling you, Sharon.
Yeah, but losing your mind ain't gonna fix the issue. You
It
get
would
what
have
I'm
fixed.
saying?
Everybody would have went to jail. The
And that's
doctor.
fine. But
Hey,
your child would have been
Diva.
right. And so
Hey, Diva.
My wife ain't leaving.
Hold on. I want Diva to finish it. Right? But it did bother me that I seen it. I just don't know how to attack the situation, Diva. But I was in my friend. I'm not even the baby daddy. I'm just her friend, and they try to do that. So I lost my shit. And then they want to put her in her own special room. This woman didn't even have no goddamn good insurance. She went from being in a room with 3 women to by herself because I lost my shit.
Yeah, and they brought a ball. They brought a ball. They brought the ball and everything. The special bath.
Look, and Diva, this is the first time I'm gonna agree that I did the cheat. It ain't cheat if you try. I was like, y'all gonna treat my wife with some goddamn respect in here.
You know what? You're so stupid. But the thing is, right? That's not the first time or the second time. We have been being mistreated by the medical establishment since it started in this country, right? The father of gynecology was experimenting on Black women. It was a time when they was taking Black people's appendages and organs to give them to white people. They still do. It was a lady in California. They didn't even notify her family that she was dead. And took her organs, and she was not an organ donor. Nevertheless, so all of this is happening. And so my thing is, if Black men are the leaders that they claim to be and that Black women want them to be, then there are plenty of opportunities to get your ass out there and fucking do it.
Absolutely.
No,
It's a true statement.
I came up to
but I gotta add the part that I've seen Black men get on these panels and tell. That's what pissed me off when I saw it, and tell Black women, no, you die at higher rates because you're fat, because you're this. When Black women been saying for years, there's articles, there's research, there's data on the mistreatment of Black women in the medical field. And the same Black men will sit there and tell you you're lying and you're saying it because you're fat. What the fuck? And nobody, that's the funny thing. The men who say that, honestly, nobody's talking about these videos that's been coming out with these pregnant women and how they being treated.
I'm gonna have to do it.
Sharon, I didn't realize how you got these guys to have PTSD on in these spaces, bro. Like me and Bomb Cherry, we went somewhere last night, and they was like, "Oh," I came up and they say, "Oh, that he associate with Sharon. I feel it, like he gonna attack me." I was like, "Bro, calm down, man. Sharon's not here. He sleep right now with his wife, man." Like, I ain't realized how you giving these dudes PTSD. Bomb was there, she seen it. That man had PTSD because somebody, not even that you was present, Sharon, somebody that knew you was present gave him the PTSD last night. I was like, this is crazy.
They did the same thing to Diva. Is that the same Diva that be with Sharon Bracy, so-called solution-based gang? What?
So that was, but I was like, dang, man. I was like, this boy had Tourette's. He was stuttering. He was feeling some kind of way that I came over there. And I was already there. His like, he got a problem with me. I was like, brother, I didn't even know you was up here. What are we talking about? But no, I do think that, and I think this is a serious situation going back to the medical issue, because I saw what happened with my sister. Thank God that my mama was there, right? Because they was just trying to give her medicine, that they gave her too much medicine. Her blood sugar went too low because of how much money medicine they gave her. Like I said, and my mom's in the medical field, so she was like, "No, this is not what's going on." And it's just like they just don't have an awareness on how to treat Black women in the medical field.
As a human being, right? They human beings. That's how you should treat her.
Yeah, one of my clients, Amy, died in a hospital she works for because she was being ignored.
That's crazy.
And she works there. That's the crazy thing.
Yeah, that's wild. And I found since we all agrees with the first video that I found, I found another video. It's about Black men addressing the laziness. I thought since Venus brought it up, we should try to engage in it and see how they was talking about it 50 years ago, which is wild to say that 50 years ago they was talking about laziness and Black men, and still today it is a talking point, in my opinion. That's just wild.
Damn.
So let me see. Let's see what they say.
Feels that man is not basically lazy, or that people are not basically lazy.
I haven't had no rosy life, and I don't think there are very few in here that have had a real rosy life. And like I still been about the point that I agree that basically that man is mostly lazy. Now, I was motivated by OIC to come and better myself, in other words, I see other people with good jobs, good houses, nice things. I say to myself, well, now, why can't I get off of my lazy behind and get some of these things?
Colored kids have no image. Our images are white. There's no ambition. Who can we say that was great?
There's a lot of the Negroes complain about we never had. I grant you, the Negro has been discriminated against 100%. Yes, I grant you that. But not only Negro, not only the Negro, but look how many Jews. Look how many Jew people were burned in thousands. But yet these people, they let it stop them. They wanted something. They wanted. That's right. So why can't they?
Yo, it literally sounds like I feel like I'm in a Matrix.
Yeah, so I want to comment on that, because I think people are right about food stamps. I think food stamps didn't remove the Black man. I think it actually made the Black man lazy. And I know because we be like, oh, they got pushed out by the government. No, they just started hiding because of the government. They had their little bag, and they was like, man, the government paying for the food. They paying for the housing. Let me get my to-go bag. I'm going to be at this woman's house. I'm not required to provide as a man anymore. And then when the government come around, I'm going to leave for about my 2-3 days while they come over here, then I'm going to come back. So I do think the government did contribute to Black men being lazy by doing the job of the Black man.
Sound a little conservative over there, buddy.
I'm not going to blame the
Oh yeah, I love it.
I'm sorry.
Venus, what's your thoughts on what you just heard? Because it sounds like a 2025 conversation with Black conservatives versus, like it sounds like a today conversation.
So there's something I was thinking about recently. It seems like the way men and women or boys and girls, the things we require are very different, is what because I was thinking like, damn, why do the boys perform worse in school? You know what I mean? There seems to be like a comprehension disparity a lot of times when you're talking to a grown man, unfortunately. And so I'm trying to figure out, like, I don't know what it is, but there's clearly something different that the boys need when they're being raised. And we need to figure out what that is, because I don't understand how we're coming from the same households, but we're having a complete opposite worldview, right? Because when he said we don't need any image, or we haven't seen an image, or so he's still looking, he's grown, right? But he's still looking for someone else to be an example instead of him having initiative and just becoming the thing. It's like they're always looking for some type of outside motivation instead of being self-starters. And I don't understand that, because I didn't need to see anybody doing, like, I don't know, it's just not a requirement for me. If there's a goal, I'm trying to figure out how to accomplish the goal. I don't need to see PhD or build the house for me to want to build a house. I just don't understand that need. Like, there's not enough initiation, like self-starting. But that really speaks to lack of confidence, right? To be fair, because it's like, well, because I never seen it, I don't believe it to be possible. So because some of that could be like a confidence issue that's hindering them a lot. It's mentality based. What I can see is there's some type of mentality issue that's like self-defeating that a lot of them have. Because but he called himself lazy, so I don't know. I don't understand the laziness, like, but I've seen that in our community too. It's like people want the things other people have until it's time to do the work other people have done, and then they don't want to do it. You know what I'm saying? Yes. And I've seen this just on a small scale in my real life with a Black woman myself. I had a friend who came out of esthetician school. I said, hey, you could work in my business for a month for free. I'm not going to charge you no rent. Just use this month to build your clientele, right? Because she'd been watching what I was doing the whole time she went to school. She wants to do what I do. Sharon, she did not get one client in that business the whole month. She didn't work on her. I kept telling her, where's your social media page? Why are you not posting content? I don't care if you got to get free models in here. Get some services done so you can record them and promote. The whole 30 days, she did not do one thing. Right. And what that showed me was, oh, you were looking at what I have. But when I put you in position to do what I do, you don't want to do it. But it's like people want what you have, but they're not ready to do the work.
And I think that's one of the issues that they have with me as well. They don't understand how I could start a live and they're not getting the same results sometimes, I think is what happens. Right? Because we see that they come up and say, well, I got my own show too. And it might not be as big as, like, I don't even talk about the numbers, but I put in the work before YouTube started giving me rewards. I was on my phone emailing everybody and calling everybody I know. Come and put a like, say a comment, do something. So before YouTube gave me an audience, I built my own people that I personally know and forced them to say, hey, you rock with me? Yeah. All right. So this is what I need you to do.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
before we switch over, I just want to ask before we continue, I want to ask some question real quick regarding the stamps, which I think either man brought up, and I think Venus kind of touched on maybe. But how do you determine, or what is because I hear men talk about like women chose to essentially forego men or whatever because they can get the money from the government, the welfare from the government, essentially. So how do you determine whether men decided to stop doing something because of welfare versus they stopped doing something because women stopped going after them, or if they stopped feeling needed or appreciated by women because women were receiving welfare? So how do you determine whether it was welfare, them receiving welfare or whatever, or versus them not being appreciated by women, which is what I hear a lot from like the other side talk about?
It's a couple of factors that I think we got to talk about, right? So first of all, I don't know if it just happened in Georgia, but I knew a whole bunch of women on welfare who had men, and the men was there, right? Like this odd, like it was called the to-go bag, right? They had a bag in the closet, and they knew when the people was coming. They put all their stuff in that bag, and they would leave for a day. He'll go somewhere else, go to a friend's house, and he'll come back. and then he wouldn't have to have the responsibility of taking care of the family. Like he still was there. It wasn't like he wasn't there. He was there. He'll help the kids as much as he can, but he wasn't required to work, right? But so he was like his presence was there, but he wasn't required to work. So
man, also put in effect that rule was only for 4 years.
Yes.
What, the no men in the household or whatever?
Yes, that was only in 4 years.
I thought that was still the case, though. No.
No, it only was for 4 years, from 1964 to 1968. After 1968, that rule was not implemented anymore.
Can it still
household
maybe a
income
third
though, right?
option? Maybe a third option should be that the program, because it is a program, it works.
You said maybe?
Don't.
Yeah,
man,
like
come
the
on,
program
that's
works.
wrong, man.
I mean, I'm just saying it's a program. It's just that's the point. Like, I'm not saying that it's women for taking the money fault or men for saying like, okay, since you took that money, I'm not gonna get a job. I'm saying if the program goal is just regardless, if we saying it's to fuck up a family unit, this is succeeding in that, and I think that's really what we kind of like overstep. It's
okay. So pause there, KT. The problem is that why didn't break up other people's family?
Yeah, the white people did it too, but the men kept working. That was the difference.
Exactly.
We not in the same position either. We not
Yeah,
in a
no, they
country
was.
that was built
They,
around
you know what I'm
them.
saying?
The
So the
country's
white
not
man
built
was
around
hiding
us.
too. That's what we learned it from. The white man was hiding. They wasn't doing it, but they kept going to work, and this is how they actually start building wealth because the government was paying for all their bills, and the white man was still making money.
No,
Well, I don't know
exactly. And listen, they was letting them white people get away with that. Now, when your black family do that, they gonna come down on that, and that's what I'm saying. It's not a country
Black
focused
families
on
was
our wealth.
doing it.
No, I'm not saying they weren't doing it. I'm saying
when
they're
they got
going
caught.
down. Yeah, they're capturing black people for it more than they are the white families. So I'm just saying this isn't a country that's built for our success. It's built for their
Y'all gotta
success.
stop coming up with these excuses. Let me tell you this. Today they will kick a woman out. They kick a woman out who on Section 8 with a man because they're not married. He's living there. She deserved to get kicked out, right? Because she should kick his ass out or put his name on the lease so she'll pay the right amount of rent. But the stealing of the government.
Hey, listen, I'm gonna be 100% transparent with this one. Hey, listen. In Brooklyn, my pops was making about like 90,000 working, doing being a carpenter. I don't know how that's in my mind. And guess what?
Don't tell. He living?
He passed away now, so I could.
Okay. I rat my daddy out too because he did, but before that,
and he was still living in a place where the rent was $500. Why? Because he was living with a woman that had it is what it is. So this whole idea that the fathers ain't around because they can't do what the white man did and work a job while they women stayed on Section 8 or welfare, whatever, is a lie. Literally.
And they was humble. Them men was humble. They got their to-go bag. Listen, these was the most humblest men out there. They got their little bag and they went to their little car and they said, "See you in 2 days after the white people leave." I'm just telling you what we saw in Georgia. They was not like, it wasn't the women snapping, they rolling their neck saying, "You gotta go because I got this." No, the women wanted the Section 8 and they wanted their man. And I don't know why we keep lying on the internet about it.
All right.
But okay, regardless of however it went, I'm not going to act like it didn't have a detrimental effect when I hear 4 years, because I think COVID lasted a few years and look how residual the effects of something could be, right? So I don't want to minimize it and say it was only 4 years, but it was a very long time ago, and it doesn't really explain why now people are being lazy still and like lacking motivation. That's the part it doesn't really explain right now.
Well, so what happened? Let me tell you why it makes sense now. So what happened is there's a lot of young boys. They say these young boys ain't have their father. BS. They saw their daddy sit there on that couch and do absolutely nothing. And then this is kind of what I think bred the gaming culture. It's like my daddy's sitting around doing nothing. I want to sit around and be just like my daddy. Young boys have this desire to be able to be like their daddy and impress their daddy. And their daddy wasn't doing nothing. So guess what? They stopped doing nothing. And it was a trickle effect that started happening. But they learned this behavior from somewhere. This idea that these young boys learned that they just want to sit around and do nothing, they learned that from their daddies. Or that man that was sleeping with their mama.
The multitasking discussion we had a couple of days ago.
Not only that either, man. Like it just proved in what this man from 1960 said, right? So whoever that they look at, that's what they're going to try to imitate.
For sure.
He called himself lazy. He said, "Why don't I get my lazy behind up?" And some of that is not to be mean. It just is what it is. Some people are lazy. And it really be that simple sometimes. They don't want to do that.
It's true, but like, listen, it's what y'all said. Who are they watching? Because gaming culture, y'all want to talk about gaming culture. Okay, who made this shit famous? White people. So when black, like you said, Venus, I'm agreeing with you this. A lot of people see the success, want the success, don't want to put in the work. That's mostly white people. And as we've been here longer, let's be very frank. We're starting to get to the point where we're relinquishing our culture and saying, well, shit, we're Americans. Like, it's a lot of niggas saying that right now. So it's like, we're dismissing that we're letting our culture go to follow the white people. And that's what I'm saying. What these are programs, these are things that work, I would say, I believe.
But
just to be clear, being American does not mean being white. Just to be clear.
Right.
Hold on, but I'm trying to figure out what's this culture that he's talking about we letting go.
Yeah, just because you say you're American doesn't mean you're letting go.
Well, y'all going back.
Hold on, y'all. We going. Y'all asking somebody that. Venus, go ahead, go.
I was just gonna say I can't really accept that excuse either, because if they're following white people have also been always building businesses and going to school and creating new industries and dominating other men. So if they were following white men, how come they ain't follow none of that?
I was kind of paused.
Meaning like how we colonize.
He knows.
Like, so if they were following white men, how come? So I still don't understand that excuse. Then they didn't see that they were building industries and practicing nepotism and all these other things. They didn't see none of them
taking advantage of people, right? But not really. You saying like building industries like they was really out here. Them white people was slavery was all white people, and not even fuck slavery, whatever. Afterwards, when we talking about slavery done, when they building them skyscrapers, they not paying their fellow white men. And if they are, they the Irish white men, the ones that we look in and say, y'all beneath us.
You are but hold on. You're still proving her point, because if you take that as an example and you say white people own most of the farms and they're still underpaying the Hispanics and other immigrants that come here to work on those farms, the point being is that you're saying that the black man is giving up his culture to follow the white culture. So why are they also not doing that then?
Right.
Because that's the one thing.
Why are they not paying them under the table? It doesn't have to be farms. It doesn't have to be farms. It's just but how can it be the one thing?
Let him answer.
Well, I just want to make sure it's not the farms. Not I brought.
I'm not talking about farms. I'm not even talking about. I'm just using it as an example. My point is the bad trait of white people. We can all agree is colonization. So if we saying that that's the main point of them being successful, I don't get why we saying it's bad that we not picking that. We shouldn't be picking that up. We talk about how we supposed to be morally correct people all the time. So colonization isn't something anybody should want to pick up. However, the rest of the ways, and it going back to what y'all was saying, like the video was saying, yes, people in the 60s. That woman in the first video, what she say? We're completely different people. We got a whole different culture. That's a bigger difference even with what that woman was saying against what we got going now. We were proud to be, even if we arguing amongst each other, we're not doing this for y'all. Not saying that we do this for approval now or whatever, but we have agreed with a lot of the shit that they got going and say like, all right, that ain't that bad. We've kind of accepted it. And that's what I'm saying. I agree with y'all in a lot of the senses in terms of we've become lazy, but I'm saying I do believe, and not saying it's just 1000% the government fault or whatever, but it's when the dude pointed out Israel, right? I mean, pointed out the Jews. That's what I always say. I don't understand how we can make a comparison to anyone and say, well, they wanted more. All these people who got messed up, they got something in return. I'm talking about land mostly, and if not, like Japan, still getting paid back to this day. We didn't get none of that. So it's weird that we exclude that in terms of how do we correct ourselves. It's a lot of things we got to get corrected before the correction can even happen.
Okay, so now that part I agree, but how do we? So the problem is that we have to get together on one accord, and the issue is too many black men that have a contrarian spirit.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
When we attempted to get, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, I don't know if it's. Oh,
I was just gonna say, like, if you look, I brought this up before, I think, but Bobby Seale, co-founder of the Black Panthers, he had a video on YouTube where he was being interviewed, and the clip I saw, he was, there, I think it was a chapter out in Philly or something like that, and a woman was the head of that chapter, and I remember him saying, like, 2 young men called him and was like, hey, this is a woman leading us. A woman can't lead us, or something like that. And he was like, if you can't take orders from a woman, from the head of the chapter there, who happens to be a woman, get the fuck out of my organization or whatever. And I think it kind of plays a part in this as well. Is like, I can't remember where I was just going with that, but it was something about the leadership aspect of people. Essentially, the same thing I was saying earlier. Everybody feeling like they are on equal footing. There are leaders. There are people that are natural leaders. They're charismatic. They're all these things. Malcolm X ended up being a leader. He didn't start off as, well, I mean, maybe he was a leader as a pimp too. I don't know what he was, but there's just certain people that just have there's just certain people that have that about them. And I think that you can strive and you can want to be that, but some people are just better at than you. Like, not everybody's a basketball player. Not everybody's a musician. Not everybody's this, that, or the other. You have to recognize what your talents are and what you're best at and try to fit in that goal. You can do all these other things as a hobby or whatever, but at the end of the day, you kind of got to understand your limits. I'm not a parent, so I'm not going to tell a parent how to parent. Like, I can say it from a child's perspective, and kind of from like outside, I see, some parents do this, that, or the other. But at the end of the day, like I was just saying earlier, no one to seed. If KT is talking about how he's a parent or whatever, I can only give an opinion from my perspective. I can't give a parent's opinion because I don't have that perspective. So maybe I should just shut the fuck up at the end of the day. Like, maybe I shouldn't give a strong opinion about it. Maybe if he's like, no, that's not going to work, I shouldn't sit here and argue about how that is going to work and tell everybody else, don't listen to KT, listen to me. KT, from what we've heard his kids in the background, so he's there with his kids. So we know he's a present father. So defer to him. I would defer to him about being a present father, because I can't tell someone how to be a present father outside of like just a child's perspective of my father being there for me. I can tell him how good it makes me feel, all these different things about having a father come to my basketball games, teach me how to shoot, all these different things. But how to be a present father and juggle working and all these other things, I have to defer because I don't have that perspective. I don't know what that's like. And I think a lot of people, they don't recognize that it's okay to defer. It doesn't make you weak. It doesn't make you less of a person to defer to other people on specific subjects that you are not a SME at.
This is I just want to ask something real fast. That he made such a great point. And I think that's part of the issue too. Like, I think you mentioned it, Sharon, when solutions are being given, that contrarian spirit, one of the things is looking for any reason not to comply. Oh, it's a woman here, I'm gonna blame her. Oh, it's somebody younger than me. I see this all the times when I used to have jobs. God forbid there's a younger manager there. Nobody wants to respect the person because they're young. And I always felt like, I don't give a fuck if they're young. This is the title. First of all, I'm trying to stand on manager's good side. I'm just smart like that. I don't give a damn. But I didn't understand why. Who cares if they're younger than you? Are they more qualified than you? And maybe they are, and that's why they're there. But I've seen our people. I've seen women too. Now y'all don't want to respect her because she's younger than you. Genius. She got the power to get rid of you, though. What are we doing? But so I don't understand that. I don't get it.
Yeah, it's definitely wild. Let's see what else he said. Let's bring him on. It's bringing up some really good conversations. I appreciate the banter that we have, and this is awesome.
Do this. Stop being lazy. Stop waiting for someone to hand something out to you.
Damn.
These men aren't lazy. They were just beaten down.
Damn.
A man has to believe he comes from something, that he comes out of something, that he's somebody. Back to where he began, so they can have a sense of pride for being what he is. Once a man has respect for what he is, he doesn't
have to be better than other men, and we are not. In fact, we are a group of men. We have a genius here and there, a fool now and then, and most people are just average. Now, we will have to be viewed as such, and it has to be, the nation must face the fact that black Americans received a hell of a lot of help getting in the predicament we're in. We're going to need just as much help getting out of it.
Told you that was KT. I told you,
You
KT
about to
was
get them
there.
started, man.
That's exactly what KT just said.
He might have answered my question. Remember, I said it's something that they need. He just kind of said it. They're not lazy. They're beaten down, and they've been told, like, it's a confidence thing, right? All of the imagery they've seen thus far has been negative, and we don't like to acknowledge this, but those things have psychological effects on people, some more than others, and it seems like men more than women, because for whatever reason, Black women seems to be more like, we'll see that stuff, but it'll kind of trigger something in a lot of us that we really want to do it. But it seemed like with some of the men, it makes them retreat. Like, well, I can't. And that's why you hear all the excuses and the pessimism, no matter how many solutions you give. It's like you're already so mentally defeated. You can't even open your mind to some possible solutions. And it's sad though. But so it seems like what they need is like visual. They need more examples. It seems like visual in front of them. Maybe that's just how they learn and develop their confidence.
Do you think that
that's how everyone does?
Do you think that Black women? This is just a question. Do you think that Black women have a easier time or are more able to, or whatever I'm trying to say, relate to seeing a white woman do a thing? Like it's still a woman doing it versus Black men maybe have a harder time relating to a white man doing it because they're like, it's white first, not a man doing it, versus Black women are like, it's a woman doing it and I can relate to that, and Black men have an issue, the counterculture, I guess. I don't know if that makes sense.
Exact opposite.
Exact opposite.
Wait, I disagree. I want to say yes, and so what on the end of it? I want to say yes because I think one advantage Black women have is, if we're going back to that time and we're looking for opportunity, the white people who are giving it will perceive me as less of a threat than they might perceive Sharon, right? To be fair. So there might be a little more leeway with me getting certain opportunities because they don't view me as a threat the way they will view some of you. But the so what part is okay. That's just what it is. What are you gonna do? Kind of thing.
Well,
like, okay.
I was just bringing it up because
That's
we were talking
not
about
backed up by data, though, right? And so I know we have a mythology in our culture where, oh, the Black man is such a threat, and they don't look at Black women that way. But that's absolutely not true with regard to jobs, at least, right? So when I worked in employment discrimination, law enforcement, most of the cases were race-based cases, but it was mainly Black women. It was more Black women than Black men, right? And so again, Black women have race and gender that we are contending with.
Bar.
And so the other thing is, like, the dominant society is aware of the fact that Black men are more docile than Black women.
Damn.
No, it's a fact. They do know. I wanted to ask, is that because could that be because Black men wouldn't come report it, Diva?
Are you saying docile, like in the work environment, they're less, like, to Venus's point, they're less likely to report to HR?
I'm saying,
wait, hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second, Diva. I want to shout out and welcome back to the show, Big J. Good day, Big J. How you doing, sir?
I'm finna kick this big bitch off.
Is your microphone working, Big J?
Oh yes, it's working. It's working very
good
very
day
well.
to you, sir. How you doing?
Now, speaking
Ron,
about,
I'm driving. I need you to do it. I got you as soon as I get to the house. I'm 5 minutes away.
Well,
I'm dead
hold
ass.
on.
I got
Wait.
you as soon as I get to the house. Come on, I got credit with you now. Come on, don't do that.
I don't know what happened. I'm trying to see before he gets kicked off. I'm gonna mute my mic. I'm trying to see what's happening here.
All right, well, you know what you're gonna have to do. You're gonna have to fight Diva there. Hey, go ahead, Big J. You better say it quick. You got 5 minutes. Go ahead, Big J.
Well, according to
fuck up in 2024.
You sound Diva, you know your credit good with me.
No.
That fat motherfucker be listening from the clouds all the damn time, and he'll try to come on Bomb Cherry channel to try to confront me about some shit that we was talking about over here, trying to act like he don't be watching and listening. Bitch, go put your bra on, nigga.
God damn. Look at Una laughing off the jump. All right, so Big J, you got a few minutes. Unless you somebody want to pay to get him back on, that is up to y'all. Big J is patient. He'll come back and let us know what his thoughts are. So
I'm gonna kick him again.
So I do think it is very interesting that KT the GOAT is on the panel and he is in 1960 at the same time, because this man said the exact same thing that KT the GOAT said. It is interesting to me. I feel like I must be in the Matrix. It gotta be. I don't know how to explain that. The same exact words is being said.
What did he say? I'm sorry.
Wait, I didn't even see the video.
All right, I run it back. He's okay. I'll just run it back. How about that? Let me just run it back. What up, Uda? Good day, sir. How you doing today?
How we doing? Run it back. Let's see what's going on. Run it back.
Let me run it back real quick. Let me go back. Let's go back 30 seconds.
Pride for being what he is. Once a man has respect for what he is, he doesn't have to hate anymore.
We do not have to be better than other men, and we are not. In fact, we are a group of men. We have a genius here and there, a fool now and then, and most people are just average. Now, we will have to be viewed as such. And it has to be, the nation must face the fact that black Americans received a hell of a lot of help. Getting in the predicament we're in, we're going to need just as much help getting out of it.
Damn near verbatim what KT the GOAT said.
Oh, okay.
Damn near. Go ahead, Ambassador. I know you wanted to.
If I can, real quick, I do just want
We're
to
gonna
point
let
out.
KT. We're gonna let KT address it. Then we're gonna get let Ambassador jump in. Go ahead.
I just want to point out, I mean, the black man and people are lazy is something from 100 years ago. That's what the slave masters are saying. So it's not like none of this is, you're right. We're always in the matrix. We've been arguing about the same things for probably 60, 70 years, right? So that, and even the further my point is, we're arguing about the same things that we were already arguing about. If things haven't changed and we've already tried some plans, maybe we need to just figure out some new plans. That's all I'm pointing.
That's crazy. How about we execute the first plan first?
Yeah.
That's
Nobody
wild.
On which term?
For some reason, it seems like the majority of black men will just excuse anything. I just want to have a contrarian spirit so badly.
What's contrarian about what I said? I'm listening.
The thing
Black
that's
men were in the league.
You asked the question. The thing that is contrarian about it is that we as a community did not try the solution first before we move on to a different solution.
So Casey,
we didn't go to school and graduate at high rates at any point.
No,
you're not doing that now.
That's not the only part of it.
Right.
I mean,
the solution.
This
That's
would
not
be
the only part of the solution.
okay. What parts of the solution weren't? That's what I'm saying. What parts haven't been tried?
Okay, so are you living? Like, are you not aware what's going on? That we have to be literal. That we got to say this exact thing. Like, it's so weird how so many men do this when they know a thing is happening. Right? We know that we have a education issue. We have a literate issue. We have clear thought issues. We have streamlined thinking issues. We see it on a time-to-time basis, but then when we having a general conversation, all of a sudden you have no idea that this is going on.
I didn't say that not once. What I said is, when have we not already tried that? Like, have black men?
Pause there. So when you ask a stupid question like that, that is saying what I just said. Instead of just addressing what I'm asking you, you come back with another question that has nothing to do with reality.
And
well, you got me. Okay, so let's go down the line like this. Uda, do you have a college education? You have a college education? No, I don't have one. KT to go. Do you have a college education?
No.
Okay, so why the fuck are you questioning that we went to school?
Like I said from the beginning, where there's not points when
Answer
black
my
people.
question, my brother.
I said I understand. Now we are we got many problems. Black men can't read. We not graduating well.
So we're
It's a
focused
lot of
on
Why
now.
you cannot hold on?
We're
Why you just
focused
can't?
on now.
This is wild, right? So I'm asking you, right? This is. Let me calm down. Why would you bring up we are graduating at high levels in higher education where we don't even have proof of it on this panel?
I said, has there not been a time periods when black men were graduating at high rates?
Well,
No,
some
it's not.
people believe
What the
that there
fuck
was a
is
time
this?
when
Why?
black
Okay,
people were doing better.
hold on,
So
Andrea. So I'm asking you a question. You didn't answer the question that I asked.
I already did. I literally said I understand we have many problems currently. Yes.
I'm not talking about.
Right.
We talking about one specific problem. Then when I talk about a specific problem, now you want to say we're talking about
Education. I said yes. We're currently not
that's enough.
doing well education wise.
Right. I think you're asking like, so you're trying to say we've never been doing these things or that we've never been doing better? Because some people do argue that there was a point where the black community did look better. So I don't really get the point still.
I'm saying
So
that
we're
listen, black men, and because he was just pointing out black men, I'm pointing out that it has been a period in time where black men were graduating at high rates, right? Things still failed after that.
Well,
So
I'm
that's
making the argument that there was a time when we were doing better as well, like collectively. So that should
no,
even
for
be
sure.
even further. That should be the proof right there that okay, when we were doing these things, we were better off. I feel like that's even further proof to try these things again. Like it
No,
worked
for
then.
sure. But
So
the
what's
thing
really
is, I'm
the point
saying
of
when that happened, then literally things happened to, and it's not of our own volition. People went out the way to harm us and stop those and break those things down. So my point is, why do we think this time we're going to do it, and all of a
right?
sudden it's going to be a different
And I
outcome?
would
That's
I
all
would
I'm
make
saying.
the argument that it's not like isolated just to black people in general. Like some people argue that American culture in general has depreciated, and that's why they're having their own separate fundamentalist. You get what I'm saying? That's why they're trying to move back as well. It would be silly for us to be like, oh, let's not try to do the same. They've noticed a deterioration of their culture as well, and they
For
want to
sure.
try to right. So I don't think
And
there's
look,
anything
so with
wrong
the
with that.
deterioration of the culture going back to currently, who was one of the first? Who were the people? The person that they probably saying about to lead the Republican Party after Trump loses? Nick fucking Fuentes. Okay, some guy who literally gets up on. I mean, you can look at Tucker Carlson. The people that the Republicans look at and say, "Who do we take their words?" These people are aligning with this person, even supporting him constantly. So y'all can. It's like it's. I'm gonna say this again. Tucker Carlson, Fox News. It's a lot of places he's doing interviews, and they're saying like, "Yeah, we understand why people are joining your groper movement, and it's America first." See, that's what I'm saying. Again,
Right.
there.
So why shouldn't we do the same thing? Like, so should we just sit here and just be like, oh,
I mean, that would be war if you want to be, because that's
not,
what they're
no,
saying. They're saying that the problem is
I'm not
us.
talking about war. They're not, I mean, that's what okay. I'm not talking about a war. Their initial problem is their culture disappearing. Now, people get radicalized. However, when a large group of people come together, yes, we've all seen it. Even with when we were talking about the manosphere, things get radical. But their initial like problem is with the deterioration of their culture, which is something we can all see. So
Facts.
yes, those people may have gotten radicalized. That doesn't take away the validity of their concern initially.
I'm not saying it takes away anything about validity or concern. What I'm saying is their solution that they believe is to get rid of the people that aren't them. Correct?
Well, we don't have
We
anything to
understand
do
this.
with them.
I don't know what you're saying. We don't. If you're saying that
Well,
we're
we're talking
agreeing
about
that
what we
they're
can do.
saying the
Why does it
problem is for
always have
us.
to turn back to them? We're talking about what we
Going back
could
to
do for
leadership,
our
we have
own
to be
life.
preemptive. We cannot sit
Well,
there and
let's
ignore
focus on
something and wait until that
I know,
happens
but
and then say, all right, let's address it.
let's focus on us first. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, then we can worry about what white people are doing. But I just think the first thing you should focus on is what you do every day before you worry about
I can agree with that somewhat, and I wish
white
it was
people.
that way. What I'll say is we have to multitask because it's not enough time for us to just say we take things a step at a
Because I
time.
feel like
Okay, hold on. Let me. I want to jump in right there. This is the contrarian spirit that you have, and this is why I think a lot of black men are not understanding this idea that multitasking is a good thing. This is not a very masculine trait. It's not. A man is supposed to be, a masculine trait is focusing on one thing at a time. This whole idea of a man that is focused understands that you got to get one thing done at a time to actually get a full project done, whatever you're building. Whatever it is.
Where did you
what it doesn't matter what it is. I don't care if it's trying to you want to get dressed. You got to put your underwear on first. You got to focus on that first, then your socks, and then your t-shirt, then your pants, then your shirt. Like you have to focus. It ain't like you trying to put on all your clothes on at one time.
Right. You can't fight a war without the army first. It's like I think what he's trying to explain. Like you're talking about the war, but we don't even get along.
Yeah, and that's advanced level talk. If you can't even successfully finish one task, why would you be wanting to do 3?
Right. So we got to get men to understand masculinity, right? And it's not a female or male thing, masculinity, right? We start to
ask real quick, where did that come as a definition of
you? It came from you talking about multitasking.
Like I'm saying, where did men multitasking not being masculine? Like where?
That's what I'm trying to get you to understand.
No, I'm saying who defined? Like, are you just saying that? Or are you saying
society, culture defines it.
Culture said that men multitasking is not masculine.
It doesn't explicitly say anything. We learn it. It's like, you know how you learn social norms. It's like that.
That's what I'm asking. Where are we learning?
Nobody has to tell you.
What I'm trying to get you to understand. You want to look it up. Go ahead, look it up. See if multitasking is more of a feminine trait or a masculine trait. It don't have nothing to do with female or male, by the way.
I'm just asking where is this at?
Let me give you another example. Just like creating things. Creating things is a feminine trait, whether a male is doing it or a female is doing it. Creation is a feminine trait.
Yeah.
All right.
Understood? Even though a male can do it.
But
so
Sharon,
all I'm trying to get you to understand is that you pointing out multitasking is important because this is why you have a contrarian spirit. You cannot see one thing through. And we need more men to have a focused spirit. Go down a straight line and think in that straight line.
this is kind of what you was talking about the other day when you were talking about, and it was you, KC. I'm not shade, but I want you to not be offended what I'm about to say and just listen. The other day you were talking and it was like, well, we could do this, or we could do this, or we could do this, or we could do that. And Sharon had pointed out like why it's problematic to think in that way. Because what happens is you give yourself so many options to think about that you don't actually do anything.
Correct.
And it's kind of what you're doing now with the like, oh, we could multitask. And he's saying, no, that's the problem. Focusing on completing a mission and then moving on to the next one is more productive than the or this. And we could probably, and we could, and it's a lot of like, that's not a productive way to think if you want to get things done.
Okay.
I did want to go back. So I think it was Andrea. How you doing, Andrea? Was saying we were better off before. When was before?
Some people argue that. I think we're doing probably bigger things than we've ever done before. But you know, some people say that like before, I think it was like around MLK time, there was fathers, and that's just a talking point I've heard. That's why I said, well, some people make the argument that when we were more family oriented, that it reflected in the community. You know, that's what some people say. I wasn't there for that. I don't know, you know, but I've heard that argument made before. I don't know. Have you heard that before?
I have heard that argument before. And to me, it's ridiculous.
Okay.
Just because if we know the story of Reese Taylor, which the problem is a lot of us don't know, right? If you know the story of, I think her name is Ruby McCullough, there's a book about it, but of course, most of us haven't read it. I think there's even a movie about it. But what was very
her name?
prevalent.
Ruby McCullough.
Ruby McCollum. Okay, I'm gonna watch the movie.
Ruby, yes, McCollum. What was very prevalent back in that time was Black women being essayed by white men. And even though everybody knew who the crackers was who did it, because Black men were children in society, our children in society, there was nothing they could do, right? So with Reese Taylor, the cracker lived right down the street. It was actually a gang of crackers, several crackers, but they knew exactly who they were. Reese was married, by the way. Her husband couldn't do anything. If we know Queen Mother Goddess Fannie Lou Hamer, right? When she talks about how she was growing up, she talked about how as a 12-year-old girl, she was a domestic for a white family, right? So these Black men, she had a daddy in her house, but he still needed her at her 12-year-old age to go out and work. Nevertheless, she talked about how one day the lady of the house summoned her upstairs. And when she got up there, into the room, she invited her into the room where the man of the house was waiting, and he SA'd her. And she said that when she went home, she didn't even bother to tell her father because she knew there was nothing he could do. And so the idea that we was better off, now I don't know who might have been better off, but it certainly wasn't Black women.
Shit. And also, let me say to the cast, it says, drop big titty J triple X. Uda, you didn't say anything yet. What's your thoughts so far? Give me some thoughts.
Wait, can I?
I got
can
you.
I say something real quick?
Yes.
My grandmother. That was my grandmother's situation. She was, if I'm correct, 14, and she was raped by 3 men, and there was nothing nobody could do about it. You know, and ergo my father. So he was born out of that. You know,
right? And so, y'all, I mean, and I get it. Again, I understand what we want to be happening, but that's not the situation.
I'm gonna just mute you, Bomb, while you're not talking because you have a echo. I got you. Go ahead. Smitty hopped off mute, so I believe he wanted to say something, and we got Uda right after. Okay, go ahead, Uda. You good? All right. Uda is
Yes, Smitty. You can get it, Smitty. You can get it. I'm ready.
Nah, bro. I was already.
None of the men want to follow that up. Right?
Don't do that.
Follow that up.
Over here getting the vegetables right. Getting the vegetables right over here.
Oh, you get in there first, Uda. You going up there first, Uda.
They said, play the video. They like, play the video. Reese, what I'm lying about? What I'm lying about?
Some narratives you just want to do.
I promise you that's what the Cash App said. It wasn't me, Reese. It wasn't me.
Sharon, I'm making a list because as you guys are talking through this and playing the video, I'm seeing the problem. I'm gonna have a list.
All right, let's get back to it so Venus could keep on making her list. And she's checking it twice. You want to say something, Andrea?
No, I'm listening still.
All right. Let's check it out.
Can I say something to that, Sharon?
Yes.
I would just like
and
to
Ambassador, if you want to jump in as well, Ambassador, let me know.
No, I just want to let Venus know why you're making your list. I love RC race cars. That's so like that's one of my things. So I just.
Ambassador, did you want to jump in?
I guess there's some narratives I'm just very careful to even try to address. I guess I just ask, have you read The Light of Other Suns? I don't know who said what they said, but early in the book, they just talk about how in those days, you know, a black man, particularly talking about a black man wanting to go to school, and the amount of pressure that he was under to stay home and work on the farm, and the preference to send the girl to school. Okay. Because his labor was more valuable than him going off to school. You know, so, you know, I can only just kind of put that perspective on the trough of what was going on during those times. And
What was that?
there's definitely more context. There's definitely more context to that. So I'm just careful to get into that because there's world views that being at play right now. So there's more to read on what's going on of black men crashing out and going off and chasing off the cracker and them coming after the house and burning down the house and there's more stories around the context of that. But I think it's just can get too emotional to really flush that out. But I think that's all I have to say on that.
Well, I have a question. You mentioned a book. What was the title of the book?
Is it The Light of Other Suns?
Is it The Light of Other Suns or The Warmth of Other Suns?
There we go. The Warmth of Other Suns. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I have read that one. Right. Okay. And so you say she talked about how the black males' labor was more valuable on the farm. And so what occupation was there that black men could go to college and go into, know they're going to have a job going into right after? Don't do that, Ron.
What?
Right, because the women knew that they could go and teach. And see, this is the thing. Like, you got to come. You coming with me, baby.
No, because you're asking a very specific question. And, like I said, I have to be.
It's a logical question, though, right? Unless they was going to say Tuskegee, where what's the man's name? Booker T. Washington had a very hands-on and type. So you gonna learn how to be a brick mason or that type of thing, okay? But still, it was a little less certain than the girls going to college and getting jobs. And so what we don't a lot of times acknowledge is that black women have always been the financial backbone of the black family, even when there was a man there. Just because black women always had the opportunity to work. And even when she did not need to work, right, them crackers would create laws that would force her to work.
See, the complexity, even what you said when you said with a brick mason, you kind of implied the complexity of your question, right? They're going to school basically for a more developed blue collar job. Now, I'm assuming when you ask me that question, you.
Did it sound go out?
Going in and out. Going in and out. Lay your last point. You went in and out, bro.
Yeah, he coming back.
Oh, dang. Can you hear me? Okay. I was saying, even with your example, I'm still going in and out. Dang,
yeah,
okay.
You breaking up. It's crackling.
Okay, I have to change that.
Maybe you're talking to a Bluetooth, maybe.
I am, but these are my janky headsets I use at work. I gotta go to my actual headphones. Give me a second.
Why you get the black people the janky headsets?
I didn't hear that.
I'm just messing with you.
Oh, dude.
Man, I think it is important that we realize that we got a lot of work to do and start recognizing the work instead of.
Sharon, let me ask you this question, if I may. You said we have a lot of work. We have a lot. Oh, I'm sorry. Venus, did you want to say something? Okay. Sharon, I wanted to ask you this. All right. So, like, when you say we got a lot of work to do, in your personal belief, do you believe that work needs to start with all of us having our own individual problems, coming together as a community and trying to figure out what's wrong with everybody at once? Or do you believe that the problems that we should solve should start with everybody needs to go off to themselves and figure out what's wrong with them and then step out the door to get your shit together?
Can I say something really fast?
Real quick, can
Please,
y'all hear
really
me
quick.
now? Is this headset
Yes,
working?
you are
All right,
clear
cool.
now. Yes, you're clear. No more clear. That's good. Go ahead, Andrea.
No, I was just gonna say in response to his question, even though I know you're gonna answer too. I think we share a lot of the same problems, and so
Mhm.
that's why we do have these discussions because these aren't isolated problems. We're seeing these kids are mimicking each other's behavior. Even with what he was saying about boys in school, I will give him this is that there are studies that say there's like a certain age where boys do have a harder time in school. So with that information, we can support them because they boys do have a harder time sitting at these desks and memorizing things for whatever reason there is a difference, so we can be aware of that that's a problem that affects all of us because a lot of people have sons and a lot of their sons are going to struggle at a certain stage. You get what I'm saying? So I think our problems are shared. So we can do both. That's something we can do both at the same time, I think.
But so why don't the boys have a hard time
That's
memorizing?
cross-racial.
No, no,
That's
no. Okay,
cross-racial. That's for white boys too. Just saying.
okay, but I don't give a fuck about white boys.
Oh, okay.
And so why don't the black boys have a problem memorizing how many touchdowns and yards thrown Lamar Thomas had in a season?
Right. No, they think it's no, seriously, they think it's something to do with the setting, like for all boys, like that sitting at a desk for 8 hours. It's something about the setting and just the structure of it all that they struggle with.
Well, so that's
So,
the thing
like
though.
when they're watching football, it's casual. They're with, you know what I mean? It's something
They
about
sitting on the
that
couch.
setting that, right? You know,
Okay, so it's the desk that's doing. Okay, so y'all
it's
take all the
everything
desks
all
out of the
together.
classroom, and so
No,
bring
you don't have to do that. They just need more
bring
support. They just need
sofas
more
into
support.
the classroom so these boys can sit there and listen to
No,
the
no, no,
lecture and take their
no.
notes and learn how to add
No,
two plus two.
no, it's just like how girls and boys go through puberty at different stages. They just need different support. They just need different support. And that's something that they need to get from home, is what they're saying. So
Yeah,
it's not like you have to do extra, extra, but they do need like,
but they never had a problem
coaching.
before.
They always have. They
No, I'm
always
talking
have
about
had.
no, absolutely not, because they were the people in school, right? At one point, if we go back, they were the ones in school, and I'm talking about boys in general now, not just black
Yeah, it
boys.
doesn't mean it
But
wasn't difficult for them.
what?
That doesn't mean that that it wasn't
They were
difficult.
doing
Like just
it.
because,
They were
yeah, they got
leading
it.
in everything.
Well, the school system was more bent towards training the boys back then. There's more male teachers.
Yeah, it was
PE and physical activity was built into
Like
the
everything was
programs. You
about
know,
them, right?
there was auto mechanic shop. There were
And then
trades in the schools.
and
All
then
type of
girls
stuff.
weren't and girl and then on top of that, girls weren't really there, so there was nothing to compare it to.
Hey, Sean, I got a solution for Diva. I got something for her. Tired of her shit. I got something ready. You
All
ready,
right.
Diva?
Oh, I'm ready.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So, bam, you compared sitting on the couch while they can remember what's happening on the couch, and when they sit in school, they can't, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I went to Chat GPT and asked them, like, what happens to a boy's mind when he watches football, right? And it's talking about dopamine,
right,
emotions. So could it be that the way they memorize and learn things, there has to be like it's spoke about
Dopamine.
testosterone being released. So do they need to be in a setting where they're getting triggered to release dopamine and happy hormones and testosterone in order to remember something?
Probably.
All right. Can I literally somebody who went through the transformation of that process? Like I actually went through that through school. No, I actually went through it in school. So like in the beginning,
Actually, is what I'm doing.
okay, all right, bet.
Oh,
Diva, when you done,
of the world, boy, I'm
respond
from
to that.
Miami. All we say is cracker. We invented the word cracker, boy.
All right, so this is what I will say. So there's a study that has been done, which all of us know that kids have gone through, and that study is how do they learn best? And those three studies are audio, right, visual, and hands-on. Now, what they've realized is that when it comes to the actual audio, as in just sit down and listen, the girls do the best at that. If you ask most guys out of the three, they're going to tell you they're hands-on. When I got out of the seventh grade and my grades weren't the best, my parents went on ahead and switched me over into a vocational middle through high school, and I went to basically what was like a trade school. Nah, I'm dead ass. No. Listen. Look. I'm good with all of the laughs. Somebody's going to get what I'm saying right now. We can look. We can clown all.
I'm laughing at Sharon.
No. We can clown all we want. I'm really trying to say something serious right now. So what happened was my grades were not my grades were not the best when I had to sit down hour for hour and learn. But what they did was in that course of training was they taught us math through what it was we did hands on. Everything we did was some kind of activity where we can move around and feel and do like actual science experiments and everything. It was a real vocational school. Like yeah, where I'm from, that shit costs money. My people's had to pay for that. All right. All right. So what I'm saying is that I did recognize how once I got to the ninth grade, I excelled. I excelled so much. I learned so much more math, not from sitting down trying to figure out it on paper in a classroom. I learned it the best when I was able to actually do a real project where I had to incorporate the math. And thus from there, I learned it. So yes, we do learn different. And then you have what is it, audio, visual, and then the visual, that's a combination of us all. So so those who learn visual, you're going to find a mix of guys and girls who really do learn that way. I digress. My mic is muted. Thank you for allowing me to share.
The only thing I have no pushback for that. The only thing is, if black men know this, then why haven't black men created educational systems to teach black boys in the way that they learn best? What y'all doing? Waiting on white men to create it?
No, the reason why. Hold on, let me tell you why.
Why?
Because of what he just said.
What he just said.
Money.
We don't have imagination to think of something and make it reality because we are not smart enough in the whole in the majority to actually think of something, put it on paper, and then make that a reality because we got to be physical hands-on. So we can't touch it and say this plus this equals 2, and I could turn it. We would never just think of making this jar.
That's wild.
No. But okay, so look though, you just said something that I have been thinking about for a minute because I do think that black males are more in the material world, and then black women operate more in the spiritual world.
Goddamn, I guess I'm a diva. I'm gonna have to concede to all these rim bros calling me a goddamn woman.
No. Hey, Sharon, I actually would concede to that. Why? Because us as men, it is our duty and our job to know how to manipulate material of the world, from being blacksmiths, locksmiths, knowing how to build bushcraft, you name it. So I am very physical in this world because I got to know how to build this world so that you all can be comfortable. But I digress. My mic is muted. Respect to the family.
Yeah, so but if you can't think up the stuff, if you just the hands of it.
The crazy part, they are missing the part that if you are in the well, I did kind of say it earlier, right? The creativity is in the feminine anyway, right? And so to think of something and then put it on paper and then put it on reality, that is so powerful. And the fact that my brother, and there's nothing wrong with it. If we are because labor. Diva has said it earlier this week that we are the brawn, and so we're gonna have to just respect the brains of the operation.
Absolutely.
The women got to think of it and have an imagination. Hey, this is what is possible, and then we got to be like, oh, and then and blacksmith it and make the thing that somebody imagined. So and I don't want Smitty to take it as it's just that it's a realization for me that
Sharon, you're gonna say what you're gonna say. Just say it, Sharon.
Yeah, so because that the women, and this is why we're gonna have to bend the knee because the women have the better, for lack of better words, the women have the visual and the spiritual. They able to grasp things from the Wi-Fi. They don't need to be connected with the physical. They could think of something, and then when they relate it to us, then we would figure out a way to manipulate the physical world to do their thoughts. Mind fucking blown.
Wait,
and
Sharon.
Diva see me, and the reason why Diva was laughing, she see me thinking
In
of these
real
things in
time.
real time, and me and Diva was because Diva and Sharon, I guess clearly because we both was women at the same time at this moment.
Sharon, that's a
She
smooth
was
cover
able
up.
to
Shut up, Sharon.
understand my emotional
Sharon,
faces that
just
I
shut
was
that shit
going
up,
through.
Sharon. That's a sweet cover up.
Yeah,
Stop that.
I just call.
It was
This
sad.
sound like some Umar stuff.
Yeah.
Sharon, I don't agree real quick because a lot of well, I'm gonna speak for myself. A lot of from what I see, the white men who are the creatives and the people who are doing imagining and then bringing things into fruition, the people who take credit for not all, but most of the creation of industry, those were also men.
But notice how they try to make white men seem feminine, though. You get what I'm saying? Like, if you put black men and white men next to each other, they do try to make it seem like the white man is the
No, not make it seem they are. It's just true.
right. So it
that's
kind of does go back to what we're saying.
Oh, what Sharon is saying. So what Sharon is saying is you need to be able to tap into your masculine and feminine. And black men have a hard time, which I don't agree with because they catty and argumentative. They know how to tap earlier. They know how to tap into all the wrong emotions. No, I'm serious. They know how to tap into all of the wrong emotions about somebody and not the right ones. That shit is wild.
Well, it's interesting. It's interesting everybody's perspective on these black men. I think the first thing is the reason black men have a problem with vision is because their imagination is perverted at a young age, and it stays at an infant level, right? Uh, the imagination of just thinking about women and them naked and like that's a very infant way of your imagination. It's so much deeper than that. And the second thing is, I get what Smitty's saying when he's saying that some guys learn this way. It's just they're not interested. They're not interested. Like I looked at some novels that like my daughters read, and I was like, if you just look at like especially novels like drama novels, it's very interesting for women to take up reading. So like growing up, I wasn't interested in reading, but I love math. And I sat in the classroom. I didn't go to some vocabular rehab or whatever it's called, right? I didn't do all that. I just liked the math because money
E,
was
you was
something.
doing good. Don't do that. You was doing real good, E.
I know, but shit, I ate today, so
Damn.
my ketones ain't at the level that they normally is for me to pronounce all the words the correct way. But listen, the point that I'm making is it really comes down to a simple fact of interested and not interested. They're interested in football, so they use their memory for that aspect, and they're not interested in reading because they look at those things as boring. I've been purposely trying to find entertaining books that my nephew would want to read, and it's hard to find those versus my niece. I can find novel after novel for those things, so maybe black
And let me
men
tell
need
you
it.
why, E. I mean, we just cracked the code. Men are dumb.
And
We cracked
lazy.
the code.
And lazy. Because why do you have to be interested? What about building mental fortitude in your children? Meaning, sit the fuck down, read this, and you not getting up till you tell me what the fuck you understood about it.
How did y'all sit up here and say lazy and then say sit the F down? Everything we're talking about is hands on and we are being actively
Why
moving.
are
That is
you
the total
talking to
opposite of
me?
lazy. No,
Can you
because what you
shut
said
the
made
fuck
no
up?
damn sense.
Shut up.
It
I'm not
made
talking to
no
you.
damn
Shut
sense.
the fuck up.
You just saying some
jumping out the
wild shit.
window. He said, I done had enough.
That's some wild shit. You gonna say sit down and say we lazy. You gonna say
I
we
can't take
lazy
it.
Now he
and then
mad.
sit down.
You mad
Look,
because I had
man.
to send you to a
How would
special
you
school
Look,
to
say
learn
that,
how to
Charlotte?
fucking read? You mad?
look, man.
You mad because you
Ingesting the
can't read?
venom is
It
good for
makes
you, man.
no
Hold
damn
on, hold
sense.
on.
He can
Hold
read.
on.
He went to a vocational school where they taught him how to read by reading in
Yeah.
braille.
No. Yeah,
Braille.
exactly. Yep.
That's the
However
hands-on
y'all want to
reading.
make fun of that
Yeah,
shit,
the
I
hands-on
promise you.
reading.
But I promise you though, don't ever none of y'all try to sit up here and talk about no type of solution. Listen, y'all talking about solutions. We speaking on some real stuff, but this is why nobody ever want to share shit.
Then don't. We didn't
No.
say that.
On some real talk.
We don't
This
care.
why don't nobody ever want to share shit, dog.
Nobody asked for that.
We are grown ass adults. No. But y'all acting just like the girls that was in my special ass school. Y'all acting just like the chicks that was in that special ass school if you want to go there.
We
Okay,
didn't
If
ask
you want to go there, if you want to go there.
Let's bring it back. Let's bring
Nah,
it
real
back.
talk though.
Hold on.
Let's bring it back.
Y'all really doing some goofy ass shit
Hold
right
on,
now.
bro. Let's bring it back, bro.
One fish, two fish, red fish, blue.
Hold the line.
Most of y'all dumbass kids is in them schools.
Hold on. I need
Hold
to
on,
hold the line. Hold the line. Thank you. Nobody bend the knee. So the issue is that it is
I was trying
okay.
to finish my statement, Sharon. I don't know why this bitch got triggered.
Oh
my God.
Oh boy.
Yo, you gonna
Hold
let her
on,
talk
y'all.
to you like that? Hey, you gonna let her talk to you like that, bro? That's
Don't
No,
hype
that's how
it.
you
Don't hype it.
it wouldn't be
Don't
me
hype
though.
it, y'all.
It's
Don't
gonna
hype
be
it. Don't
only
hype
her.
it.
No. It's gonna be only
It
her.
wouldn't be me
At
though.
the end of it all,
Don't
it's
hype
gonna
it.
be
Don't
so
hype
she
it.
the
You're
only
not
one
being
that
me.
hopped out on that manner.
Don't hype
She
it,
the
bro.
only
Don't hype
one
it.
that went low. You went low because that's the only you can't go up. You don't know how to rise up. You only know how to stoop low. So
I didn't
yes, I'm gonna let her be the only
I
one.
don't know how
Yes,
to
I'm gonna let her be the only one.
count to four
She
with
can say all the names she want.
and
At
let
the
go.
end of the day, she can say all she want.
Why
I
is
got
it
a woman, she ain't got no man. Now, if you
Sharon,
want to go there,
Sharon,
What that's supposed to know what?
why did he feel the need to interrupt when I was
hold on.
giving my general statement? I wasn't like these men be
left?
obsessed with me. This is my thing. You
Damn, did he
interject
left,
to
bro?
fuck with
That's
me,
crazy.
No, he didn't
and then
leave.
your
He didn't leave.
feelings be
I
hurt.
just want. Hold on. I just want him to bring that because I know he's not going to allow to get the full thought out. So I want Venus to get her full thought out. He's
So
there.
thank you. I just want to point out to the audience yet again, when they want to make Venus the bad guy, nobody pays attention to that. They started it because I was not talking about that man. But this is what it's like. I'm like God to y'all. Y'all take my words to heart and y'all be ready to cry. Everything Venus says is not about you. Newsflash, you're not important enough. Why the fuck everything I say, y'all think it's somehow I'm just talking to you. You just so special. And bitch, you are special. That's why they sent your dumb ass to school somewhere. But anyway.
Come on, Giz. Now I got
the only thing you know how to do is talk about.
Nah, Sharon, let it ride. Let it ride.
Nah, fuck all of that.
Hold on. But listen, but we cannot scream over
You don't
each
have
other.
no man.
Hold on. We can't scream.
Where's your
over
man? I got a man. Where's your man?
If we want to get out the disagreement, we're gonna get it out. But we got to be able to hear each other. Okay.
Yeah. He came for his cookie though, just now.
Stop playing with
I
me.
wanted to finish my point. So what
You talk the same fuck ass shit that these fuck ass niggas do. You just do it from a vagina's vessel. Stop playing with me.
I never heard that one. That's a weird. That's a wild. I never heard that one.
I am speaking from a vagina's vessel, and
A vaginal vessel is a new one, bro. I ain't never heard that one. That's classic.
Vaginal vessel. I love it.
Hold the line. That's them classic. That's classic.
I love it. I love that.
That's back in them days classic.
To a school
I
that
love
had to
that.
wear helmets indoors and shit.
That's
Nigga,
classic. That was classic.
Yeah,
Shout out to
that's a
Smitty.
good
That
one.
was classic. That was classic.
Yeah.
Not the
That's
VV.
From
Not
the best.
VV.
Did they teach you
Hold
that
The
word
V,
after school when you had the
the
helmet on?
VV is classic,
No,
Smitty.
no. Don't
Yeah,
worry
I
about
love
where they
it.
taught it. Don't worry about where they taught it. You
Hold
just go learn some shit and shut the fuck
hold
up.
on.
I'm gonna
Hold
use
on,
that.
Smitty.
I'm gonna
Hold on.
use that tomorrow.
Let
I'm
me
gonna find someone to
VV
say
is
that
classic.
shit.
Classic. I'm sorry.
Hold on. Let me read.
Ryan ass nigga.
Shit.
A random independent. Bring Smitty back. $2.
All right.
Nigga, a random independent, $2. Venus and Smitty, center stage, please.
No, I'm
The
not doing
vaginal vessel has spoken.
The vaginal vessel. I'm gonna use that tomorrow. Someone's vaginal vessel tomorrow. Goddamn it.
I'm gonna
funny,
finish
bro.
what I was saying.
Y'all are crazy.
So my
All right,
original
so-
point that triggered the retard was
Salute
this.
to your
And
point, man. Salute to you. The school you went to and all that. Salute to it. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is, bro.
Yeah,
Own it.
Smitty, you went to a
stand in it.
slow school?
You know what I'm saying? Because they done kicked me out of one school and I was in one school. The walls was like this high because they kicked me out. So it was behavior issues. But the walls was this high, and I was like in 8th grade, 6th, 7th grade. They had me doing work that was coloring the numbers 1 blue and 2
No,
green.
nigga.
And they was hanging up my work. They was hanging up my work, bro. So trust me, bro. I was mad smart in school.
Hey, Uda, let
They
me
kicked
ask
me
you
out
this.
of my
Hey,
school,
Uda.
bro. They kicked me
Hey,
out, bro.
Uda.
And I had to
I
deal
want
with
to
it.
ask you this though. Hey,
I had to
Uda.
do it.
Let me ask you this honest question, black man. Let me ask you this honest question. Have you, along with have you, along with anybody else,
I didn't get
have
to make my point, Sharon. That's what this whole thing. I was in the middle of
man?
talking.
Because you haven't made a point since you got up here.
Okay, all right,
You just been
all right,
talking
all right.
shit.
Hold on, Smitty. Hold on. Let her make her point, please.
Facts, bro.
Go ahead.
Point.
He's so emotional.
Stop.
He's been crying all day.
Yes, I am.
Go ahead.
Yes, you are the energy that moves me. Emotion.
I know. I'm
Hold
on
on.
all you niggas.
Just
I'm on all
allow,
you.
just allow the matriarch to speak, man.
I
Just let him
move all
speak.
you emotional ass niggas crying about Venus all fucking day and night. You're a bitch.
Triple V. That should be a new name. Triple V.
No.
Hold on.
Ass
Let us finish
bitch.
together, and then you get to rebuttal. But don't interrupt, please. Don't interrupt. Go ahead, Triple V. Go.
So the point, Venus vaginal vessel. So the point was his favorite. Brahma said his favorite color is 5.
No. Stay focused. Stop laughing, shorty. Stay focused on your little comeback. Stop trying to get your little jokes together. Yeah. Come straight on your comeback.
You got a wife. You like a girl. I feel like I'm
Yeah,
arguing.
nigga. Nah. Y'all love to run your little monkey ass mouths and shit. But you're not ready for niggas who really got smoke for you for real.
Hold on.
Cut that shit the fuck out.
He's so
Hold
argumentative.
on. We can't be. Hold on.
Y'all be fucking these niggas, ladies. Just be turning y'all on. These niggas be bitches.
Hold on. We can't be calling ourselves monkeys. And
This gets your vagina wet.
If we're gonna have the argument, let the other person, like, even if it takes 5 minutes, you would get your 5 minutes as well. Go ahead, Venus. I'm gonna bring Smitty back, and so this way he can get his full thought without interruption. Go ahead, Venus. Finish your thought, please.
So at the end of the day, all I was saying was, what is that?
That
Somebody
is
mic acting up.
Yeah, that's okay. Got you good.
Does my $2 not bring Smitty back?
Before, hold on, please, hold on. And see, this is the problem that we keep having. I'm tired of people. Just because somebody argue means that it ain't no solutions.
But the funny thing is, I was in the middle of my solution.
This is a solution that's happening in real time, bro. We figuring it out in real times.
Is my $2 not good over here?
I know, man. They just this. What about my man's $2, Sharon? Come on. What about his $2?
Can y'all please be mature like Andrea? She just sitting here quietly. Y'all be mature like Andrea.
We really can't. It's really can't. Like, I don't even want to talk no more. I can't.
Go ahead, Venus. Come on, y'all. Go ahead, Triple V. Shit. See what y'all did.
Now she gone.
See what y'all did. Both of them gone. Both of them. Oh, no.
Man, I'm just gonna say, if you start throwing chairs, come on, man. We black folk. I'm gonna throw a chair too.
Y'all made Andrea
All right.
leave.
Andrea too?
Oh man. Go ahead, Smitty. Shit.
Oh no. I digress. My mic is muted. Much respect to the panel.
I will stand in as the supreme vaginal vessel.
Yeah. The interim vaginal vessel. Interim. The IVV.
Oh shit. Y'all are crazy, man. Oh man.
Came back at a good time.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, bro. I just think a lot of that shit is just psychological, bro. A lot of this shit is psychological, man. You know what I mean? But on a bigger scale, we don't see it. You know what I mean? Because you don't see the residual effects of slavery because we never lived in slavery and shit like that. You know what I mean? But there are residual effects that we all have from it. You know what I'm saying? And I just think like you see it more like, like me, I'm coming from a hood place, right? So you see a lot of it there. You know what I mean? You see a lot of these illusions and these stereotypes and these stigmas that we be trying to keep it real to, that we be idolizing, that don't be worth shit and it don't be nothing. You know what I'm saying? But you see it. You know what I mean? So I just think it's just how you look at this shit, bro. It's so psychological.
Yeah. And read the American slave codes. The American slave codes. You get a good idea. Read the American slave codes and what is it, King Cotton. Read those two. Yeah, you want to know about that stuff. You know, yeah, you're right. You're right. King Cotton and American slave codes.
I read that one
break
too.
all that stuff down.
Yeah,
you break that down.
Yo.
And that's what it is, bro. That's what it is, bro. We on the blame game. We all pushing on each other. That shit ain't about nothing, bro. At the end of the day, we got to understand this ain't the 60s. The 60s wasn't look like Jesus to us. You know what I'm saying? It's one of the realest times. We always quote it. I keep saying that. And it's a real time. But it was also stiff, too, as well. It was also stiff. Men had roles. Women was like this. And it was mad stiff, you know what I'm saying? Women were supposed to do this. The way to a man's heart was through his belly and all this other stuff. Remember? Nowadays it's different. You know what I'm saying? I think that today we do have more things that men are more flexible, and I think women are more flexible. Women are working, women are doing things in the house. Men are doing things in the crib too. Men is cooking, doing shit like that. Back a certain time, you in the kitchen, they'll joke you to death. What you in the kitchen for? As a man, you know what I'm saying? So I just think that all the beef and shit is just corny, bro. We just got to put it together and figure it out.
When y'all was working in the white man kitchen, y'all wasn't being joked out of there. The man who created the seminal soul food dish, macaroni and cheese, it was a man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true. I mean, that's
He worked.
true. But
He was
made that for real?
Yes,
I
he
never heard
created that recipe. He was what's his name? George Washington.
I never knew
His he owned him. George Washington owned him and sent him to France to be trained as a chef. And he came back and made our baked macaroni and cheese.
You got some.
That's
wow. That's crazy. I love me some baked macaroni and cheese shit.
Me too.
Thank you. That's crazy.
That's our ambassador. He got kids' music playing in the background. Shout out to ambassador. That's what it was, right? I heard. I was like,
oh no, I got the little guy on the tablet giving him his 30 minutes, you know. So
yeah. That's what's up. You always with the children, so that's what's up.
All right.
Oh, I stay
you was the
with
one
it.
that was talking about the numbers. You were the one that was talking about the math and the numbers today.
Oh yeah, I'm that guy.
That was you that was telling me that you was teaching kids the numbers and stuff, right?
I'm always ready to. I'm always ready to fight about that. You know.
Yeah. I
And
remember.
you know
I remember
that
one
problem.
day. I just hear your voice and I put it
You know
together.
that problem Sharon gave me. It's like, well, you know, 60 plus 3. You saying your kid doing that? The next week we actually mastered that part. So yeah, she can do that. She can do that.
Salute to
That's
that, bro.
awesome. And look, and they talking about we don't have no. They talking about we don't have no solutions here. You hear that? That's for all the naysayers and the detractors that always try to make it seem like I gotta be the only one with solutions, but they ain't giving no goddamn solutions whatsoever.
No, Sharon, don't be flipping the script, all right? Because you know, I was talking to you. You're talking about that. You know, I was psychologically scarring the kid for having her add 60 plus 3. Goddamn it! Don't start switching stuff up.
That's
Like
right.
I said I was traumatizing that baby for making her count.
Absolutely, and that's right. It's life changing. It is life changing when you come up with a plan that might change somebody's mindset. That is life changing, literally. If somebody changed their ideology, that would change their life, literally.
I agree with that. That's the whole point of starting them young. You know,
Literally,
thinking in high level math is it's a mindset. You know, it's actually training your mind to see patterns.
Yeah, why you trying to shine him for being a good daddy? See, it's your fault.
Yeah, he's trying to flip the script, but I remember, goddammit, the whole family remember that. The whole family
You
remember that.
traumatized this whole family.
The whole family was like, what?
Your voice, it all came back to in my mind. I just remember the conversation.
I know everyone was shocked on that. What?
Hold on, Sharon. Why you got me at the bottom? Why do you have the supreme vaginal vessel at the bottom? Thank you, sir.
Matriarch, thank you. Right. Put the matriarch in the proper seat, please.
Universal system of the VVs. Use the universal system, homie. Universal symbol, homie. We trekkied out over here.
Go ahead.
Let me ask you. So if y'all talk to your mama today?
Hi, baby.
I gotta call her. I just was gonna call her.
I want to remind y'all black men to call y'all mama.
I call her every day, bro.
You need to call your mama and tell your mama thank you for bringing your black butt into this earth. You need to thank her for all the stuff that she done, man. Cause woo, she did the best she could with y'all.
And I would like to say, call your father as well. I don't know why we're gonna act like that shouldn't be said. Call dad. If your dad's around, call your father and let your father know how much you love him and thank him.
Because we don't have to preface it with if your mom around, right? Because mama was 9 times out of 10 around. It was much less consistent with that.
How that Jay-Z song
go? With you, Diva. I'm not gonna go there, Diva. I ain't gonna do it, Diva.
Either man, you want to jump in there before we go back into the video? Oh my god!
I was talking about my mama. My mama's such a great woman. I can't ask for a better mama, man. I tell you.
And you look just like her too.
I do. I look just like my mama.
You do?
Yeah.
Just like
a spitting image.
I was talking to her. She's like, baby, you sent my ticket? I said, yeah. It's good to have money when you got a mama, boy. I'll be cashing out on my mama, boy. I tell you.
Was she coming up there for Thanksgiving?
Yeah, she coming up here for 2 weeks, so
Oh, okay.
so she gonna spend some time. Like I know, I see you gotta save up. When my mama come in town, I was like, man, let me go ahead and save up because she wanna go to the nicest restaurants and take the nicest pictures. And she wanna be spoiled. And I think you should spoil your mama. I know we live in this world where people say that they shouldn't spoil the person who brought you up in the world, but if you make it, take care of your mama. If you can. If you can. I understand, like if you're in a situation that you paycheck to paycheck, as a man, your first responsibility is your immediate family. I'm not telling you to neglect that, but your mom should be able to enjoy the last years of her life, without a doubt. On your dime.
So do you believe me that cause all right, so this is what my people's always told me. I'm just anecdotal, okay? Now please don't nobody just my people's told me like I've tried so hard to give back to my mom and she always like I remember I left like close to $300 or something like that. It was some like years back. Left like some money on the table and I was like, here, just go do something. I don't know, your nails, just do something. Thank you, mom. It wasn't Mother's Day or birthday or nothing. And then she sent me the money back and she was like, you just make sure that you never bring your butt back to my house.
Yeah, my mama ain't worried about that.
You
She
know what
ain't
I'm
worried about
saying? Yeah, bro. Like my mom sits on some like don't need nothing from you. Just never have to move back in. All right. Like I did my job. As long as I know you're not dead and you're healthy or not locked up, I know you're okay. I'm good. So do you really believe that we owe our parents, or do you believe that's just really a personal moral thing inside of you because of what your mom has done?
Well, so I think I have a different relationship with my mother, right? I talk to my mama at least 4 times a day. I know some people think that's excessive, right? And the one thing that I love about my mother is that we could talk about anything. Like every situation in my life, she's a person that I felt that I can be transparent with. And so what I'm saying is that if you at a point in your life that you have more, if I'm like donating to the food bank, I'm donating to the church, why wouldn't I be able to take care of my mother? Like to me, that whole ideology of like I could take care of everybody else. Like I could take care of all these employees because I have employees, I run a business. I'm gonna make sure everybody else good, but I ain't gonna and not just my mama, my daddy. I was talking to my dad the other day. Matter of fact, I'm gonna do it today. Hey dad, here's such I'm gonna send him, $80 for lunch today. Like, like honoring our parents, people don't understand the reason a lot of people I think are struggling is because they don't honor their own parents. The reason people have problems with their kids is because they ain't honoring the parents they came from.
Well, this is my thing. All right. So one, we all know that most of us in our age range was raised with our parents primarily used to say, I want you to have more than what I had. So the only way that they were able to do that, right, and most of us do at this point, is because they were able to be self-sufficient enough. So my whole thing is like the whole we really owe our peoples. I do believe that we should definitely give back to our peoples, but I do agree with how my parents raised me on the moral value of I did my job and I did it because it wasn't for you to take care of me or if you make it to the NBA or NFL, because, we're not supposed to get no pat on the back for being parents, is my point. We did that because that's just what we're supposed to do, is my point.
So
I think that's what
hold on, let
hurt.
me jump in real quick. So the problem, either man, is that because in the space that we are in, the reason why they don't preach that is because mama is the reason why they're in the position. They blame their mother, even though she was the one that did her best to tell them to go to school, do the right thing, don't be in gang violence, don't be fighting. You need to go and do X, Y, and Z to make yourself better. They are mad at her for telling him the right thing.
Just find a reason to blame men, Sharon.
No, I'm telling you what is happening.
What just happened, bro?
What happened is, so the problem is,
All the
for
guy
some
did
reason,
say, all he said was take care of your mom, and there was pushback. So I get why he's like, why push back against that?
I'm telling you why that's why they push back. They have resentment for their mama.
If you
Nah,
have, all he said was, if you have extra money, look out for your mom. I mean, even I would want to
Right.
do
And the
that.
reason why they don't is because day to day, when they having conversation, they talking about a black woman, they really talking about their mama.
Like extra, we don't mean your last dime. Like extra. I mean, what's wrong with that? I
Well,
mean,
well, it didn't.
why
See,
wouldn't you?
Sharon, that's that go get it I was talking about. That's that go get it I was talking about, Sharon.
Yeah, brother.
No, no. So this is important because we always talk about other cultures, and I get that there's some cultures that don't, but typically people who come from humble beginnings with their parents, they take care of. Like, if we want to talk about the Asian culture, we want to talk about typically the islander culture. We want to talk about majority of these people. And I'm not saying that you obligated to pay your mom a mortgage. That's not what I'm saying. But why does it hurt so much for you to buy your mama lunch unsolicited?
Okay, so listen, the thing is, I wanted to make sure that I heard you all so clear. So everybody's now, once again, trying to conflate and they're trying to make things seem like this is what was said. Nobody, not myself included, ever said, don't do that, play the tape back for yourself, or it's a bad thing. You came off like, almost like that's an
It is
obligation.
an obligation.
Okay, boom, right there.
That's
So
the
stop,
point that I'm
boom,
making.
right there. So then when I asked, so all I did, and I heard Uda say the same thing. That's wild if you just asking a question, right? So my whole thing is that if I'm just asking the question, AE, are we really obligated to take care of our parents, considering that was their duty from Jump Street? If we came
Yes.
into the world and we did not ask to be here, is it really our obligation to, now, mind you, hold on, now let me say this on
I
a
say
landing
yes
point.
to that. I say yes to
On the
that, Smitty.
landing point, I swear on life, on the landing point, my dad, he has a kidney issue. Man, I swear on life, man, it's nothing I don't do for my father. Now, on a health tip, like when they get older, do they need to be bathed? Do they need to be? I'm talking about mama on a vacation and all of that stuff. I'm talking about the pleasures of life. If you talking about like you need somebody to go pick up the medication, you know what I'm saying? It's nighttime, you can't see that good. You need somebody to drive you. Man,
The
stop playing with me,
pleasures.
dog. That's like without question. That's without question. You made it seem like it's our obligation to have to take care of our parents in like a spoiled way, like we do our kid. I digress. My mic is muted. If I heard it wrong, correct me. Thank you.
Nah, and I'm gonna stand 10 toes down on it.
Yeah, I want to say something to that, Smitty.
Oh, go ahead, brother.
Now, all I'm saying is that because I can see where you're going with it, but even in I don't know what you believe in though. You know what I'm saying? But I believe in God and I believe in Jesus.
In the Bible,
So I'm
right?
just saying they say honor your mother and father so your days could be long. Just that
Yep.
alone, it just shows you just that alone in a nutshell. You know what I'm saying? Because if we would think we could believe in God or Jesus or anything like that, which we could say is unseen, which God is our parent, right? How can you, if you're not honoring your physical parents, that's why God is very smart. He gave us physical references of everything that's spiritual. So we don't have to believe that everything is just a fake thing. We have physical representations. So if you're not going to honor your own mother and father, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter. I have
Right.
friends that their moms was crackheads and all that, son. You know what I'm saying, son? And they still took care of their mom. They still, you know what I mean? Some real stuff, yo. You know what I mean? Probably lives that we ain't live. And it takes a lot to
Right.
be
And,
like that. You know what I
Hey,
mean? But
Uda,
and even the point
that right
about the
there, I
Bible, even with
received
the
that.
Bible, can I say something? Even when Jesus, right before he was crucified, he did ask one of the disciples to take care of his mother for the rest of her life. So if we are using that to set the precedent, well, that was the perfect example of how he wanted his mother to be taken. He expected he was gonna do that, but since he can't be there to do it, he said, "You, my brother, do it for me." So if we base it off that, I agree. Like that is kind of what we're called to do.
I absolutely received that. I thank my people for once for teaching me. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what I'm talking about. I bet I can receive that, bruh. I
Yo,
like the
you
way
gotta
you
say,
said that. You ain't changed my mind, but I do
Smitty, you
receive
gotta
it.
say you
I receive
received
it.
that.
I
You
receive
gotta
it.
say you received that
Look,
on
no
all
more
the
Umar.
No, Sharon. No, Sharon. Eat your cucumber. Shut up, man.
But don't we agree? It shouldn't even have been any pushback. It should have been like, yeah, you're right. We should do for our parents, and we should have went to the next subject. Like I don't understand why the debate was there, or even the fact that
The baby
each,
said no.
Right, right. My boy said no. I said no too. Right. We're in
even when it
agreement.
comes down to like when I brought up my mother, Smitty felt like he had to bring up his dad to get that moment.
Right.
Which I agree that you should honor your. Like I said, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna send my daddy an Apple Cash tonight because I honor
You're
him
a
too.
whole father, and you bringing up the fact that I brought up, mention your dad as well. And here it is, you're a whole dad, bro. You didn't say nothing.
Smitty,
You
let
You're
him
missed
a
it.
whole
talk.
dad. You're a whole
You
dad.
missing it. You missing it.
Oh my gosh, bro.
The reason I brought up my mother because it was a conversation we had in real time. It wasn't that I was just trying to single it out, right? So the point that I'm saying is I have no problem with you doing it, but it was still let me take away from that moment to give attention to the fathers. Let me take away from this moment and say that you shouldn't do this because like it'd be different if I said something profound. I'm like, okay, I understand that, but I don't understand why we argue about stuff that we all should agree upon, regardless of what it is.
Because
Hey,
anything that you say good about your mother or father is profound. Just you saying I spoke to her today. To me and a lot of people, that's profound. So I mean, you did
so why
actually,
bring up the other parent?
because that's just as important. Because I'm a dad. How about this? How about this? I'm going to say it as a father. No, no, no. Let's be honest, okay? See, that's what we doing. Ain't no ducking nothing. As a dad, I'm saying to myself, well, damn, once again, like, somehow or another, we're just, I don't
It
know. It's
sounds
like,
very
I
bitter. I
never,
won't
I
lie.
never hear dad brought up. That's
Well, then
all.
It's
you should
bitter.
have brought that up if you thought
It
it was
is
so
bitter.
And I
important.
did. I
Just
did.
You
no,
didn't
no,
bring it
no,
up until
on
the
your
real
I
own,
question.
did.
But you did
organically,
it. But you didn't bring it up
organically,
But I
until
did.
somebody else did.
No, that
organically.
was
Until somebody
organically.
else did.
That
You gonna
wasn't
tell me that
Until
wasn't
organically.
somebody
You
else
organic,
know
brought
what
it
the
Diva?
fuck
up.
I'm talking
Until
about.
somebody
Diva,
All right,
that
all
else
right,
wasn't
all
brought
right,
it
all
up.
right,
organic.
all right.
No,
Hold on. So the problem is that
That wasn't organic.
no.
no, it's not.
Yes, it
No,
You
was.
waited for
no.
somebody else to bring it up. You
That's
didn't bring it.
not the
It
point.
would be
See, see, see,
organic.
see,
It
see.
would
You're
be
talking about
organic.
something that's
It would be
irrelevant.
organic
Hold
if
on,
you
hold
brought
on,
it up
hold
on
on,
your
hold on.
own. It would be
All right,
organic if
so
it
this is
was
what we're
your
gonna do. So this
idea.
way everybody can get their full thought out. Get Andrea. We're gonna go Uda and then Diva.
Okay.
That was
No, I
from
was
the
just gonna say it would be organic if you brought it was your idea from the beginning, like the discussion entirely. Like
What do
if
you
you
think?
had said on your own, "Hey, we should call our fathers," like if you had started it, but you said it in response as almost a rebuttal, and that's how it came off. I don't know if that's how you meant it, but it seemed like a rebuttal to what he was saying. That's
Right.
how it came off. So that's
Go
all I
ahead.
gotta say.
Go ahead,
And that's
Uda.
the thing. Why do
No,
we look
no,
at
hold
anytime we speak?
on. Go ahead, Uda, Diva. You all get to respond to everybody.
But look though, right? But Smitty, what I was gonna say, I ain't really got much to say to you. But I was just gonna say, do you have a closer connection or relationship to your father more than your mother, or your mother more than your father? That's a question I would want to know.
Okay. Go ahead, Diva. God damn it. Go ahead, Diva.
Well, so I just think that it is yet another illustration of Smitty's reactionary masculinity, right? Because when you standing firm in your masculine, don't come on, E, stop. When you standing firm, stuff like that don't like trigger you, right? But it was very reactive. Oh, well, he said take care of your mama. Well, what about your father, right? And so it's just a symptom or an indication of the fact that he's not quite comfortable in his masculinity, and it's a little dysfunction there. He has developed a reactionary sense of masculinity rather than a stable, self-assured sense of masculinity. And these aren't my words. These are actually the words of Dr. Amos Wilson. So
Right. It gives like hater vibes. Like you can't stand like when you hear somebody else get it's like that one friend who can't stand when you get a bunch of praise. So there's like a detractor. Like it just gives that vibe. I don't know if that's what like, and it kind of seems like maybe you're bitter for being unappreciated. Maybe you feel unappreciated, right? And so it's like being projected when you see somebody else get appreciated. I'm just saying
Okay.
that's how it comes off to me. So
Okay. Go ahead, Smitty. Answer all three.
I would have to literally go back down the line. I don't. All right, so I think Uda, what did you say?
Oh Lord.
Did you have
asked
a
me
closer relationship to your mom or to your father? Who did you have a closer connection or relationship with? Was it your mother or your father?
in my earlier stages of life, all the way up through like middle school, I would say my mother. And then, I mean, in my earlier stages, it was both equally. Like I used to watch the Bullets play with my dad, and I would go talk to my mom. my day at school. Then as I got older, I would say honestly, me and my dad clicked so hard, and me and my mom fell out. Now I notice how me and my dad don't talk as much, and me and my mother do. So I would say throughout my life it's been kind of balanced in a sense, but I would say overall, more my dad than my mom. I've actually been much closer to my father than my mother.
Can I say
So that could
something?
be rooted in some of that. That's where some of that could come from.
Yeah, like my dad came to visit me in prison. My
Bruh.
dad came to see me in
Prison?
everything. Yeah, yeah,
I'm sorry. What? Okay,
yeah.
so
Yes. Like my court dates, like when I had a court date, my dad would be the one actually my only family member there supporting me. My mom wouldn't be there.
How
I'm
long was
saying
you locked up?
like I'm really trying to share some real shit. Y'all can keep
It's
laughing if
real.
you
I ain't
but like
laughing. That shit is real,
come
bro.
on.
sir, nobody's asking you. This is
All
not
right,
Catholic
all right,
confession.
all right, I know. Oh,
You
okay.
can't
Okay,
dictate how
Diva.
we
Thank
gonna
you,
respond.
Diva.
You can't dictate how we gonna respond. Either you want to share it or
Got
you
you.
don't.
I got you. I got you. Okay, okay. So
Nevertheless, I just
okay,
want to
okay.
go through the characteristics of reactionary masculinity, and we're gonna check off what we done seen here today.
Right.
Oh gosh.
Lacks a sense of social responsibility or social interest. That was why the question of, well, should we take care of our mama came in the first place. Your mother is literally the
And
person.
every hold on, and everyone that she says, if
I
y'all
don't
believing
understand
that
how
is
we got
injected.
there. I thought I was responding to what everybody.
Okay, hold
Thank
on.
you,
You
Jesus.
passed the
I,
ball, but
and then he mutes me
right.
after I made it clear. I thought I
Yeah,
was responding.
right,
But go
because you
ahead,
did
go ahead, go ahead, Diva. I'm gonna
right
put
because
myself.
you're not
Smitty,
all right.
Smitty, how long was you locked up?
Oh my God.
My
So
bad.
every time Diva come across and she says something, y'all put a check in the chat if it is correct. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
we finna diagnose today. All right.
Oh
So the first
gosh.
one was
I don't think
lacks
we
a
should be
sense of
doing that.
social responsibility or social interest. All right. Lacks exhibits an impoverished empathy for others. Should we take care of mama? Look at Uda. Uda, stop. Turn off your camera, Uda. Tends to be opinionated.
Mama love, bruh.
Right. Tends to be opinionated and to view every social encounter as a test to his masculinity, as a struggle for power. All right. Let me see. Motivated primarily by fear, avoidance, escape, retreat from responsibility, ego defense, and reactionary frustration. What about daddy? You did your daddy? Okay. Which belies a deep and ever-present sense of inadequacy. All right. Perceives cooperation with other males, submitting to the rightful authority of other males, conceding points to other males, and relating to them as humiliating insults to their masculinity. All right.
That's
Believes
what he
the
did to me
master.
earlier.
Right. Look at your ass. Believes the mastery of knowledge, crafts, academic subject matter. All right. Professional expertise, the actualization of intellectual potential to be essentially feminine. You got to put them in the school where they do it with their hands.
She reading the Manosphere. Was she reading the Manosphere manual? That shit sound like the Manosphere. In a nutshell. That should sound like the Manosphere in a nutshell.
Lack self-control, discipline, and high frustration tolerance. Right? That's the coming off mute and blah 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 blah. Right? Child. Motivated and defined by self-alienation, exhibits an absence of self-knowledge, ignorance of his ethnic heritage. Notice how none of the other Black people had a question about whether or not we should take care of mama. Unbounded hedonism, right? Narcissistic drives, deep insecurities regarding the reality of his masculinity and of his masculine courage. All right, so now y'all tell me,
That sounds like the man clave manual.
We ain't talking about man clave.
That sounds like the
No,
man
no,
clave
no.
manual. That's all I know.
That I would say that I
About
would
what we
say.
done seen on this.
Yes, Diva, you read me to a T, beloved. That was spot on point. I would say the best thing to do is to go ahead and listen to you and everybody in the chat. That's the best thing to do. So yes, absolutely correct. Yeah, the chat says so.
Sonny, you gotta fight back better than that, bro.
I can't. I can't do nothing with that, bro. I need an actual like valuable threat, bro. Like I can't.
Right. Hey, how
Yeah.
long was you locked up?
I did 7.5 years out of 11.
Damn, what'd you do? Did you snitch?
I was one of the ones right before marijuana was considered legal. I got caught with 11.5 pounds. So I got a year for each pound and I did about 7 and I got out on my good time. I was just a weed man on campus and I was on Maryland U campus too. So hey.
Killing young black minds. What it said, the ethnic identity. Let me see, where it at?
You know what's crazy though? Majority of the people that I did hustle to was in my neighborhood. I didn't really talk to nobody in school. I was real quiet and I was to myself. I really went back around the way because see, I was going to school right down the street from where I grew up. So I didn't have to serve on campus. I didn't have to leave out of town. I'm from Maryland. I said I went to Maryland U. All my peoples are like right up the street. So, you know, when I was not in class, when I wasn't doing that, yeah, like I would go back and I'll go make some extra money because one of the broke kids on campus. No, I can afford to go to Looney's Pub and do it up, play pool, do whatever I wanted to do. But did it last? No. Do I regret what I did? Yeah, I do in a sense because, you know, I ain't never get a chance to finish. But I still went on ahead and got myself certified to be a chef. So everything turned out and worked itself out for the best.
Okay. Also, let me check out the Cash App. It says Solution Beatdown Gang, SBG. We're going to beat it into you, goddammit. God damn. Oh, shit.
The supreme vaginal vessel has spoken.
Oh, shit. Ah, man. Yeah.
The video?
Yeah, this is a good time, right? It's a good moment to jump back into it. Oh, man. Let's see what they're saying.
I'm sure that when black children can look and see that there was a king that was black with woolly hair, just like them, who ruled over an empire larger than the United States, like Mali was larger than the United States, then certainly I can run a candy store in the block where I live successfully. Or certainly I can go to school and become an engineer.
And remember, I am asking you not just to hire the Phi Beta Kappas and the Lena Horns. I'm asking you also to apply to let apply and to hire dumb Negroes like you do dumb white people.
That was funny.
And mediocre Negroes like you do mediocre white people.
Frank Donovan, General Electric in Bridgeport, very persuasive.
Thank you very much.
You feel that the businessmen and leaders at the meeting this morning were receptive to these ideas?
I think they were receptive because I didn't make an appeal on a moral basis. I tried to point out the reality situation. And the reality is that Negro citizens today have learned the messages of Patrick Henry, and the issue is liberate me or exterminate me.
Damn.
And that America has to make a decision whether it's going to build a wall around the Negro community and have concentration camps,
Damn.
or whether it's going to engage in genocide and destroy the Negro community. Neither of these ideas is novel. I mean, Hitler has already showed us how this might be done.
Damn.
How do you...
Shit.
Do you guys think that movements that that the leaders or the movement itself kind of do like the whole look in the mirror to people and bring up the fact that they're not doing what they need to do in life are doomed to fail versus the other movements that kind of externalize the problems. You know, we kind of see what like the maggot movement, where everything is always someone else's problem, versus a movement where it's like, hey, you need to do better in life. You're not doing what you need to do, X, Y, and Z. If that was clear.
Wasn't that clear?
Well, so I'll just say, so the externalizing, I was actually listening to this psychologist this morning, and he was talking about dealing with white collar criminals. And he was saying that they generally come in two varieties. They're either narcissists or psychopaths. But he was saying that constant externalizing is always somebody else's fault is a symptom of psychopathy. And so in terms of your question of movements, you know, whether or not they would succeed or fail based on who the blame is placed on, I don't think it's gonna succeed based on externalizing the problem and making it everybody else's issue. At the same time, the constant pathologizing of Black people, I don't think has really been effective. I think we need to identify what the root issue is and then attack that. And from my vantage point, the root issue is that Black people, like, honestly have no idea of who we are for the most part.
Does pathologizing mean like the victimhood mentality, or?
No, pathologizing means always saying something wrong with Black people.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. That whole thing of using. I'm gonna try to be short with this. That's why the new framework of saying you're owed versus you need to help us is why that needed to be said, because it entices what are you owed for, right? So then you start going back into, you know, Black people fought all these wars. Black people were 75% of the GDP up until 1960. Black people were this and that. So, you know, and then that framing is a lot more useful than what you're saying, like this, you know, that's kind of like a civil rights thing and stuff, you know. Like,
But we don't have to go that far back. We're owed something from the government because we're Americans.
nah, because we're owed
No, hold on. Like,
specific,
just listen to what I'm saying. If Americans are paying or fronting the bill from a money aspect, Americans are owed something from the government because we are Americans. Period.
I just say that my framing is for a very specific people and a very specific history. So it's not that I'm doing, I just don't know enough about what you're saying to agree.
I think what he's ultimately saying is, yes, we all owe something by the government, but he's saying we owe that and then we owe something else because of what they did to us. And so it goes beyond just being a citizen and being owed on that basis because we pay taxes and fund, you know, everything that's going on here. He's saying, you know, you exploited our labor and owned us, you know, that type of stuff. So for those wrongs, you owe us. But
yeah,
now,
I agree, PhD. You know, I said we should get reparations. I 100% agree that we should be made whole for the damage that they did to the people who came before us, right? But when people say that the government doesn't owe us nothing, if that's the case, we don't owe the government nothing, and we should stop paying taxes.
I agree.
So that's what I'm saying is you have a responsibility if you take my money. Like if I go to a store and I give them my money for a service, they owe me a service, and the government owe people of America a service. So we need to stop making this point of like why you think somebody owe you something because you have paid for a service.
Right, but so they made it clear that they're not going to pay it though, right? So the government, you know, despite us paying probably a heavier tax burden than we actually owe, the government still withholds resources from our community. So they've made it clear that they're not going to give us what they owe us. And so now what do we do? Because they done made that clear.
Stop paying taxes.
You know, the framework that to me is the most important part of the reparations conversation is the cash payments. And it's important because the whole purpose of saying give people cash regardless of what they're going to do with it, it's such an extreme stance because you're trying to keep it away from people. What do you call purposely mismanaging the funds. So no divvying it out through the state, no divvying it out. No, we're not throwing it in some institution for some housing program. None of that. I want it Trump style. Give me my cash straight from the Fed to me. And if I mismanagement, shoot, audit me or something. But we're not doing this whole I got to know somebody to push my application through because if I don't know them, then my application is going to be in limbo. None of that. Okay, so it doesn't even have to be something new. Give me the money that is already allocated for it's essentially families. I'm managing that. Okay, clearly institutions cannot manage the money for Black folk. The history is too clear on that. Give it to them. If they mismanagement, you like throwing Black people in jail anyway, audit them, throw their ass in jail. But as far as giving the money straight to them, you give it straight to them for them to manage. The institutions can't be trusted. Period.
But they've made it clear that they're not finna give you that. And so what do we do? So like we talk a lot about reparations and smaller pockets of Black people have been talking about it for a long time. But again, these people have made it clear that we ain't going. And so what do we do? Because largely our strategy for improving our situation and dealing with these people is trying to lobby them to treat us better. And that ain't working.
I'll give you an example that's going on, and
that's never gonna work. Let's put it out there. That's never gonna work.
I give you an example that's going on in my state. So I'm in Arizona, right? And these people, they have a program called the ESA program, which is basically a universal voucher, right? Where they just give you the cash that they would otherwise give the school system because, the argument is, well, the school system is mismanaging the money. So if you want to homeschool your kids, we are going to give them $6,500 anyway a year for your kids anyway. So we'll just give it to you. Mm-hmm. And that's just it. As simple as that.
And so you think that would be sufficient as reparations? Because what that actually is, right? Because I would have a hard time believing any private school costs $6,500 a year. How much is that a month? That's what, $500 a month? Right. Okay, sir, I didn't ask you to chime in. Right. So that's about $500 a month. Typically, private school costs more than that. You can't even get daycare for $500 a month. Nevertheless, so what in essence, what that ends up being is they trying to give rich people who can already afford to send their kids to private school a $6,500 rebate. Right. And certainly they giving it to everybody. But again, okay, you can homeschool your kid, but most people can't homeschool their kid because they got to work. And so again, I just think that would be insufficient. So we really need to think about what it is. And if they're giving it to everybody, then it's not reparations, right? It's just something that they're giving to the citizens of that state. And so again, we're going to have to accept that they're not going to give it to us willingly. And so then go from there and what we going to do.
Well, my final retort with that is that, because the school thing, I argue this stuff a lot. And that's assuming that you believe that private school is best for your kids. Now, I'm not going into the whole thing about Black kids actually do better and demographically, diverse. I'm not going into all that right now, because it'll get long and cumbersome. There's plenty of Black people who can use that money and create co-ops. You're not supposed to be, you're an administrator, all right? So, Ambassador is well-versed in high-level math, calculus 3, all that stuff, right? I'm not charging you private school money to teach your kid how to do high-level math.
You are
And there's
crazy.
a
You think I would let y'all Negroes teach my kids? That is crazy.
well,
That is
hey man,
absolutely crazy.
you teach them calculus
I
then.
am. I am. I'm gonna teach. My wife gonna teach my kids. But that's the problem is you think that we just had a whole conversation about how y'all ain't educated as black men. Now we supposed to let y'all teach our kids?
There
What are we talking about?
there are educated black men. I just told you I was an educated black man. Okay, clearly, I have a long rap sheet of teaching young kids how to do high level math. So,
So how much you
you
gonna
can
charge a
say,
year? How much you gonna charge a year?
well, people with your viewpoint, you pay full price, brother.
Okay, what is full price though?
That type of arrogance offends me.
Okay, but what is
A
full price?
solid math teacher to tutor your kids is damn near $100. Well, no, it's damn near $80 an hour.
Exactly. The money they give you, you cannot pay for one subject. You just proved your
No,
point.
I did. I said you pay full price because your arrogance offends me. But for the
Okay,
most
so
part, I
the
wouldn't be
point is,
charging somebody. Hey, let me finish. Let me answer your statement, please. Please. I don't charge people who I'm just sitting in there. What is it? I like to go to the youth centers and stuff. I don't charge them all that money to teach some kids how to do some math. And there's plenty of brothers, especially STEM brothers, who have tried to give back in that way. But there's just not a functional way. There's no funding. They can't afford buildings. The parents have a hard time bringing the kids to the centers, yada, yada, yada. So the whole thing is it's not there because there's no money to fund that culture. Once you actually fund it, right, so you don't have gatekeepers keeping the money, hoarding the money, right? You can decide who's teaching, who can actually um, give this information to your kids, then
the
those
pro-
things start to develop.
the
I mean, it's
pro-
not
the,
complicated.
the problem is for me to get the $6,000 credit, I typically parent have to give up their income, and most people make more than $6,000 a year.
You can work swing shifts. One
No, no,
person
no.
works nights, one person works days.
You still
And you can
missing. You
only.
still
Don't
miss.
work shift work. Everybody don't do shift work, baby.
I'm just saying, but you don't close out the opportunity for the people who make a way. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, but that's
If you
still
can't make a
not
way, that's so be it.
like that's still not reparations, right?
Well, it's not, but I'm set. No, I'm saying is that the framework of reparations that I believe is most important is the cash payments, which is
Oh yeah,
basically us saying that keep
yeah.
institutions off the money for funding our community.
I
Oh
said,
yeah.
but
That's
how
that's
you
I
gonna
agree
get
with
it
that.
though? Like, what are you gonna put?
I
Like,
I
how you
told
gonna
you,
tell
I
the?
already gave you the framework. I told you. You
No,
listen to
I'm
what I
saying, how
said.
you gonna go to the government and tell them that they gonna do what you say?
Look at how the ESA program got put in. I'm telling you, look it up. Arizona ESA program. You can look it
But
up.
the
It's
reason
not
they got put
complex.
in is because white people did that program in
Oh,
Arizona.
so we're
It
doing
had nothing to
solution
do with
stomping
black
here.
people.
We're doing
White
like
people,
solution bashing right now.
no, no, no. The point I'm saying, white people lobbying versus black people lobbying are not the same thing, and that's the conversation we need to have.
I, I mean, you're putting white folk in this and all this. It's a position, man. When people ask for your support, you tell them what you expect. I don't. Now I gave you a framework. All right. I gave you the state where it's getting done. I gave you my stances on it. If you say that, hey, white folks are going to say no, I mean, I don't have anything else to tell you.
Yeah, but so several states are doing those voucher programs, right? They do it in Oklahoma, they do it in Florida. Like several states have those. And again, that's why I said that it's ultimately more of a rebate for people who can afford to send their kids to private school anyway, more than anything else, right? They done already seen that in Florida. But with regard to reparations, like that passed because again, they knew that it would ultimately be a rebate for people who could afford to send their children to private school. And so they were passing it to give themselves some money. They'll always give themselves some money. So, but when we go back and say, hey, we want reparations, and we've seen this in several different states, right? We saw it go all through the process in Maryland, and then the black governor actually vetoed it. Then we saw the same in California, where the white governor vetoed it, and then this time they were sending it back, and he vetoed it again, I think. The first time it didn't make it to him. The second time he vetoed it, but then created some reparations agency, right? But again, like, these people have already shown and proved that they not finna give you nothing. And so how are you going to make them give it to you is the question I was asking.
I mean, I think the answer is actually in your retort, right? So if rich people it's going to be a rebate for them, well, don't they have an interest in that? And if people don't have no money to put into their kids' education, well, can I?
But you're not even answering my question, because if we talking about reparations, the rich people ain't getting nothing from that. Black people getting something from that, and we've seen time and time again when it's directed at black people, everybody say no.
But you guys are conflating two things, okay? So at one instance, okay, the white people are not going to vote it in. So I'm like, all right, I already said the framework is that this is how you can manage your own money. So all right, so they're not going to support it. All right, then let them get their rebate. Well, that's not reparations. Well, I don't know which one you want.
Everybody don't even have kids, so that's irrelevant to a lot of people, right? If you are older black person and your kids grown and out your house, you're not getting no rebate for no damn school. If you a young person and ain't had kids yet, you ain't getting no rebate for no school. So it's really asinine and nonsensical to talk about a school voucher program and say, oh, this is the model for reparations.
Now, when I say that this is an example of telling institutions to get their hands off money that are for people, are we not separating? Okay, so maybe it's not just the school system. Maybe it's institutions getting money for taking care of elderly people, or maybe getting money for prescription drugs, right? I'm just giving you an example. At this point, you think, well, what do they have they slimy hands on next that would actually benefit me as a single person? I'm a husband with kids, so obviously I'm worried about their education. But the part that it fits for you, I mean, you'd have to stick your hands in the muck and see who's pinching off that money. But I'm sure they pinching.
What? So, if you have insurance, the government ain't paying for you for your prescriptions. So I just, that doesn't. It's not.
I have my insurance.
It's not reparation. That's
I
all.
have my insurance license for this, though. I can describe
what he's
that.
saying, though.
But that's not reparation, is what I'm pointing
I have my
out.
insurance license for this, so if you want an insurance framework, I can give it to you. So insurance companies are backed by the government. They're almost a legal monopoly.
Mm-hmm.
So black people, before this legal monopoly, one of the best ways of raising money for the church was not passing the beggar's bucket around. It was actually life insurance. All right. And we can go into, all the government.
Can we
Once
not
again, I'm
go
trying to
into
be
the
short.
life insurance?
Yeah, we're
Thank you. I was just about to say, I don't want to get into all the details. I'm saying that there are legal monopolies going on where essentially these guys are just squeezing the money out of the system. All right. Now, I can't make the framework for a single person with no kids. You got to look where they're squeezing. All right.
I think I get what you're saying. You're saying when the government offers relief, right? They typically do it in programs. So you kind of, you're saying they're not going to do a blanket reparation. Is that what you're saying? That there's money out there being distributed, but we kind of got to look for it. Is that what you're saying, right? Okay.
Exactly. So
that means that we need reparations, right? Because
they're not going to do like a blanket, right?
Right.
You have to look at the gatekeepers. Where are the gatekeepers at? Because they send out these programs, and instead of giving it to the people, they give it to the gatekeepers. And then when you file and apply to try to get it, they make sure they get them a 30% cut before and then all of a sudden, where's the money at?
It's not that much money, right?
Right.
I get
So
what
I'm
you're
saying, so that in itself, it gives you something.
The same
But
thing
you
is
gotta
it's a lift all program, right? And we've
right.
seen lift all programs do not help Black people, right? Because if I'm getting 6,500 and they getting 6,500, we still got the same gap between us.
I see what you're saying too.
I'm giving you a basic framework. Now, if you're saying you need an
Sir,
extra
you're giving me
20%
a
because you
framework
black,
for
so
us.
be it.
All right. So let
I'm,
me give you.
if,
Diva is
if,
saying that like that is not gonna. That framework is not gonna help us because they're giving that to all people. We need a
so
framework that says, "Hey, we are. This is the amount of money we giving out for each Black person. Agree to it and then give it. Not if you have a kid that goes to private school, then we could give you X, Y, and Z.
Right.
So it's not a
n-
if. So we
nope.
the reparation thing can't be an if then because with your solution, yes, it is a framework. However, it's a framework where it's already money allocated. And so you saying just okay, don't allocate it to those people no more. Just give it directly to the people. But we need
if,
the money allocated first and say, hey, they got money separate from everybody else, and it's just for us.
Probably
you
not
know,
gonna happen.
my last rebuttal on this, I don't really understand how um, one person, a person had $0, and I'm going to go with schooling because this is what's important to me. A person had $0 for schooling, and now they have $6,500 for schooling. Is nothing because someone got a rebate.
Nobody's saying it's nothing. We just saying it's not reparations. That's all we saying. Like, yeah, certainly go get the $6,500 and do whatever you can do with it with regard to your child's
And
education.
get reparations.
Right, but that's not reparations. That's all we're saying is that is not a framework for reparations. That is a framework for getting what you can get.
Yeah, that's all. Because it just won't work with reparations because we still gotta navigate them to say, hey, we're gonna give y'all this amount of money and then figure out a way for them to allocate it to the correct people and not no $5 Negroes.
Okay, I'm just gonna say,
now you gonna buy I'm a Negro American
I'm just
card.
gonna I'm just gonna say go after the money that's there. Just go after the money that's there. All right,
But that's
that's
why
all
it
I'm
doesn't
saying.
work. But that's why it
Go
doesn't
after the
work.
money that's there.
That's about
Yeah,
You
we
know,
should be
but
doing that anyway. But again, that's not reparations. That's
Yeah.
not them paying us
okay,
back,
well,
acknowledging what they did and making some form of redress for what they did. That's what we talking about.
oh well, that's cool. I mean, we could disagree on the definition of reparations. Yeah, I guess I was fighting it because it's like I'm hearing something that'd be helpful. I'm hearing something that would be helpful, and it kind of sounds like that naysayer thing. Like, yeah, but that's
No,
not
we just said
reparations.
it's not
So whatever.
reparations, right? Reparations got a
Yeah,
definition.
Yeah. That other people actually got from Americans.
that's true. But
Right. But yeah, so that's all we were saying. Like, no. Nobody's saying leave the money on the table. Go get your $6,500
or whatever it is.
Right. But yeah, we still want our reparations.
If you take
now,
if you taking care of your grandma,
reparations?
then the government pay a hospital, they should pay you, is what you're saying, and we get that. That's understandable. But that just doesn't work for a framework of reparations, is what we saying.
Oh, okay. Okay. So last thing on this, that I'm looking at it as like reparations as the benefits as well. Like the Indians things where tax free, free schooling, stuff like that.
They can at least do that. I don't mind that. Shit, give me
Yeah.
tax free.
Right.
So
But with the
I'm
Indians,
looking at it as like it's
only the
also the
Indians did it, not everybody. That's the difference. That's why it's reparations for them, because those casinos, those education benefits, only they get it. They're earmarked specifically for them. It's not a lift all program that's available to everyone.
Everybody.
right.
so take what I'm saying and say black people only, right? That's the difference, right?
What?
It's supposed to be specifically for
Yes. Do you
them.
know
So
the
let's say
definition?
black people only.
Definition of reparations.
Yes.
Okay, let me tell it to you. The act of making amends for a past wrong through payment or other forms of satisfaction. And we want money. We already agree. We want money. So it's through payment, right? And so they have not wronged other people in the same way that they've wronged us. And so anything that is available to anybody, else, and is not just limited to us, that does not qualify as reparations.
Right.
Well, God damn it. All right. You guys can have that strict form. All right. That's cool. I agree with y'all with that. You can have a strict form of reparations. I'm going to take a parking spot I'm gonna take getting first, getting my rebate. I'm gonna get first in my applications. Yeah, you seen that FBA on there. Push it on to the front.
But see, that's
That's right.
part
I'm
of
gonna
the
take
issue.
that too. I'm
Black
taking
men,
all of that, man. So if you want to be strict to the cash, then I mean, so be it. I want
This
that
is what,
too.
and
You
this is
know,
what
but
we just
I
talking
want
about.
all the liberties
Hold the
too.
line. Hold the
right.
line.
Oh, well, whatever you
You
get from this
know,
black man,
I'm
even if
like,
you
shoot,
get
man.
what everybody else
Hey,
keep letting
man,
you
today.
like nigga, stop tap dancing. No. It's not. It doesn't meet the definition for reparation.
Yeah, that's all. It don't make sense. And we gotta
Look,
hold the
man,
line.
look, man,
And
I want all the liberties, man. That's all.
we bending the knee
You
to
can
the
have
wrong
all
thing.
of them. Everybody gonna get, but get your reparations too. Don't be
Oh
saying it's
no,
just
oh no,
reparations.
you right. I want the. Oh yeah, you're right. The cash, you're right. The cash is definite. You need the cash, but I'm taking the liberties too. I want all the side stuff too. I want my parking spots. I want my priority applications. I want my tax free. I want all that. All right.
But it's available to
So you
everybody.
know that I just.
Get in line.
I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know everybody getting Indian status. You know, you tell me. You know, I'm around a bunch of Indians. I don't know. Everybody don't
Yeah, but
get in.
again, the point is, it's only available to Indians, right? And so anything that's gonna be similar to what the Indians get, gonna only be available to black people.
Right. So they can't get it neither.
Right. You out of there.
That's all. And whew. Diva, are you shocked that we still having the same conversations from 50 years ago?
No, 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 because as I've said many times, well, first off, like I said, black people don't even know what the root cause of all this is, or the root issue that we need to deal with first before we start trying to, fix all the other stuff. So yeah, we're gonna keep running around in a circle until we figure it out. We keep forgetting.
Keep forgetting.
What? You see how stupid what you call it is? I think that's Kills. It looked like it. He talking about I don't like black men or black boys, so he don't understand why I want reparations. As if reparations got anything to do with black men or black boys or liking them.
Yeah, or liking them. I don't know. What we did find out today is that some reason it is a weird thing going on, and clearly we must be on a truthful path on this channel, because that is the thing that intimidates black men the most. Is when you just be honest and truthful. Welcome back, Eda Man.
And don't forget, you heard it here first.
Yeah, it sounded like he was just trying to pad his pockets. He was like, yeah, I'm a teacher, so they need to send their kids to me. What are we talking about? Yeah, I can teach them math. I'm going to teach some of them for free. So this black ass ain't going to teach nobody for free.
Right, but I'm like, why would you expect, because 9 times out of 10, the only people who would do that is black professional people. Why would you expect black professionals to work for free? Right? Like, how are we using?
And I thought it was a weird argument that he said, I'm going to charge you regular price. I don't think that is a insult or.
And just think about it like this: out of all the teachers I can get, you think I'm gonna pay regular price for him?
You know what?
Well, regardless of that, if he's good or not, I wasn't really concerned about that. I was talking about the fact that when we just talking about just charging our people, that we have to think about putting at a discount. If you got to put it at a discount, then that's your worth in the original place, in my opinion.
I don't care what you say. You come do these this stuff on my new condominium. I'm gonna ask for a discount, Sharon. I want the ACs. I want the ACs for 14% off. I know I can't do 15 because I know that cut into your profits. But I need 14% off.
Right, and that's fair. However, what I would say is, then I would take something else off. Well, you ain't not going to be able to have spiral ductwork. You're going to have square ductwork, and square ductwork need to be hidden. Now you're going to have to get a sheetrock and carpenter. But if you want exposed, beautiful ductwork that is paintable, I cannot take off. So it would be a reason why I would go lower, is because I'm giving you less.
Oh, you saying that you'll give me a different option that's in my price range? There you
Right.
go.
I got champagne taste. Nothing but the thinnest.
Hey, but they say, Sharon, I'm like, is it gonna get cold? You go like, yeah, it's gonna get cold. That's all that matters. We'll cover it up.
You know what I'm saying? Like, so, you know, and so that's all Diva is hilarious.
Speaking of that, I got a question, right? So I want to build this barndominium, right?
Uh-huh.
How do you feel about the Mr. Cool mini splits?
Which name brand?
Mr. Cool.
If you use a mystical, just do not use the insulation that they have on the pipes. Within 5 years, for some reason, the insulation that they use is from China, and it eats out and they put holes in your HVAC system, and it's going to be very difficult to find. You're going to have to replace it. So if you are going to use a mystical, change the insulation, use real insulation, and you can do it yourself. So you could put it together yourself and just use a professional to do the vacuum to start it up.
That makes sense. Yeah, because I was trying to figure it out because they said that the Mr. Cools was pre-charge, but you said the pre-charges, those systems get eat up quickly.
No, the system itself is good. The insulation that comes with the Mr. Cool is from
the cheap stuff. It's the cheap stuff.
Yeah, and it will eat into the copper that they use, and it will give you holes in your system, and then you're not going to understand why you lose a refrigerant. And when you hire somebody to come and check it out, they're going to check your whole system when the main problem is the insulation. And if the house is already fully insulated, you are not going to rip out no walls to replace all the insulation. So it becomes a nuisance. So use real insulation on it, especially on the outside. So therefore, you won't have the problem of these holes that tend to come into the copper lines.
Gotcha. And then how do you feel about spray installation? Because I heard like that was like the new thing. Instead of getting the fiberglass stuff, just get somebody to come in and spray the insides.
For the barndominium, that is understandable because it's a higher rating. They can get expensive, depends on how much square footage it is. But it is a good, if you want a high rating, so this way you won't have to be heating your house for so long. I think the installation foam is really good. Just make sure you hire a reputable person because it's expensive if they do it wrong.
That makes sense. Yeah. I'm trying to go off grid, man. I want to collect my own water. I want to do all that kind of stuff, man. Like collect my own rainwater. That's a new thing I hear in Seattle a lot. Is that you?
Are they allowed you to do that in Seattle?
Yeah, you're allowed to do that. They encourage it actually. They encourage you to collect your own water and completely go off the grid. The only thing the problem with going off the grid in Seattle is the solar panels. They don't think that we get enough lights to be completely independent from the grid. So we either have to plug into a field or you have to plug into the power company. But the power company, they don't like that. So
I mean, if you get a big enough storage, you just have to figure out how many watts you actually need to run your household, how big your household is, and then you can figure out from there. But if you get enough storage, you should be able to do it even with the lack of sunlight that you get. So say if you needed 1,000 watts stored, then go for 1,500 watt stores. This way you be covered on those cloudy days.
Well, you gotta understand that cloudy days is like 4 months in Washington.
Yeah, but it's still UV coming through though. That's the thing.
Yeah.
So if you over it by like at least half the wattage or so, you should probably be okay.
Or we just cut them lights off, man.
Or get a fireplace where you don't have to, because since you're doing a Mr. Cool, if something was to happen, you'll be able to at least keep the heat on.
Yeah.
But yeah, Mr. Cool it's fine though. You won't have too many issues. They're easy to work on. It's just that most people just don't know about the installation part, and that's cost them a lot of money. And you could do it yourself. It's very simple to do it yourself. I would say to start up for the first time, hire a professional to start for the first time if you never did it, because you're not going to have the proper tools to do a proper start.
Yeah, so and that was the key that I was told if I like put up all the mini splits, I do everything, I mount everything, I run all the cords, and then I just have a professional come in, charge it, make sure everything running. They'll redo the system. They'll charge me maybe a quarter of the price I would have cost me, and then us doing it.
It'd be all you would ask the person to do is ask them to come and service your unit. So it won't be a quarter of the price. Usually something like a mini split for let's say a 15 to 1700 square foot house, that's probably be roughly around like $14,000 on a cheap end. So a quarter price is way too much for them to just come and start the unit up because you did all of the work.
Okay. Well, I think too, because I want to get an electrician. I want an electrician to come out too. So I'm having an electrician come out and run the wire. So I'm gonna have everything set up. You bring the electrician in
for the units.
Yeah. So like, because you still have to have electricity ran to the Mr. Cool from the panel.
Yeah, but you'll have his own dedicated breaker, so you could do that part as well.
But I don't want to do that because my family live there. So I want to like just I want to set everything up, bring out the electrician, let him run the wires to the breaker, and I want to bring out someone to charge the system. So those two things, I prefer to have like a professional do it versus me drawing a hole in the wall and mounting it. And I could do that part and running the wires towards back to the system.
You still gonna have to drill out a hole for the mini splits as well for it to drain out. So you're gonna have to run the drain line as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I can do those things. I just don't want anything that comes down to a professional. I want like even like when we looking at plumbing, you can do most of your trench work for plumbing, but I still want a plumber to come in and lay the pipe correctly to make sure there's no leaks.
And also, between a Mr. Cool or let's just say a Lennox or a Rheem, you can still do the work yourself.
So like even like so because I was looking at Mitsubishi. How do you feel about the Mitsubishi?
Very easy to work on.
Very easy.
If you feel confident enough to run the Mr. Cool, you could absolutely run a Mitsubishi.
Okay. And then I think that the one thing that helps is my father-in-law is gonna help me. And he don't do AC, he do heat.
And also a Mitsubishi would be easier to get parts and all those things, and it'd be easier to replace if something was to happen. If you usually get a Mitsubishi or a Lennox or a Rheem. Lennox is made in America, Rheem is made in America. So Mr. Cool is not. But it is great I think Mr. Cool would be great for a garage. But for your house, I would go with something like Lennox because Lennox is Samsung basically, and we know they have a good reputation.
Gotcha. So Lennox, I should look more into Lennox than Mr. Cool.
Yeah.
And then because
know something.
Look, without no book or nothing, right?
Right.
Yeah, and then, so are you against running 4 or 5 zones?
No.
Okay.
No. As long as it's nothing wrong with it.
As long as your system can support it.
Yeah, as long as you have a big enough, and plus, if you're doing a barnuminium, you should look more into running ductwork through your house. That's why I mentioned the spiral anyway. But you probably look more into running ductwork instead of mini splits because with a mini split, you got to pretty much have one in each room. And that's why you got to most likely have 4 or 5 zones because you want dedicated rooms for each person. But if you just to do like a 4, I don't know how big the house you want to build, but if you just do like a 4-ton unit, you could run ductwork, beautiful ductwork, so you could look out through the house if you want to leave it exposed if you wanted to, which to me looks better. But and then you be able to run that more simpler, and you could do that off of just one zone instead of 4 or 5 zones. Everybody want their own temperature and all that. It's more energy efficient if you just warm up the house one time instead of this person, that person, that person. And the system would get it's going to be putting the system through a lot more work.
Because how I was looking at it, that you can get a furnace and you can put on your furnace a refrigerator on the furnace. That was one way, but that was a lot more expensive. And then we doing the heated floors too, so that's when they run the coils through the floor and heat up the floors. So that what I was told is that since we're heating the floors and we have the mini split, those rooms should. But you might be right. Since I have a shell, I might make sense to go ahead and just do the duct work. Get somebody to come in and do the duct work.
And you can do that yourself too.
I don't know about that.
Absolutely, you can do it yourself.
Yeah,
I could be on the phone with you and talk you through it.
Okay. Yeah, you know, like I ain't think about doing this handy stuff when I was out of shape. Now I be trying to do everything.
And it's very simple because you could just run a straight line, especially if it's a bottom minimum. You could start off with it being just a straight line, and then as you get your blueprints, you'll be able to branch off to the separate rooms. So it'd be much easier, it'd be less work than a mini split in each room. Because if you're talking about 5 zones, that means you got at least 5 rooms plus the living room.
Yeah, 4 rooms in the living room.
Yeah, so it'd be, to me personally, it'd be better if you was to run, especially with the heated floors, if you heat rises and you're in a barnuminium. So that means a lot of the heat with barnuminiums, they get stuck at the top anyway because it's kind of pitched like almost like an A-frame. It's like a really tall A-frame, most of them, right? And so the heat is going to rise anyway. So you had heated floors, you don't really have to worry about maintaining the heat as much because the heat is just going to rise from the floor anyway. So your unit is not going to do that much work in the wintertime like that, especially if you go with spray foam where that's an R6 rating.
Mm-hmm.
And then you put the and all that. So, and then it depends on your windows, how many openings you got. What you got to look at it is air is just like water.
Mm-hmm.
So what you want to do, especially with a barnuminium, you want to really probably focus on not having a negative pressure in your house. So that means that you are losing air because it's sucking more air out than it's actually pushing in.
Mm-hmm.
So when that heat rises, you want it to stay in and circulate. So you want to make sure you have a big enough return as well. So it's just like water. So the reason I'm trying to give you a water sense is like, so with the idea, so this way you can, when you start thinking about building a house and you start going with your architect, think about when you're trying to open your door and you're in the water, how you can't push it out until you let all of the water in.
Yeah.
Is that same effect of how you're going to have to picture designing your house on how you want the ductwork to go.
Okay. Well, and then they also told me to have lower ceilings in the rooms to keep them warm.
Right, and that's because the heat rises. That's why.
Okay. Yeah, this is gonna be an interesting project. I want to get it done by the end of 2026, but
with a barnuminium, that's really possible because the framework it could happen really quick. You going with steel frame?
Steel frame on the outside, but we still got wooden framers coming to the inside to frame out the rooms.
Okay. Yeah, so it ain't that crazy. Yeah, you could get contact with me anytime. I'll give you whatever advice I got.
Yeah. I want to, man. I think that'll be the next.
I've been thinking about it a lot too, E. So I've been thinking about it a lot.
Well, I see your pictures, bro. I show you the process because it's the biggest thing is like after you get permits, you get the state involved, you get your permits, and you get like as long as you get your land got water on the street, it got sewer on the street, for the most part, you should be good, right? But I was told that they still want me to hook up to water, even though I'm connecting my own water, which I don't know. We're gonna see. We're gonna see how it all works out. And worst come to worst, I just stay in the house that I'm in.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. I feel you on that.
So, but yeah, I do think like us being able to ask each person in my house, because I want my kids to stay with me, and I know that I might live in a fairy tale, but I want them to be comfortable enough where they stay with us, and I have enough land that I could build them their own little 1,500 or 1,000 square foot barnuminium on our land. But I still gonna give them the option. If they want to go do something else, they can. I ain't gonna hold them hostage, but
yeah, that's why I keep trying to tell Diva we about to go to the desert in Arizona where nobody at. Get 40 acres and a mule, goddamn. But
what you gonna do with the mules in the desert?
just make sure y'all don't go.
Diva said it'll take too long to build up the community, man.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be good. I just think that you just don't get scammed. There's some people out there who said they had land off Craigslist.
You ain't shit.
I'm just putting that out there, man, because I care about y'all, bro. That's all.
That's what they were saying about what's his name that came up? What's his name? Creator. Yeah. They was like, it's giving chocolate.
Yeah. I think people don't realize that they have great ideas, but when you can't explain it thoroughly, it makes it seem like it's something up. And like if you do have a great idea and you're not the brains behind it, you just the idea behind it, you need to bring that person behind you and say, hey, he's going to be the one to execute it. Because that's when it sounds like a scam. Like if he was asking me all these questions, I didn't have no direct answers. They like, oh, is he really in construction? It would look sketchy, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? But, like if I said, hold on, let me, and you see me typing it in, and
But look at Henry Ford, who created Ford. He never talked about the engine. He let the scientists talk about it. And I think sometimes we want to be. I think sometimes we want the credit when our name is on the company. I don't have to get the credit.
Right, and I had to learn that the hard way. That's that a majority of the people that are running these construction mechanical companies and such things like that, they don't know nothing about construction, and that could work too. You hire, and this is where this whole the C student hire the A student type of situation, which I don't really believe in. I think that's just a way to talk down on certain people. What's up, bro? I think majority of the A students are the ones running businesses. Is it a few C students out there? Absolutely. Well, majority of the time, the top dogs is rocking with the top dogs. It ain't a whole bunch of C students hiring the A students. Like how I don't know if I agree with that. Do you agree with that, Diva? That the C students are the ones hiring the A students?
Oh,
I don't know if I agree with that.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with that either. But I do think, it's important for us to, let everybody play their role. Let the thinkers think. Let the motivators motivate and galvanize. Let the people who gonna do the hands-on stuff do the hands-on stuff. Like everybody don't have to do everything.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Like, because I learned in my business, I'm the visionary. Listen, the details is my brother. He know how to put everything together. I can see things and like kind of just barnuminium. When I drew it out, it's like, you see that? Now I don't know how to do it, but I can see what I want to manifest. So I think all of us got roles and we just need to stay in your lane. Stay in your lane.
And so how you even asked me, hey, what's up with these HVAC systems that give whatever you could got from me, right? Whether if it was good information or bad, at least you are willing to ask the question, and I'm willing to give it for free because I think that makes more sense. Either man, you know what I'm saying? Like to me personally, I think it just makes more sense. I will always give the information for free as much as I can to the people that I know rock with me. So,
thank God you went saying you gotta buy my course if you want to run it. Like I don't want to buy no course. I want the information.
Right. Welcome to the show, Ron G. Good day to you. How you doing today?
I'm doing good. I'm up here on full and utter nonsense because e-begging is where it's at. That's why we have the same conversation, different day, different week, different month, different year, different life. And nobody don't got nothing of value or import to add to none of these conversations. It's a hustle.
Not the little lady dancing in front of e-begging.
Yes, I got a whole show talking about some e-begging today at 5:30. We finna talk about it. Like, it's just a hustle. You got people talking about relationships and what's the optimal relationship, but then you look at their relationships are trash. You got people out here telling you how to be an entrepreneur. You look at their finances, they got 12 bankruptcies.
Damn.
You got people out here trying to tell you how to be the best soft and women, meanwhile they masculine as hell. You catch them down to the bar, taking back shots of Henny and running all around twerking on the tables and shit like that. Like, what are we talking about? Like, be for real.
Yeah, it's important that I think it's starting to move in a direction that the people that's walking the walk is able to talk as well. I think it was a really what I'm learning is like, so the people that could do the work and the people that are the client, it's always been a disconnect in the real world. And the clients don't really actually talk to the people that do the real work. And that's why they have a project manager in the middle talking to both sides. And I think now it's starting to happen, that it's somebody in the middle that could speak to both sides down, and they starting to come out. It ain't just the scammers anymore, because the scammers was able to just pull on a facade and pull the wool over everybody's eyes. And I think that's why a majority of men talk like scammers. They communicate like scammers.
They do. They pull in the Umar. I mean, FGMG ain't
Donald
coming.
Trump. Don't forget of Donald Trump too.
Hey,
Here we go. Here you go. I knew it.
Hey. Or Joe Biden. Listen, shout out to Hunter. Listen, you know what I'm saying? But this is the thing, like, everybody has to take social media with a grain of salt. It's for entertainment purposes only. At the very end of the day. Huh?
I disagree.
Oh, okay. I mean, in these spaces, yeah, all these conversations are a joke. Now, if we're in an educational portion of YouTube, that's a different conversation. If we're in, you know what I'm saying, how to, that's a different conversation. But in these spaces, it really is just, it's all jokes.
And so that's why I disagree. I think because we are uncouth education doesn't mean that's not education. We more like a Montessori, each one teach one. And so I think for some reason, people want to try to what's the proper word I'm looking for?
I'm gonna let you get it out because people be interrupting you. I ain't gonna cut you off on your show.
It sounds like she cut you off to me. Go ahead, bro.
Mind your business, eater man.
It sounds like they want education to only be in one way, and education is not that way. We had a man come up here and say, hey, education could be sitting on the couch and watching a whole bunch of men in tights running around. That's how he learned math.
Oh, that's nice. Didn't they tell you get up off the couch and call Everest University and go get a degree? That's what the commercial said. I don't know. You know what I mean? But here's the thing. For the past 20 years, right? It's been the same conversation. When you're teaching someone to any capacity or any degree, there are metrics for improvement. Where are the metrics for improvement?
And so the problem was the people that was teaching, that's why I'm saying that they was the scammers. They wasn't actually teaching anything. They was scamming. They was acting as if they was teaching something, but they never were. And now that is being exposed, and more people that are able to walk the walk are starting to get a little bit more light, and it's starting to be okay for people that have the skill set, words, and everything all together, and also walked it. It's starting to be okay for them to be in this space of the internet as well. And I think that's where the shift is going to start changing. Because we see that a lot of the men are starting to shift the ideology. A lot of them starting to sound like me all of a sudden.
Well, they always been sounding like you. They just know that the grift is starting to fade out. You know what I'm saying? When people say don't deal with women that have multiple children, multiple baby daddies, and you see that that's their wives. So, damn, are you regretting dealing with your wife? Because that's what you chose. So you trying to tell everybody else not to make the choice you made. What's the lesson? But Estelle talked about that earlier with Andrew Wilson, but that also was a conversation with Cooley too.
I think I need to break those down too. Damn. So because people mentioned it about him, I'm gonna have to go watch it. I'm gonna have to go watch some of it and see if I could break that down too. I'm just not sure if people care about Andrew Wilson enough, because every time I bring up somebody else that's not the same complexion, they're like, we don't care, Sharon. And then I go see them talk. I see them on another platform, 100 million views. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, well, people always going, hey, I think people should talk about the things that are intriguing to them. But you know what I'm saying, I think you should watch Stell's show and see, what you get from it, how you remember or whatever. But the point is, like, in these spaces in particular, everybody is just really trying to stab each other in the back. Got 1 foot ahead of me. Let me come over and do some fuck shit to you or to your channel, start some beef up or whatever, because I need to be the one to shine. You see how I do. I let everybody do whatever they want to do. I stay in my own lane until people start playing with me, and then I'm gonna clap back. But shine, be great. Even PhD, but she get on my damn nerves. But be great, PhD, but be great.
Oh, shit. Recently I got cooked up because I went outside my goddamn space, and they're like, Sharon, you didn't go hard enough. I'm like, what is this? Damn if you do, damn if you don't type of thing. But I think we got down to some clarity of it, so that's a good thing. So but I really do believe, Roger, that this is an educational space, believe it or not. We was just running through some back in the day footage. I believe you recently went over some back in the day footage as well from like 50, 60 years ago.
Oh no, that
And
was bad. I've been.
It's
I don't
just
got
so
time.
interesting to see it's the same conversation. And so that's what we was having today and how we're going to move the conversation forward. And the only way to move the conversation forward, to be honest, is that men need to start listening to whoever's the leader is. And even if it is a woman.
But this is the thing. There ain't no leaders. And I know PhD but likes to say the women is the leaders, the women king. Women ain't leading either.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not.
Shit. Do you want me to play the video back? I can go pull it back up. What they were saying back then, and how we need to, how the men need to have better education, need to communicate better, need to better finances. All those things is leading. The problem is that majority of men they keep missing is that majority of young men was fighting against the leadership of their mama. And then when they turn 30, they start following all the advice that their mama gave them by going back to school, doing the right thing with a woman. You know, it's always like hindsight, like mama taught me the right thing. You know what I'm saying? But in the midst of it, from 16 to 20, they wanted to be rebellious and doing. We know what they was doing for the most part.
This is the thing, Sharon.
Let me just read the super chat real quick.
About to be a situation.
Shout out to Eda Man. Oh, I don't know if Diva's there.
Eda Man Williams, 20 ball. Great show today.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Go ahead, Rogie.
But this is the thing. That's not leadership. Because as a whole, our men are still not doing better. They're not in politics. They're not really getting educated like that. And they're not really making money like that. So if women were leading before the men left the home or before the boys left their home, they would be on that path in the first place. That's not leadership. That is saying things that sound good and planting a seed that they are then developing later on by themselves in life.
And right, so that's what the point of contention was at earlier today as well, is saying that having a solution doesn't mean anything, because that to me is just better outcomes when we do follow those good advice, I should say, right? And it's not the leader fault that if I bring you to the water, I led you to the water and you didn't drink. If you didn't drink, that's not me being a bad leader.
No, but this is the thing. That is you being a bad leader. Because when you go to war and you go into battle, right, you have a commander, you have a leader. If you lose, it's because your leader led you the wrong way. We are losing as a people. We being led the wrong way. And everybody's trying to point the finger of blame. And you know, me and Robin don't always see it for each other, but she's saying the truth. Women make weird choices with who they date and who they marry. So when you're leading people, you're not leading people just with what the words that you're saying. You're leading people with the actions that you take. So you can't tell your son to be exemplary and then you lay down with a Pookie and a Ray Ray, because that is a confusing metric. That's not teaching them anything.
And so I believe, which is that women were leading by actions, by getting higher education, getting better with their finances, getting in high positions in work. And those should be the things that our young black boys need to be following, instead of worrying about who she's sleeping with. Now, relationship wise, I could understand that part. And then maybe if they was doing all those other things and just picking or, you know, choosing a wrong woman, and then I'll agree with you. But the problem is they're not just choosing wrong women, they also choosing the wrong career, and they also choosing the wrong educational career as well.
But let's be very honest, right? And I got a few more minutes. I got to hop off because I just did a drive-by on my lunch break. Most of these women that are doing well financially now are doing well at the end of a stint on Department of Human Services. They started out being young baby mamas. They had to go to school through social services, grants, and initiatives. And being in the system is what forced them into education to get better jobs, to get off the system. That's not leadership. That's having a benefit by default. So leadership is avoiding the path in which you have to rely on the government in order to get a leg up.
Right. And so, and my issue with that, is that I think we need to focus on the majority, and majority of Black women are not on assistance. Majority of them is trying to figure out 2 jobs and figuring it out with a community and getting sisters and aunties and grandmothers to help them out with the children. So while that does happen, I think if the young men was to follow their mothers that are doing the correct things, because I'm not excluding the horrible mothers. However, young men need to start following proper advice, and they are not following proper advice. And that's where the issue is to this day, in my opinion. Once we start following good advice, we would get ourselves up out of the situation that we're in and take our rightful spot as leaders of our family.
I can't. I know that 71% of single mothers receive food stamps, whether they work 2 jobs or not. See, this is another misnomer that if you work, you can't be on social services. You can still work and be on social services as well. But the point is, thank you, Tato. The point is, we have too many Black women that for the longest time, it's getting better, have had children before they've had an education. So if the metric is that women are having children, they're walking across high school stages, belly full of baby. This is as recent as the early 2000s, 2010s. That's not leadership. It's not. Because that's a path to destruction. That's a harder path to walk through, right? And then it's harder to be successful. It's harder to have life experiences when you're having children, but so early. When we sit there and we make twerking and we make sex and sexual liberation the top bill on all items, well, it's my body and it's my choice. Yeah, it's your body and it's your choice. So you do what you want to do. However, that's not leadership, because good leadership, appropriate leadership to get us to a place where we can thrive morally and economically requires discipline. And not being able to have discipline when it comes to having sex appropriation is a big problem. Women are having kids with pumps and bumps, and that is just as of really like 2010, 2020. But up until that point, women were having children very early.
But even if they wait till they're 25, if they still haven't figured out how they're going to feed that child, that's still a problem. And so I don't care what age, a lot of Black women do prioritize relationships with men over figuring out how they going to feed themselves and any children that they have.
Exactly. And that's what I'm talking to. I'm speaking to having education. If you're not having education, if you don't have things figured out and you just winging it on hope of the prayer, that doesn't show leadership to me. There is no leadership in the Black community. Everybody is out for self. But I gotta go to lunch. This was a good build. I just, stopped through to harass you real quick. PhD Diva,
Yes,
honey, me and you we gotta have a conversation, because I feel like you don't love me and I don't appreciate it. Diva.
What I did?
I don't know. I'm just talking mess. Okay. I'm content farming. What it is, Sharon? Cloud farming. We're gonna have a beef, PhD. Me and you gotta have a beef for people.
Oh, okay.
Nah, I'm just playing. I'm bullshit. But I'm not
that's how they act, though, for sure, right? That's how they act.
That's how they act. They'll pull up and PhD Stephen, I don't like you. Whoop, whoop, whoop. And they go back to their channel and talk some crazy shit. I don't know. Like, that's just these spaces. I would never PhD, but that's not what I do.
Hey,
but
you good with me.
I know you're good with me too. Y'all be good. Keep talking that good talk or whatever. And to everybody that's still lame, you don't really want the life of the 50s or the 60s, because we were getting attacked. We were getting deleted, and we were fighting for our civil rights. Like, that's what it really is. You got a lot more freedoms now than then, and it's never going to go back to that. So wake it up, and everybody, man, woman, child, or beast, stop fucking everything that moves. Get your education to get your paper. Bye, y'all.
Have a good one.
I like it. Slay was a good, interesting bill. I usually barely got to any of the video.
How long was the video?
This video is, how long was this one? The first one was only 3 minutes. This one's only 5 minutes, and we didn't get through neither one of them.
Oh damn! Really? Well, you know, these people, they see one thing or hear one thing, and that spawn its own conversation. So
it does, and then it goes down a rabbit hole too. And it goes down a rabbit hole too.
Yeah, it was fun though.
It's so interesting that yeah, I enjoy conversing with my people, man. No matter what, I get beat up. Vita's gonna be mad at me. Smitty probably gonna be mad at me too.
Look, she said she ain't coming back no more. I said, yes, you will.
Every time I come, it's only Sharon panels. Like, damn.
That's hilarious. I was like, you done said that before. You would be back. Yeah, why everybody do that to you though, Sharon? I'm never coming back. Fuck like, you, Sharon.
They be like, yo, I don't know why I get a lot of harsh credit. Like even the dude Brownsburg, he came up there. Did you see his part?
I saw a little bit of him. He ended up getting upset because at first, when I saw him, he was talking very like calmly, whatnot.
Well, he came up, cursed me out, and it's men like you, Sharon. I don't really hate your platform, but I hate your platform because you be like, and then it'd be like, what the fuck did I do to this man?
But he probably be tuned in every day. What are you gonna say to make me mad today?
But also I think sometimes it's just really like the populist thing as well. So I think if I was popular enough where I'm doing 400 in the box, I think people will look at it different. Because I think a lot of people look at the numbers as it's a good show rather than if it's a good conversation and a good show. They need all of the aesthetics as well. Like they want us to have these great conversations and have the cameras on and have 1,000 people and have other people talking about like you gotta have all of that and then it's a good show.
But I mean you had that. And they still was talking trash, so
right. I'll be bringing out of it.
Oh my god!
Yeah, we be having a good time cutting up too. So I don't know why they be getting so upset. I don't even know.
Right? It's always something to laugh at, something or somebody. Well, what's his name? Aaron Peanut Head Ass.
Mm-hmm.
Because he talking about I know a bunch of software developers, and then I put my email in the chat, and he
ain't said nothing yet.
Right. Y'all niggas be lying.
And shout out to Smitty for coming back and having fun with us again too. Because he was mad, he got back, he was happy again, then he got mad again. So,
right, test us all out.
Look at Kills. Why you want to know, Kills? You want to come and talk your old nonsense?
Oh God. I think that's the most troubling thing. Because like even when I be listening to like Tariq Nasheed, you know, because he's very funny. But the men who come up there, I just be like, this is how the men communicate. My God.
It is.
It
is. Because they be trying to act like it's just my show. But if you really listen to these people, you're like, oh, this is an epidemic.
Right. Like, you ain't learn how to express your thoughts no better than that. Like, Jesus.
And I understand why Kevin Samuels went to talking to women. Right, it makes sense. You at least have a clear, full conversation with her.
Right. But you know, if you can have a full conversation with the women and not the men, then there's a problem there. Right? And I mean, a lot of women, like a lot of the women I know, I'd be like, you know, when they introduce me to my man, like I'm actually going, I've been friends with her. We probably like sisters now for like 25 years. But I'm going to visit her tomorrow for Thanksgiving. And we have a big like thing, you know, all the people from Miami who done moved up there, we have a big dinner and party and whatever. Anyway, her boyfriend, I just be like, why, sis? But you know, I always ask the women like, what y'all talk about? Because I just can't see it being nothing, you know, substantive. But hey, if you like them, I love it for you. So, but I do always wonder, like, I just couldn't be with no man that couldn't hold a decent conversation and couldn't like think in a straight line. That's my big thing. Like, please be.
I'd be scared to go to people's houses and have conversations that's like couples, because all of a sudden it would become like, damn, babe, Sharon making some good points. Like, you don't never say no shit like that.
They start realizing the nigga stupid for real.
I'm like, what about that football? Look how he caught that shit. Ooh. I gotta turn back stupid and shit so they won't feel a certain way.
Yeah, it'd be crazy.
You know, and I see some, and then a lot of times I just try not to like really have conversations when I go to these places. That's why I try to know a little bit about sports so this way. I won't make nobody feel sorry, because the wives, they be like, yeah, so what you think about that? And they be all up in my grill. and the worst part of it, my wife, she don't give a shit. She like, yep, that's what he do. That's why she thinking that, you know, like, I really should be pursuing this more than anything, because, you know, I could communicate pretty well, whether it's live in person or on the thing. For her, she don't really care. You're like, you know, we talking to shit. I hell no. I'll talk to that someday. Like, go ahead. Yeah. He don't stop talking. Go ahead, talk to his ass. Yeah. I'm trying to drink my wine.
You have to start your own man clave.
You know what I'm saying? She like, shit. He ain't worrying about my alcohol intake. He ain't worried about being healthy. Go ahead, talk to his ass. Shit. You know what I mean? So.
Get these men together. Teach them how to communicate.
I'll be attempted to, but even when I do that, I get beat up for that too. They like, you be having too much patience for the rim bros. I think your rim showing, Sharon. I'm like, damn.
Oh, that's what y'all started out with. It was like you didn't go as hard in the paint. What was that about? Because that's when I was kind of in and out.
Yeah. He was saying I was letting Obscene off the hook.
But he was there. So why, if he felt like you was letting him off the hook, why he didn't put him on the hook?
Right. And what he don't understand is that I don't know Obsidian.
Right.
Like, I really don't be knowing these people. Right. Any of these forefathers and all that shit don't mean nothing to me at all. I don't know them. So I'm trying to get his talking points in real time. I'm figuring out how he communicated in real time. And I can't take him serious if he's always being a clown. Right. So he said, but I see you with people that you never know. I said, because they would be dead serious what they talk about. They would hear what some Obsidian say and they regurgitate it as a fact. And then now we have a disagreement back and forth about something that he can't substantiate. Obsidian, he see that I realized a good question. And he was just like, yeah, I'll be tipping cows over. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like, how can I converse with that?
So what he wanted you to do? Like, what was the
right? That's what I'm so confused with. They keep saying that, yeah, but I think Obsidian did this, that, and a third. And then when we break it down, what I said versus what Obsidian said, how can he be the one that got the better of it if you're using your thoughts? If I say, hey, you are disrespecting women by making them sex objects. And he's like, how did I do that? I didn't do that. And then 2 minutes later, he said, yeah, we should just bend them over and they are all whores and we should do. Like, you literally proving my point. And I'm supposed to argue with this?
Right.
I don't even know how to argue with I don't know how to be serious with an unserious person.
Right. Somebody who won't stand on nothing.
Like, what am I supposed? I can't force him because all he's doing is making excuses.
So did he want you to be more like what's the guy's name? Q Butter and start flaming him?
Right. But I don't know him. Like, I didn't even know he had a missing tooth. I didn't know he was crippled.
Yes.
I didn't know he had a fat woman. I didn't know none of these things.
Yeah, you got to know something about a person to really like roast them.
So I'm like, I don't know. Him and Cuba have been going out for 2-3 years.
Oh, really?
Right. So they have a long history of going back and forth with each other. That's why he came in strictly with smoke. He know that man wasn't about no conversation. He even asked him a question. He said, I just want to know, with a man of your position, I want to know if you got mature enough to understand that you are the fat person. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's how he came in it. Straight up clowning him from the beginning because he knew who he was already.
Right. Like, bro, you filling up that whole square, whole rectangle.
You know what I mean? And then Winston gets his shit talking about walking around his school. He's like, look, this is what I built. You show me what you built. This is what I built. Go around showing the different classrooms and you know, he went there, he got up there to shit talk. He knew exactly what he's doing. He knew exactly where he's at. He was in his school for a reason.
I wonder if Hugh Buddy and his churn could do what I need them to do.
Probably. And you know, MJ, she was a substitute there.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
MJ, what do they do there? Like, what do they do? Can they develop software?
I know I seen them with the classrooms that I seen. They did 3D printing, so they printed something from 3D. I seen them doing engineering.
I saw them doing some engineering stuff.
And I see they had a music studio.
Oh.
He did have a room full of computers. I'm not sure if he's doing the software. Oh, he said, Constable said it is STEM, so maybe.
Yeah, I need to know if they could do what I need them to do, because that would be really cute for them to do it.
Yeah, that'd be super awesome. And that would be it. Yeah. So, you know, so I don't know what sometimes I don't know what they be wanting from me, Diva. They say I'm too harsh on men. And then when I attempt to have a real conversation with a man, they say I'm too light on them.
Ain't nobody.
Then when I'm having a real conversation, they say, you ain't here to have a real conversation. You disingenuine. Fuck is going on? You know what I'm saying, Diva? I don't get that shit.
That just means they just want to criticize you. They're going to have a problem with whatever you do. So do whatever you want to do.
Clearly. But you know how crazy it would have been if I would ever said, you straight men need a gay man to dress y'all?
Right. They would have been like, oh, he putting out that dry hook.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that's what he said.
That's what it is. I don't know. I think people just don't want to put in the real work. Like, hey, listen, if you change your mentality, you know, you be able to roll with a lot of punches. I still go through a lot of shit, man. People don't really be understanding. I'll be getting sued all the time.
Sued?
Oh, yeah. This construction should be crazy, Diva.
Not sued.
Mm-hmm. Because I be suing them. They want me to do a job, and then they try to counter sue so they can hold it up. You know what I mean? They're not even suing for real. They just let's just do a counter sue.
Right. He's suing us, so
let's hold it up, and you know what I mean? Like,
yo, what's going on, y'all?
Oh my
damn!
God.
Right away, what your ass want? Now you quiet.
What, Kills? What you want to talk about, Kills?
Nah, I just want to give Sharon his flowers while he's still here. Well, not flowers. I want to give you your crown while you still here, because the information that you gave Eden, man, I think if you charge the course for that, I don't know the price that you would charge, but I know it's up to the like thousands of dollars. I don't know. This awesome.
Would you take it?
Yeah, I was listening to the whole thing.
But I'm saying, if he was offering a course, would you take the course?
Nah, I'll got. My pockets was funny, man.
Use your weed budget.
Damn. Oh, okay. I'll take something off of your head and use that. I'll take something off of your scalp and use that for my deposit. Nah, I want to play. Nah, yo, but salute to PhD for always cooking, especially on the reparations though. That was dope though, yo. You was cooking first grease. So I enjoy that.
What you doing for Thanksgiving? You cooking?
Nah, negative. I'm gonna put in some ramen noodles. I'm a pookie. Some ramen noodles, some hot dogs. You know what I'm saying? Put some broccoli in it, some asparagus, and walk 2 minutes. And walk 2 minutes this way and 2 minutes that way.
Don't forget your push-up.
With your family.
Yeah, nah, yo, I'm gonna call my daughter. Yo, she's older now, though. Nah,
Oh, okay.
I ain't gonna put all my business out here. Y'all not about to weaponize that against me.
What we gonna weaponize saying? Oh, nigga, you be spending Thanksgiving with your family?
Nah, yeah, cause y'all weaponize Smitty from going to school, though. You know what I'm saying? He went to a hands-on school. Y'all was on him, though.
He went to school to learn Braille so he could learn how to read.
Oh shit.
That's what he said. He said he had to learn everything hands-on.
Yo. Oh, that was crazy. That was a crazy shot. That was one of the most craziest parts, man. PhD would be cooking, yo. I was like, yo, why you messing with that lady?
About to be a situation.
My bad, Kills.
Conversations with MJ, $5. Add this to the Manclave crowdfund for investigation purposes. How old is the baby in that video now?
She is in. Oh man, I should send you some videos of her talking in Mandarin. She is 12 now.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah, she's fully enrolled in a Chinese school.
Oh wow. So she's fluent with it.
Yeah, yes.
Okay. So she like it.
Yeah, it's a completely different experience. What they eat, the way how the morning is, they gotta do morning yoga. They gotta do it's a completely different school experience. Okay. But that's what she wanted to do. So
very cool.
It's a lot, but it gotta get done.
Make sure you get your voucher money.
Yeah, $6,500, right? I think he said
she's actually in China, so it ain't no voucher for that. So.
Oh, okay. Oh, she's over there. Oh my God. So how long did she stay over there?
She's there for now a year now.
Really?
Yeah.
A year straight? Didn't she come back at some point?
Yeah, just for the vacation. Yeah.
Oh wow. So. She don't be crying?
Nah, she good. Yeah, she good.
So it's like a boarding school?
No, her mama down there with her.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because I don't deal with retarded people, so she's using her English teaching skills, and she's over there in the school that the child is in. So
okay, wonderful.
So we figuring out ways to manipulate things.
That's awesome.
To get her what she needs.
That's dope, yo. I don't see too many men talking about their kids in China. That's crazy, bro.
Sometimes they have a vision, just like this one here. She's writing her book. We getting her book situated and her characters, and we about to put that together. Hopefully, the next few she'll be finished.
All right.
And it's a lot, but it is what it is. You gotta let each child be their child.
Yeah.
Trying to make them into what you think they are. You know what I mean? As long as it's a productive progression, that's what should matter the most. One be into language, one be into writing. Fuck it. It is what it is.
Nice.
And they both got instruments they play, so.
Mm-hmm.
But it'd be stressful, Diva. I'm like,
and what the little one doing? Being the little one?
Yep. She want to do everything. She, especially with the time difference, it'd be difficult for her because that's her, that's, I don't want to say too loud, but that's her favorite sister, the one that's over there. So, So it'd be wild sometimes. But we all figure it out, though. I'm glad that everybody just doing their job to do our best to get it done for them. You know what I mean?
That's what it's all about.
Yeah. And put our own grown ass egos aside and let the This is the only thing I do that's for myself is this.
Yeah.
So at least I get the chance to do that every once in a while when shit hit the fan. I just like, God, let me talk my shit in the morning.
Yeah.
This
Thank
for
you
you,
for talking about
what they
your
call
daughter,
it,
man.
ringmaster, being a ringmaster at a circus. That's what you like?
For me?
You.
Yeah, sometimes yes. Sometimes yes. I agree with that statement. A lot of times people say, hey, you just need to put cameras in your house and just let it be. That's gonna it'd be wild in here.
Then you come on here and deal with a bunch of animals.
Yeah, that's this weekend we had it was a house full of nothing but children. My grandkids was here, everybody was there.
Oh,
it was wild. It's so funny to see because I only got the grandson now as the little ones. He is hilarious because he's so scary. I guess the way how, even though I raised my daughter, right, but it's just so weird to see how pleasant these new kids are. I raised my boy. She's like, oh shit, what the hell is screaming? I was like, damn, well, like they're gonna be like terrified of me, like shit. I like calm down.
Did you get used to it? Like, that's just him hollering as usual.
Yeah, that's what they all call. They like, God damn, you grumpy. I'm like, yeah.
Sit your ass down.
Sit your ass down. I'll be having them scream. They're like, oh,
right.
I thought you were talking to me too. Like, no, I ain't saying nothing to you. I'm talking about the other one. Goddamn. They be scrambling. I be able to keep them on their toes. Goddamn shit.
I love it.
But we out of here till later. I'm not sure what we're gonna talk about mañana, but we're gonna continue the good conversations and keep on building. DB, you got any final thoughts?
Bye, y'all.
Nothing wrong with being.
Hype me up.
Let me.